hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Clash of Clans as we head into the final week here to determine who's going to qualify for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. I'm Lethal, joining me is Judo and Lady B. And Judo, I'm going to start with you, mate. How's your weekend and how are you getting on?
Doing very well, Lethal. Excited to get into the last week of matches. We were just chatting before the stream, possibilities, who could still make it, and there are a lot of teams. It is going to be an interesting week ahead, Lady B.
It really is, and you know, it'll be curious to see if a team like Time to Throw has the opportunity to try and dig their way out. They started off on top, have really fallen to the bottom of the ranks, but we've also seen some teams do quite the same, but turn it around, like MCES. So it really is still some opportunity to be had. I think the one thing that remains is, Lethal pointed out when we were talking about this, GH Rest and the star count that they've been picking up might put them in that position that there is no turnaround. So we'll have to wait and see as it progresses.
Yeah, let's dig a little deeper. As we can see already, you know, we're talking about Time to Throw just now. A little bit of a surprise, really, but at the same time, you know, as you rightly said with the star count for Time to Throw, they do have an opportunity to still make it, but the problem is it's more reliant on other people rather than themselves. So, of course, it's out of their hands. It depends on what is at stake here for the rest of these teams. But ATN, though, I kind of feel like for them, one more win could guarantee their spot, but I think two, just to be safe rather than sorry, is definitely going to give them some leeway into the finals. But again, it's anyone's guess. You've got to remember that Bouncing and Entropy Gaming both have a match in hand, and so do MCS as well. So technically, it could actually be a four-way tie, depending on how things go today.
Yes, I think it is going to be super close. And with ATN, I do think one win would probably secure it based on their star counts. But like you said, two would be definitely comfortable for them, because the main reason I say that is everybody is so tightly compact. Yes, there are a lot of teams that could catch them up, but also they would arguably be losing if other teams were winning at the same time, if that makes sense. So I think ATN are the only team that are virtually confirmed. Like we said, maybe one more win would give them that. But everybody else, it is still fair game, apart from, yeah, GH Rest, although they could tie things up, probably don't have the star count to leap into the top four.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see the kind of scramble going on in that mid-tier section. But we've got the attack overview from last week, and look at this. We've got Queen Charge Hybrid. Now, it's not the most used strategy, but it has a massively impressive hit rate at 88%. And I think we can thank Kingsman for the success of that so far.
Certainly can do indeed. I think MCS got the majority of their triples from that, so not really too much of a surprise there. And I think we can also thank MCES for some of their Lalo attacks as well. But we saw quite a few teams this time around Judo with a wide variety of Lalo attacks. Don't get me wrong, we saw a lot more for MCS compared to everyone else in week 2, but in week 3, I think it became a lot more diverse across the board with a lot of these teams.
It certainly did, and we've kind of seen the strategy shift every week, I would say. We've obviously had the core strategies that you see on your screen, but we've also had a few other variations here and there just creeping in, which seems to alter week by week. I would say that the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, given the amount of times it's played, is pretty good to have a 50% hit rate, but it's not like Queen Charge Hybrid only 8 times is too few times to have that high of a hit rate. I could imagine if it had an 88% and it had only been used 3 times, but 8 times, that's a really good hit rate. I wonder if it's going to make the teams think about using it a bit more this week.
That's exactly what I would wonder, especially, you're going into kind of that old favorite, the Queen Charge Drag Rider, and knowing that you only have the 50% success rate. So I think it's going to show the teams that they really need to start switching up their thought process and what they're going about. And speaking of the teams, we've got our upcoming matches for today. Time to Throw will be kicking off the first match, going up against Repotted Gaming. We have Badzinger facing off against MCES. Time to Throw will play again to face off against ATN as well.
They certainly will do. It's Time to Throw. They need to win every matchup here today. If they lose even one, that should be all said and done for them here. Entry game will begin against MCES, 18 against Carnage, Badzinger versus GX Rest, and last but certainly no means least, we are going to have a great matchup to finish the evening with Carnage and Entropy going absolutely at each other's throats, which is going to be a nice way to finish things up here, Juno.
It certainly is, and I love how you hype up the matches because it is going to be exciting the more we get into the matches, and they mean more. You can see the predictions. I'm not sure how it's going to go. We've been a little bit up and down, but interestingly, this week, it looks like we are relatively similar across the board, even with the audience, just a couple of differences here and there.
Yeah, definitely just a few small differences. I see that most of us really feel the strength in ATN and MCES throughout, but it's a few of those matches where it really is still uncertain what we're expecting to see from each of those teams. And I actually like that Judo has picked Badzinger and straight from the pack against MCES. I don't know, Lethal, what do you think? Do you think Badzinger can try and oversweep MCS from what we've seen from them so far?
It's difficult, it really is, because MCS seems to be a lot more on form compared to what they were in previous weeks. It was the first couple of weeks, I would have thought, okay, Badzinger may have a chance here, but I really don't know at this point. Even though I'm saying that, like, I haven't voted for them when I actually have for the second to last match, and for MCS I voted for them earlier on, but it's really hard to tell, and I think a lot of people are going to assume that I'm a bit of an ATN fanboy, because all I've done is vote for them literally every single time, but let's be real here, Judo, you can't really, it's very hard to vote against them, isn't it, no matter who they're up against.
Particularly when we get most of the matches wrong, but they have won most of their matches. It's got to work in our favor at some point. I will say that matchup you mentioned, though, Badzinger and MCS, I think that's the hardest match to call across all of them today, because whilst Badzinger are higher in the table, MCES feel like they found their feet finally last week and put up some great performances. I also feel, by the way, the last match of the day, Carnage Gaming and Entropy, is a tough one to pick as well, because it's kind of a similar position. They're both in similar areas of the table, but they have they're both in the same position, basically. They're winning, doing really well, fighting for that 4th place, so it's a really tough one to call.
It is. I had the same struggles with those 2 particular matches, trying to figure out, where I would think they would go. But, I think MCS coming into this, they're in 5th position. They've worked their way up. They still have a little bit more to go. That might give them the motivation to, just play hard today and really make these matches worth it for them. But we'll have to wait and see what happens.
We certainly do, but none of our thoughts, which count or don't really count the amount of predictions we've lost. But you guys at home, hashtag ESL Mobile, let us know how you feel these matches are going to go throughout the entirety of the day, and let us know your opinion. And maybe we'd have some of your tweets later on as well. But we are going to get the first match underway very shortly. So, Lady B, we'll have to see you in just a little bit. We'll grab you back on for the second match. But Judo, we're going to see Time to Throw versus Reported Gaming. I think the main storyline is going to be here. Time to Throw, they need to win every single matchup or they're going to be pretty much out. Pretty much mathematically impossible. It's pretty much just set in stone. And for Reported Gaming, they've always been very hit and miss. But actually, the last 2 weeks, they've been very consistent so far.
They have, and I feel like attacking-wise, they are a little bit stronger, I would say, than defense. But now that we're into the last week, I'm not going to say that it's, particular teams. Every team still needs to battle. Even ATN at the top of the table still need to be giving it their all because mathematically they are not through yet. So this is where the teams will be pulling out all of the stops, particularly Time to Throw, like you mentioned. They know that mathematically they probably need to win their 3 remaining matches. No slip-ups, one of them against ATN later today. They've got the talent within their squad. It's just whether they can perform on the day, basically.
That's right, and star count could matter on Thursday. If you're just joining us here for the ESL Mobile Challenge and not too sure exactly what's going on, of course, we've got 8 play days, top 4 out of the 8 teams will qualify, and this is actually the final week, so this is technically play day 7, and we're still trying to determine exactly who will be able to qualify here throughout. And let's take a look at the stats a little bit. I think for Reported Gaming, we know this already pretty much. We know that their defense is definitely one of the weakest. It's at 31% at the moment, but it's not really that. It's more about their talented attacking squad, which we all know and love, and how creative they are, and how strong they are as well, how smooth the execution can be. But Time to Throw, they really have a mix of both, don't they?
Yeah, and interestingly, that's kind of exactly what I said previously, where Reported, it is their attacking. And it's interesting that looking at the stats, the hit rate of Time to Throw isn't too far behind Reported. Whilst their defense and average damage is a lot higher, they find themselves further down the table. So I guess it's just being able to get those hits, the 3 stars in, when it really matters. When these teams faced off earlier on in the challenge, it was a 13-13 star war. Time to Throw actually getting the victory, 95.2% to 93% average destruction. So a super close war, and we know that we will be expecting nothing less in this one, Lethal.
Absolutely, and we're going to see exactly what Time to Throw can bring, because I hope they bring everything this time, because if not, that's it. They're done for pretty much. It's going to be Kernans for them, and they have been quite predictable with their compositions. But with Reported Gaming, we've seen a lot more of the Super P.E.K.K.A smash from them, especially in recent weeks. We've seen a lot of Blizzard Lalo as well, so definitely taking a leaf out of MCS's book as well. But I do like from Time to Throw, we haven't seen as much Queen Charge Dragon Rider anymore. The first week, yeah, we saw it like quite a lot, like probably pretty much the majority of the weekly data is probably from them. But they have changed things a little bit as time has progressed. But then again, so has everyone.
Yeah, and what I would say about Time to Throw as well, actually, is whilst they are attacking with a lot of, I know you said predictable in terms of the armies that they use, but I would argue the way they attack the bases is quite unpredictable. For example, you look at LP with his Queen Charge Hog Riders, but you never know. Even if you know he is going to attack with Queen Charge Hog Riders, he attacks from all different areas of the bases, have different siege machines to support. So even if you know the army, it's very difficult to predict where he's going to come in from and how he's going to do the Queen Charge, because they are thinking outside of the box. And I think that's the one thing that could really work in Time to Throw's favor finally, because as we've mentioned, they are on their last chance here. They have to win everything. And I think if they can have a little bit of fortune, they've had some misfortune when they are trying to change these strategies, but if it can just go in their favor this week, that could carry them through, the fact that they have a lot of different ways of doing attacks. But it is Yanis of Reported Gaming starting us out with what he does best, Lethal, the Sui Lalo.
Yeah, holy spells. There's a fair amount of creativity and a lot of micromanaging coming out from Yanis, I'm sure, eventually as time progresses. But already quite a fast attack, just trying to put a lot of pressure onto the north side of Queen. Already down south, just putting even more pressure onto the town hall. And this is what you love to see already. Just nothing to the time fail, just making sure to be a little bit more fortunate later on in case They do get a time fail, and we're trying to avoid that as much as possible. And you can see already the Loon and that Stone Slab coming out already from the 3 o'clock side.
Yeah, very nice invisibility spell for that Royal Champion. Delayed use of the Stone Slammer because he wanted the balloon to test for any traps in that area. And the Stone Slammer is aiming for the central multi-target Inferno. As you see, it's moving en route, will be setting off any traps in that area. Meanwhile, the main Lalo can push around. The Sweeper at the bottom causing a bit of issues. So it doesn't look like he's going to get that multi anytime soon. The main Lalo will have to path there, but hopefully a lot of the traps already gone because he's got Lava Loon from different angles. The Tornado Trap in the bottom west area of the base means they were probably trying to bait a Blizzard or a Battle Blimp into that area. Still difficult to call right now. That central multi really doing a lot of work to the balloons.
Certainly is. It's going to be a little bit of trouble here. The multi is going to get so much value from this, and the Eagle's still alive as well. And it's a shame that the bulk of his defense in the center just hasn't been taken out or taken care of along the way here. It's a base layout I don't think I've actually relatively seen so far coming into this week, or coming to this season especially. But yeah, it's been a little bit unfortunate there for Giannis, but the time to throw, though, this is exactly what they required, or could say desperately required, considering their circumstances at the moment. And even with those Ice Golems on the defense, even though they didn't really get much use of them, it was still a brilliant defense nonetheless.
It was, and to see a Sui Lalo attack done at the very start of the war is interesting, because normally when we see Giannis attack, it is a little bit later, even towards the back end of the squad. So it makes me wonder whether he recognized that style of base, or whether he just felt it would work perfectly. The fact that he attacked first maybe came back to haunt them a little bit there in not getting the 3-star.
Yeah, we've seen it from a Potter game once before as well, didn't they? We had a bit of a bad start, and then in the end they were perfectly fine, but I don't think it's going to work for, well, do him any favours here especially. But normally with a lot of these base layouts or with these base builds, I don't really take note, or maybe don't recognise some of the repeats or the replicas along the way, but that one especially, you could just tell straight away that it's not been used in, maybe not at all this season actually. But we're going to have a look to see how Andy's defence is going to go against LP, and see exactly what he's going to do. 24 Hog Riders. Still got a couple of healing spells as well as a couple of wall breakers there. The Queen now starting off on the west side. Already getting to work here on the Town Hall.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about with LP. He does like that Queen Charge Hog Rider attack, but you can never quite predict what he's going to do. Notice he has the Battle Blimp selected, actually going to wall break in towards the Town Hall. So the Battle Blimp, maybe even, I don't know, for that central scatter shot region, we will have to wait and find out. Again, this is interesting because we normally see LP attacking right at the end of the war. So seeing him come up first is an interesting play from Time to Throw. You can see the approach from the 2 o'clock area of the base, just funneling the Barbarian King in towards that Eagle. And this is quite similar to what we've seen with Hog Riders, trying to thin out the base on the left and the right areas so that the Hog Riders can move right through the middle.
Now the Queen's finally approaching the Town Hall now. We'll have to deal with a little bit more defense here, but it will get taken down eventually nonetheless, no matter how you see it. The Warden and the Hogs now heading straight into that multi in the north side. The Queen's actually helping out a little bit here too, just making sure to work in sync and coordination, which especially towards that Wizard Tower, and actually does get it done. The freeze coming out onto the center, just again delaying that DPS from Andy. And now the Blimp's coming out as well, going to do some extra damage there across the board. The multi, you know, you could say in the center could cause a little bit more trouble, but you can see already the Hogs is going straight in to try and take it down as well. And we still got one more, of course, on that southwest side, which they're heading towards, and looks like it's going to be pretty good here from LP. And you're talking about his execution, looking very good so far. The Queen is still alive, and depends how long for, though, because those healers have just been taken down.
Yeah, the Royal Champion helping out that area. He still has a ton of spells here. I think he might have wanted the Battle Blimp and the Yetis inside to help take down that Archer Queen, but it does not matter. I also like how he held on to some of the Hog Riders, make sure that he had enough to push through the middle, but everything was not going to get obliterated by splash damage. The amount of swag on this attack is next level. 4 spell spaces with a Queen Charge Hog Rider attack. LP showing that Time to Throw mean business this week.
Certainly, they came out absolutely swinging. You love to see it. Good execution across the board. And this is what we'll need to see from time to throw, but we need to see it across every single attack this time around. Like we said, it could come to star count. It's been a very long time since I've seen a leaderboard where someone qualifies with a tie, but, you know, it's definitely not impossible. You know, we spoke about it previously as well, and I'm sure time to throw have definitely taken that into consideration. A lot of teams may feel deflated knowing that in terms of their opportunity to make it to a final or maybe to qualify to a certain point, you know, they can be a little bit demoralized. You may not see the best of them. They may have already given up before it's even started, but it's nice to see them really driving forward and really trying to make a good go of this as well, knowing that there's still a potential chance to make something happen here. But already greeted by one of the testers there on the north side, or a couple, shall we say, with the Queen now just heading towards the town hall. But I think the nice thing as well is the fact that at least they can take out this Tesla farm early here.
Yeah, I think the Tesla farm is there alongside the skeleton trap you see to try and avoid the Barbarian King diving in towards that area. But the Archer Queen and a walk is definitely going to be helpful. Perhaps trying to bait a Battle Blimp into that area and defend that as well, because you see the tornado trap on the outside already popped, particularly for a lava loon attack. That is going to be helpful for him. He's just using the Queen to walk in front of the town hall, try and strip apart that area so that when he sends in his main army, which might end up being the King at this stage, it is going to have a much easier job in taking it down.
Certainly will do. The Queen now just still continuing on, putting pressure into that east compartment now. Just biding a time for now. It's going to take a while anyway, and we're going to see exactly how it's going to approach this next section in just a few moments here. Another raid spell does drop onto the Queen here just to try and continue working on this defense so far, but to be fair, so far so good. The value is going to be long-winded as she does approach into that eastern compartment, but we'll get there eventually anyway though.
Yeah, I like that wall break, just allowing the Archer Queen to actually walk across to the Town Hall. And we've seen this a little bit more in the current meta, using the Archer Queen to walk in front of the Town Hall, but then breaking her back in from the side angle of that Town Hall. And that's why you see the King and Royal Champion to the right-hand side just trying to take out those buildings to force the Queen back across to that area, meaning she has completely stripped apart both of those compartments. Sends the Lalo in over the top of the Barbarian King, and the reason for this is to try and force the Royal Champion up towards that multi-target Inferno. Didn't quite get it, but he does have the Stone Slammer in order to send in there.
The Queen's going to be busy there for a while as we focus on the south side. The King's still alive, still getting a lot more done here as he's just taking out the strategies on the outside. The RC, though, is going to be, of course, the point of focus here, just pushing into the center. The problem is that the RC already used her ability. Will be able to take an Eagle. Yes, she will, but I don't know if she'll be able to take the multi in time. It's going to be very, very close as she's going to try and take it. And invisibility comes down, perfectly understandable. I think it's definitely worth the spell just in general in terms of getting the most value out of it compared to anything else. The Stone Slammer still there, still just pushing in forward, and the Queen is still alive, even still in that poison for God knows how long on that north side, but of course there wasn't enough defense to really finish her off there. But looking very good indeed. 12 seconds left, still got to work on that storage on the back line as well as a couple of those mines, but it looks like it's going to be okay here, Judo. It could be a nice little triple here or mech from RPG.
Well, my predictions on how this attack would go are arguably worse than my predictions of our matches, because everything I thought he was going to do, he completely did the opposite, but really worked out well. Royal Champion only had a tiny little bit of health, but he held his nerve in order to make sure that she did indeed take down that central multi, giving him so much more DPS on the back end with that Stone Slammer. Really came down nicely. And, you know, it doesn't matter how much time you have left, as long as you get those 3 stars. It arguably, for me, Lethal, shows when you have a perfectly calculated attack when it comes down to the wire like that.
Yeah, and you made some very good value points right at the very beginning, using that Queen as well to bring up the Tesla farm and to reveal that tornado trap as well. Just even though he wasn't sending the loons that way anyway, it's nice to know that at least it's just a couple less things to worry about, isn't it? Just along the way. As already now it's making a start onto the western side very early on for ND. He's looking to try and add another triple for time to throw. Already looking to have a good start already from their first attack, and I'm sure they want to try and continue that trend if they can, and still just continue to do a little bit of work here. So if I just work it into that Eagle compartment, sorry, and this side will be coming in with the Pekka Smash.
Yeah, nice to have the Electro Owl. You can see that it's chaining from the Wizard Tower to the Eagle Artillery, and that's one of the benefits of having the Electro Owl with the Warden, is it speeds up the process. Now, the Eagle Artillery got healed all of the way back up, but arguably he is a little bit further into the raid than what he would have been if he didn't have the Owl with the Grand Warden. The main downfall is the Owl does tend to go down early on with these walks, but when time tends to be the main factor, that's why the Owl is perfect with it. You see the funneling up to the top area of the base. Nice to have the Barbarian King walking on the outside there as the P.E.K.K.A are moving all of the way through, and he's actually using the Battle Blimp for the Town Hall. This is where I was saying that time to throw, whilst they are using strategies that are textbook and in the meta, they're doing them slightly differently. So just driving the P.E.K.K.A Smash away from the Town Hall and using the Battle Blimp to secure it.
They certainly have done, taking down the Town Hall there. We've got to keep an eye on these P.E.K.K.As as well. One's already been taken down so far, but the Queen's just managed to join a little bit late, but should be okay so far. Continue to try and do work onto those Expos as well as they progress into that multi in the center though. The problem is though, from the defense of General X, is getting a lot of value down. That's another P.E.K.K.A also taken down along the way. Still though, the Queen has headed towards that multi in the center. It's already got enough value as it is though, so it already done more than enough damage. We'll have to see, but we need to remember though, we've still got the Queen and the RC ability still intact. Still has an invisibility spell for later on if required, going to that scanner shot compartment. So this could be cutting it close. We'll have to see.
Oh, he really could have had with that single target Inferno down. Thankfully, the Royal Champion does indeed get it. Like you said, it is cutting it fine. I think the time is also going to be a factor. He did get a little bit unfortunate in that the healers weren't on the P.E.K.K.A. That's how they just constantly kept going down. But it has been able to keep the Queen alive. Royal Champion should get across to those buildings. He can't really use the invisibility spell, to be honest with you, but everything is split up perfectly with the Royal Champion after taking down the Tesla moving towards the lab. He should be good here, Lethal. Another 3-star for time to throw, making sure they are giving themselves the best opportunity of getting through to the challenge finals.
He should be grateful for that split at the end, shouldn't he? But then again, even if it was split, I think he should have been okay anyway. I think there was some reason behind it where I thought they may not get that triple in time. I think we're just looking at the amount of structures left on the outside. But it seems to be perfectly fine. Again, like you said, 2 triples back to back. Nice to see. Love to see it as always. And now just looking to see what now Reported Gaming could do, because they need to try and add some more pressure onto the side of time to throw. And we've already seen a few changes into their compositions already.
Yeah, and I mean, one slip-up is not the end of the world. It is a lower percentage than the average that we've been seeing, which is one of the things that could come back to bite them, if you will, even if time to throw slip up. However, all Reported Gaming need to do is continue putting up the 3 stars themselves. We know how good they are attacking-wise. They have better offensive stats than time to throw, but they just need to continue doing that and hope they have a slip-up. That's all they can do. The war is in time to throw's hands, but Largo is looking to replicate the strategy that we did just see from time to throw, using that Grand Warden to walk this initial area, take out some of the defenses, set up the funneling, and make sure that he can path all of the way through the base with the P.E.K.K.A Smash. Looks like he'll be sending the Battle Blimp over the top of the P.E.K.K.A Smash towards that Town Hall.
Yeah, Largo has definitely been a base builder's nightmare this season, just constantly just ravaging so many of his bases, having such great attacks along the way. Now we're going to see this Queen and the Warden working together so far, with the P.E.K.K.A's also just pushing in from that 10 o'clock side. The King's just going to be making its way down south as well. They do have a lot of defense here, but not really a huge amount, just in terms of just having to at least delay it and just having to deal with that. But in the meantime, they will be diving in straight towards that scanner shot compartment. The Blimp also coming up from the 10 o'clock side as well, heading towards the Town Hall. But so far, so good. I think I hope one of the P.E.K.K.As go down already quite early. I'm not 100% sure, but still, Jasper does come down just to swing on by towards the center once that south compartment has also been cleaned up, with the RC now heading in also.
Nicely decides to use that rage spell over by the Town Hall. Recognize that if the single target Inferno did not go down, that could spell disaster for this attack, and he would need to use more spells in freezing it anyway. So a nice use of that rage. The P.E.K.K.A hopefully jumping over this wall towards the scatter shot momentarily, but they're taking a lot of damage here with the healers being a little bit further back. The final P.E.K.K.A falls, and let's see whether he's got enough here. The Royal Champion jumping through. Queen still has that ability, and with a couple of spells, he might have enough, but the main factor here is look at the outside of the base. He only has one wizard and that minion, so that's all he's got for cleanup. Not as much as we had in that previous attack, so time could be a factor here, but let's see how much the Royal Champion ability can clean up.
Yeah, you can maybe, I was going to say use the freeze spell to keep the RC alive, but then again, she's still got ability as well, hasn't she? So literally, his spells have absolutely no use to him. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe he was just being a bit greedy with the spells, maybe to try and use it at a later time, but they're going to be pretty good so far. It's just that Dark Elixir storage down the bottom, isn't it? Of course, we only got that one minion on it so far, but hopefully if they get it in time, it could be a slightly different story. 15 seconds left. Largo's doing his absolute best to make sure to try and clean this up and make it a triple, but in the end, actually, the minion took it down a lot quicker than I expected, so that will be a triple for Largo here from RPG. Just continue to keep this as competitive as possible.
We always say that you need to save onto your spells and use them at the right moment. The fact that he turned that area invisible as the skeletons popped was brilliant, because it meant the Royal Champion was not stuck individually taking out the skeletons. They ran across to the Archer Queen where he had a bunch of archers. He was able to take down all of those skeletons pretty quickly, and that might have actually just saved him in terms of time. So never try and swag your spells prematurely. You've seen how important it was there. Had he have dropped the invisibility on top of the clan castle trying to be clever, might have actually time failed. So lesson for everybody at home when you're doing your war attacks, I guess.
Absolutely. As Demo, we're coming up with the Inferno Drag Riders here, already kicking things off on the north side, but saying that though, he's done it on the complete 12 to 3 o'clock side. They're just coming in very aggressively so far. The Blimp now heading in towards the tunnel at the same time, and we're going to see how Demo's going to try and execute this. The Queen's also managed to come in from the 3 o'clock side, as well as the King alongside, just pushing in down the south. And we're going to see how quickly this is going to be so far. I'll also see a lot of them already taken down from the north. The Dragon Rider also will get taken down on the north side as well by the Poison. And again, just looking to continue on here from that 4 o'clock compartment. But the good thing is with this composition, it hasn't really swayed too far wide. It's still looking quite good in terms of sticking together, or at least being within distance of each other, just helping each other out, taking up this defense. But of course, with those multi in the center, it's so important. It's actually been taken down pretty early here. And you can see now the King popped his ability as he heads towards that Scalashot compartment.
Yeah, freezing the air sweeper in the center so that the Dragon Rider could take the multi was hugely important, because you always need that central multi down with an Inferno Dragon attack. It really does a lot of work to them. He's got a lot of Inferno Dragons left over here, Lethal, with the Queen ability. Royal Champion not even on the board yet. There she is on the left-hand side. So it looks very good for Demo. And this is what he needed. He's actually only had 3 stars, 4 time to throw. Oh, but the Rocket Loons come out here. He's got to press the Queen ability in order to push through them. Not the end of the world. Just making sure to keep Demo on his toes. But once this single falls, he should be good with that Royal Champion ability left intact.
Yeah, it was just an incredible execution, wasn't it? Just overall, they took that multi in the center so early and so quickly, and we've seen it enough times where some of these multis get too much value, and then of course the composition just pretty much evaporates by the archers after the center mark, around the 70% mark especially. But yeah, looking very good so far. The RC almost taken down, but it looks like maybe able to stay alive towards the very end. Looks like it will do indeed, just to speed things up a tad. But look at that though, like, you know, 45 seconds left until this is going to be said and done. Great triple here from Time to Throw, and that's going to be 3 in a row here, so they're looking very strong to start the week off.
And they need to be, because Reported, whilst they slipped up on that first attack, they have shifted up into that next gear, making sure to keep the pressure on so that if Time to Throw slipped up, Reported would be right there to take this. However, like you said, Time to Throw are doing exactly what they needed to do. Arguably, having Demo step up this week when it was really needed for him to do so. And they are looking very good right now. They just need to keep it up, knowing that they have alternate attacks in a couple of matches' time.
Yeah, it's from one to another, really, isn't it? It's a real pain for them. But ATN are definitely going to be very attentive on this match in particular to see how Time to Throw are performing and what bases they might even use, maybe even replicate later on. And do you know what? I think that is probably the best attack I've seen Demo done so far this season, possibly. Even though with the Rocket League now just trying to snipe that AD, definitely took a few more than it should have done. A little bit expensive, it's a shame, but we'll have to see how this is going to turn out. There were the E-Drags here from Genorex. Interesting.
Yeah, he was sending the rocket balloons in one by one, and obviously might have been able to arguably save one rocket balloon. Could have been good, let's say, for that archer tower on the right-hand side, for example. Could help to take that down, but it's honestly not the end of the world. It all depends on the E-Drags, but moving through the center of the base, they have to get appropriate chain value. Hopefully, chaining through the clan castle towards the town hall area down there, but with the stone slammer drifting on through, he should be okay. However, notice he's not deploying that royal champion, just in case he needs to reinforce to the town hall area.
Still got 2 more free spells left, just making sure to do work onto that town hall. The loons have been taken down, but there's an E-Drag still there just doing work on it at the moment. It's just struggling just a tad bit here so far, and I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a little bit worried of how this is going to pan out so far, because you've still got a couple of E-Drags on the north side, but we know about their fire rate. But with the RC now coming out, that basically means for Genorex it's going to be a little bit more of an expensive attack than you'd like it to be, but just looking across the board to see exactly what defense is left so far. Still got the Inferno Tower and the AD there, of course, in the center and south side. You've still got a couple of little bits here, but it seems to be okay so far. It does have a lot of time left remaining, but the problem is I have to see if it can try and get this done as soon as possible. We don't have any HP on those E-Drags as of yet, and so far so good though. Genorex making sure to try and secure this if he can, but they've got quite a fair amount of HP in all fairness.
I don't think he's gonna get it. I think he did what he had to do with the Royal Champion. You'll notice the air defense on the far side of the Town Hall. He had to press the ability to try and take that down and protect both of these E-Drags. But in doing so, it meant the Royal Champion was stuck inside the poison spell. And with that back-end air defense particularly, it would have shredded the E-Dragons in combination with the single and Expo. As it happens, they didn't even get in range of the air defense because they went down prior to that. So a little bit unfortunate with the high percentage, but I guess that is the risk you run with E-Drags. They are very high skill cap, actually. You need to be able to identify the base. You need to be able to get the deployment perfectly. But I think some of the players kind of stay away from them because it's not quite as predictable as Lalo when you're actually doing the attack itself. It's a little bit more responding to what happens during the attack rather than you having full control, if you will.
Yeah, perfectly understandable. It's 2-star 96%, which does mean now for time to throw, they get a triple. This time round, then they get a 2-star lead going to the final attack, and it's going to be very cushy for them here as they go into now. As Fluxy will be doing the second to last attack for time to throw. And we can see exactly how he's going to go about this in this matchup as well. Or you kick things off for now with the Queen on the south side, just going to make her way or just trying to put a little bit of effort into that town hall compartment. And I must say this, so this is a very scary time to throw. With ATN, I'm sure they're going to be definitely keeping an eye on them, because if they could be the ones to really solidify the fact that they can't at least qualify at all, then that would be huge for them, because time to throw are definitely a very risky opponent to play against. I'm sure it's definitely going to do themselves justice and wonders if they stop them from qualifying into the finals.
Well, let's remember, Time to Throw were the team that pipped ATN in ladder 1 and made sure that they came into this as the number 1 seed. Fluxy is their top player. He has 8 3-stars out of his 10 attacks within the challenge. Now, you notice the second wall breaker did fail there, so he's had to send in the next, and it just gets to that central area, giving the Arch Queen access, and then he has the jump spell. So did manage to get what he needed in this situation, but only just with that wall breaker. Let's see what he's got for us from here.
Yeah, the RC's already been taken down, just got taken down momentarily in that northeastern side. The Queen now want to do with a little bit of a delay here as you carry on making that push. The question is how he's going to go about this so far. We'll have to see. Rage Spell comes down from the Queen, still trying to push in towards that next compartment, which he has managed to do eventually, as the healers are still taking abrupt of that damage. But so far it doesn't really matter too much. The Queen's already going to push it and then put a stop to that straight away, heading towards that clan castle, and just putting another Rage Spell down here and keeping on the town hall as well. We're going to see if that gets cleaned up as the Stone Slammer and the Love Hand and Loons just making their way from the western side. So the town has been taken down. It's going to be Another worry depleted from Fluxy's memory bank, and the Queen still have to deal with a lot of his hair bombs for the healers as well. But for the Loon so far, though, got memory. He hasn't got any haste spells or anything like that, but instead, though, he's still got a very good wrap around the North compartment.
That Archer Queen has got so much value in the center. Really nice job in keeping her alive. Also with the Barbarian King down to the Town Hall, arguably turning the defenses invisible to force him to it. Now he is running a little bit short on balloons to the Wizard Tower. Hopefully this big pack can move on over there. Will be nice to get that expo off the Archer Queen as well. 25 seconds. Only 10% of the base remains. And as the balloons move across, they need to get this Wizard Tower and shift across to that Archer Tower. There we have it. As we come through, he will be able to lock this one up, Lethal. A 4th 3-star for time to throw. We know they need to win all of their matches, but we also know that if they do win all of their matches, likely they could be tied up with other teams. So they are really putting on their best performance to make sure they have the star count to potentially see themselves go through.
Yeah, certainly, indeed. I kind of think they've actually got one of the highest star counts, I believe. Of course, don't quote me on that at all. It's just for what we've seen in terms of repetition from their previous wars. But this perfect war will definitely give it a little bit more leeway when it comes to it.
Totally. I mean, I think a bunch of the wars they've lost have actually been just high stars, missing out on either percentage or, you know, like you said, maybe the other teams had a higher star count, but I do think they've put up huge stars. The wars that they have won, they've been able to accelerate their star count. So I think they're right up there, definitely. But let's see how Reported Gaming can respond, because, well, they need to. They need to hope that they get the 3 stars in this attack. A 1-star from time to throw, which is not likely at the moment, but they've got to keep themselves in this, and they are also in that battle in terms of where it could come down to stars if they tie up with other teams. So even if you know the war is lost, you've still got to be trying to put up that star count. Give yourself that opportunity.
Yeah, the problem is for Reported, they're currently 4th going 6 and 5, and with MCES directly behind them with a match in hand. So definitely going to be thinking about that along the way. Definitely going to be reminded of that, especially after today. So every match for them is also going to be important. The Queen now just looking to try and stay alive here, just pushing in with the rage. It doesn't get a huge amount of value with the rage spell, but the main thing is at least it keeps her ability intact, would be greeted by that defensive king as well. It has to deal with a fair amount here on that south side, but she will be delayed for quite a while by any means. But you can see already 30% of this base has already been taken down. The Queen will enter that next portion shortly. Just have to deal with a little bit more here. The King's now going to be coming out as well to take a little bit of the defense and the structure in the south compartment as well.
Yeah, well, whilst you were taking over there, Lethal, I was just trying to find out whether I could see a total star count for the teams, and, well, I wasn't able to, so hopefully I will... I've got all of the individual star counts for the players, so maybe I'll try and put that together and give you a little bit of an update when I'm next on. But concentrating on this attack, we have only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And whilst Lalo does tend to be a fast attack, he's got the Town Hall to push through as well. Is he hitting that last is my question. No, he's actually flying directly into it. Fortunately, he knows he's not hitting a sweeper, but he will be using that rage spell to try and push the balloons past the Town Hall and outside of the Giga Poison.
Yeah, you can see the Queen as well just was heading towards that multi, but it's taken the AED in the Wizard Tower instead. But I don't think it really matters at this point. The RC is already just pushing to the center just to confirm that, just to make sure that is taken down before the Loons head that way and get in some deep, deep trouble later on in the RC. Now, continuing to just try and be a bit of a nuisance here in the center, pushing towards those sweepers. But by then, most of these Loons have already been taken down. But remember, though, the Queen and the RC still both have their ability intact, still looking to make a little bit more work in front into that compartment, especially with the scanner shot as well. But speaking of abilities, both have been popped here for the Queen and the RC as well. And you can see it already in terms of defense, it's literally just that cannon left. The problem is it's all about time. 12 seconds left as Reported looking to try and get this triple. They have to keep themselves in it at this point so far. 5 seconds left and literally going to be just down to one structure, but it looks like they should be perfectly fine. Couple seconds left remaining as Andy will get the triple, but any problem is for RPG, they're only 1 star in front.
Yep, 2 stars from time to throw would give them that victory. And you've got to give it to Andy there. He really held it together. And the timing of even just those couple of troops at the end was perfect to make sure it wasn't a time fail. And it's always a hard thing of, do you wait until the defenses go down to get your cleanup troops in? But is that then too late? You've arguably got to take some damage in order to make sure that you get the timings right. And I think he did it perfectly, hence the 3-star. But it's down to time to throw with their final attack. I think they're good here, Lethal, in terms of securing this win. The first out of 3 that they would need to give themselves a chance to qualify. And yeah, let's see if they can get the 3 stars to make sure they have the highest stars possible.
Yeah, I can see them just going for the perfect war at this point. I don't think they're even thinking about just trying to get a guaranteed 2-star. And I think if I believe this will be the first perfect war that Time to Throw have had, because they've had a lot of 14, 13 stars, haven't they, across the board? And on the odd occasion, they missed it just by 1 building, which has been a real shame for them. But we're going to see now, as already the Queen, time things off here on the north side, just now progressing into that north compartment. And now looking to try and take that multi, which would be huge for them, as well as taking down the AD anyway. But actually, just saying that though, they've actually coming in with Hog Rider. So of course the multi will definitely make a massive difference here as he's going to continue to progress further. But we'll have to see how he's going to test Mech's defense.
Yeah, I was just trying to go over the wars. They did get 14 stars versus MCES. They got a perfect versus Carnage. And they've had multiple 13 to 13 star wars. So they have indeed had 1 perfect. And even the wars they've lost look like they've been 13 stars for the most part. So their star count is definitely up there. And so far, this attack looking good. But with them rocket balloons coming out, you've always got to react fast with that rage. And the freeze doing a nice job in combination with the poison alongside that. Queen Charge looking good in towards that town hall. Actually has the Barbarian King diving into that area so the Queen can reach the multi and the enemy Queen. Pathing for the Hog Riders right now looks fantastic, Lethal, but he only has 1 heal spell. Interestingly, using the Rage alongside the Grand Warden ability to just flush out this initial area.
Yeah, it certainly has done. I hope these multis can get the huge amount of value they're after, as they're getting, actually, again, good placement of the healing spell there now, just pushing in with this Hog Riders as well. The Warden's still behind it on top of that and just trying to make this work. But I must say, this multi's getting huge value. But the good thing is, though, the Queen is pushing into the center, has helped taking down 1, but the other multi finally taken down. The RC has cleaned it up and still actually just managed, as I'll say, that used her ability there. And there isn't really that much left now, apart from the scanner shot. They can literally just go on cleanup duty already. But the problem is, though, now the Queen having to break through that wall as well. The RC is still alive, hasn't got any free spells though to delay it any further. But at this point, no, I'm probably just clutching at straws here. Elic just looking to try and continue getting his triple, continue to try and get this perfect war at the moment. And it'll be sad to see if that RC dies to that Tesla, which he has done. But the damage has already been done at this point. It just depends on if his units can get in range with everything else, which it has done. But he's going to be really pleased about this. And ATN, I must say, I hope they're keeping eyes on this squad and what they're up to today, because they have to put on a stellar performance if I'm going to take down Time to Throw. And it will be a perfect war, taking down Robotic Gaming. Fantastic start for them to kick off their week.
Exactly what Time to Throw needed. We have been talking about how they have to win the 3 wars, they have to put up the stars, and whilst I agreed with you, Lethal, they will have one of the highest star counts, I only just remembered Time to Throw was the team that had to forfeit that match, weren't they? Which means
I was just about to say that.
0 stars for that war. Yeah, when I was just recapping and going over to find out, because I was thinking, I'm sure they had a perfect war. As I went through, I seen and I realized. So they really have a lot to catch up on, but they need to get the victories first. That is 1 in the bag. They are coming up against Alternate later, but obviously we've got matches before then as well, or a match before that. So we will dive straight into that after the break.
Hello guys, I'm Hugo Stiglitz from Carnage Gaming.
Hey guys, I'm Janus from Reported Gaming.
Hello, my name is Nobama from Entropy Gaming, and this is the Silhouette Challenge.
I think pretty well.
I think I know them pretty well by now.
As I learned last time, not very well. So I really don't focus that much on their image, to be honest. Well, like maybe if it's the silhouette, might be easier, but not sure.
We'll see.
Basically, there are just two options for this one, like the Lava Hound or the Ice Hound.
The Lava Hound?
This is a Lava Hound.
I don't know if the Ice Hound is the same, but like this image, basically, it should be the Lava Hound, yeah.
The Headhunter?
Yeah, this definitely belongs to the Headhunter.
This is a Headhunter.
The Dragon Rider? I'm not sure.
I think that's an E-Drag.
Also for this one, I'm quite certain that is the Electro Dragon.
Oh, I don't use them enough.
That's a Barbarian King.
The Barbarian King?
I think this is the P.E.K.K.A skin of the Barbarian King.
P.E.K.K.A skin, it should be. That's a Golem.
This should be the Ice Golem.
The Ice Golem?
Yeah, basically no other option I can think of.
The Royal Champion?
This definitely is a Royal Champion skin.
The Royal Champion.
Banded Royal Champion or this Vogue? Not sure, but like one of these.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know it.
The Rogue, yeah, okay.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Clash of Clans. Joining me is Lady B in the hot seat now for our second matchup of the day between Bad Singer and MCS. Definitely another belter to help continue this nice day, especially for Time to Throw. They're going to be pretty pleased with themselves already. But another thing, head on, but we'll talk about that another time. But look at this matchup though. This should be very interesting in itself. Bad Singer currently in the top 4, if I remember from the top of my head. MCS do have a match in hand in 5th place. So for MCS, this is definitely, I say this all the time, it's a must-win, but for every single one of these teams, it pretty much is a must-win at the point, considering everyone's win-loss ratio is very, very similar.
It is. You know, MCS is sitting at number 5 with a 5-5 win loss rate. And then we, of course, have Badzinger, who had been number 1 for a while, knocked down by ATN, but still sitting in number 2 with a 6-4 win-loss rate. So this does give the opportunity now for MCS to try and sneak in that win and capitalize, getting up into that top 4 where they want to be for the playoffs today. And we notice that we have BN, who's going to be subbed in for Remio. And I don't know, when it's so close and there's so much on the line, having these subs seems so risky, but BN is a very great player, has played in the French community for quite some time. So we'll just have to see what he's going to be bringing to the table. But we do get to see a little bit of a breakdown. And my goodness, look at this hit rate, Lethal.
Yeah.
64% for MCES to Badzinger 60%. Please.
Mate, I'm surprised we haven't recognized this hit rate, unless Badzinger and MCS just went crazy last week, because actually they did, didn't they? Both these two teams actually got some ridiculous high star count. So then again, should we be surprised? I think it is still a bit of a surprise, because that's a massive jump from their original hit rate last week. Again, as well for BN, we know that he's going to be the sub coming in, as you rightly mentioned. Could throw a spanner in the works, considering they've not really witnessed him play it this season. So could be trouble for Badzinger. We never know.
It could be, but I think he was on the team last week, so, you know, he's got a few wins with MCS under his belt that has actually pulled them along here. But I think the biggest thing that MCS have to worry about is the defensive rate that comes in from Badzinger. I think we talk about it every week. They seem to be the top dog defensively, 60% defensive rate. Makes me a little bit worried for MCS for this match, but if they come with the same fire they did last week, didn't they have a perfect war at least in the mix? I think they could possibly get it done.
I think MCS did as well. I'm just trying to think if they did from the top of my head or not. I want to say they got one last week, and they also got one the previous week as well. They got one on the second week, playday 4, and I think they may have got one playday, I think it was like 6 or 7, I can't remember from the top of my head. But if you guys know, because our memory is absolutely awful, hashtag #ESLMobile, if you can remind us, that would be great. Or just let us know how this match is going to pan out, because this is a very important match for both. For Badzinger, it's kind of just a step closer to solidifying their spot, isn't it? They're currently 6-4 and second place at the moment, but for MCES, it's still trouble lingering around still, like a bad odor. They are currently 5-5, and every little helps at this stage.
Just like a bad odor.
It is.
But, you know, the standings are a really interesting spot, because you do have Badzinger in that number 2 spot, but they're tied up with Entropy Gaming, and with Repotted taking that loss now against Time to Throw, that does give the opening for MCES to try and slip right in there. But I think they just want to knock out Badzinger from the top ranks and work their way along with ATN. We kind of saw a similar push through for MCS last season, where they just had a big, like, 180 in their push and managed to win the entire thing. I don't think any of us is, well, maybe we did expect it coming, but it seemed like a long shot with how far down they had pushed themselves this season.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. And also for a lot of these teams, they know that every win matters, because even with GX Rest, we've seen how impeccable their defense has been. It's been rock solid. We know that it was tested by a certain team and actually got a perfect war, almost a perfect war against them last week, I believe. That was the only time where we saw GX Rest's defense even have a weakness, and no one was able to really exploit it. So definitely another team they need to really keep an eye on, if in case they could at least stop them from qualifying, which I'm sure they'll be keeping tabs on, as well as Arium now is going to be coming out here for MCS to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to kick things off here, starting with the Queen in that north compartment.
Yeah, so Queen making the path moving along, and I'm just taking a look at the composition that we have. Of course, the hybrid to the mix. Arium, actually switching gears, I always expect to see Kingsman coming in with this, but nice to see the whole MCS team coming through, and an 88% hit rate after last week that we know that this hybrid comes through with. So you expect that there's going to be quite a bit of success with it, or at least the confidence that there will be. And works his Queen through. We still have one additional wall break that we can even use to give the King more push to come in and try and narrow out some of the path for the hybrid, which will be very important. But first things first, we've got to take down those EZ troops and ensure that the town hall is just about to go down before sending anything else in.
Yeah, it's funny, during the first week, a lot of teams did struggle making this type of composition work, and now it seems to make it look easy. It makes you sick when you see something like that, but of course for these players, they're going to be super grateful knowing that the amount of trial and error they probably put into this composition is really working its dues, or just working itself wonders. Now Queen just push it in towards that north compartment. It's just a free spell to come down. The defensive RC will get taken down. That will be huge for the Queen here, but now we've got the Hog Riders as well just coming out towards that right-hand side. The Pega's also heading down south alongside with the King, and speaking of the King, just popped his ability there, looking to take down that scatter shot as well in that East compartment, but the multi will need to get taken down eventually. But the Queen looks like she'll be taken down there, but already done a fair amount of damage anyway.
Yeah, the Queen taken down because the healer swapped over to the hybrid. Now, I don't know that that was a necessary intention. It could be a good thing for a hybrid to have the healer swap, because it's just like having another heal investment, which is going to give them a little bit more life to the back end of the space. So typically we do want our Queen surviving because she helps with the time factor of this. We do have the final heal down, so the healers really need to keep everything going strong through the scatter shot compartment. But imagine the work the Queen could have done trying to distract and pick some of these off at the end. I think it's going to matter too much because the healers are giving full held to the miners to work through, and the Royal Champ has been able to actually come in clutch, burning through that ability. This looks like a done deal here for Arium, so this did work in his favor, Lethal.
Oh, this healer split has actually done him such a massive favour, it's unreal. It might have even actually helped him avoid a time fail. It would have been a good enough execution to be able to pursue that base, but the fact that the healer split actually kept both that P.E.K.K.A and the RC alive to continue on forward, it was nice little way to avoid that time fail and to get that triple here, and now a good stop for MCS. And let's be honest here, they need it.
Yeah, they definitely do. You know, they want to push their way a little bit further through. They're in that mid zone where we were seeing Carnage Gaming all of last week, but MCS fighting their way up from, I don't think, did they make it quite as low as number 8? I think they were sitting around 7. But still a huge, yeah, it's still a huge jump up for them to work their way up this far and give themselves the opportunity to try and take one over. So let's see what Juan can do, trying to bring in the not only the defense today for Badzinger, but they need to bring in those 3 stars going up against MCS, who we know can easily drop the perfect floor.
Yeah, good point actually. MCS were last going 1 and 3, and then they progressed a little bit further going 2 and 4, and of course now slowly but surely it's basically to replicate exactly what they did last season. They're in the same boat, and now they're gonna look to try and basically do it again here, just giving these other teams false hope to try and qualify for the finals. As now the Loons are already taking down the Town Hall there on that right hand side. If they did the 8D, that would definitely give them a little bit more in helping hand for these drags to push on forward. But you can see again the Dragon Runners on the other side just looking to pursue and just heading towards that multi, as well as heading towards that north compartment where the AD and Scanner Shot are already looking to get taken down. The RC has also come out as well from the 10 o'clock side, as well as having to be greeted by that Tesla farm as well. But look at that down the other side on the 3 o'clock position. That AD, because it wasn't taken down by a few of those Loons, pretty much did a huge amount of work doing so much damage to those drags, so just needs to rely on this last portion of this army to clean up.
There's so much time left over. Minute 36 on the clock right now as we speak, and we've got hero abilities, even a freeze to help give the Queen everything she needs. But, you know, we've got the King, we've got the Yak, everything working along to tank. So this is in a really good position for Juan. Everything navigated perfectly along, even some easy cleanup from that 1 outskirt dragon that took down a lot of the structures, though it wouldn't have been an issue of time. There was no concern on this one because we have a whole minute left over with a raid just being done. This is crazy. Juan definitely coming in where Badzinger need is getting those 3 stars moving along. The defense didn't come in for them today, so they've got to start hitting hard from the start with their attacks.
Yeah, even with that AD getting so much value on those 3 drags, it still he just made it look so easy. That was ridiculous. So Badzinger also coming in hot here, which is nice to see as well, starting off this war already with a very aggressive approach to now give a little bit of pressure onto MCS, and we're going to see exactly what they're going to be up to, because I was trying to take a look actually to see what they normally go with so far, and they have been relying a lot on the Queen Charge Hybrid. We've known I say, we've seen a lot of Blizzard Lalo, but for MCS, we've seen literally every Lalo in the book so far, haven't we, across the board, especially, I think they started bringing out a lot more in the second week, didn't they, back in Playdays 3 and 4, where we saw a lot more of the hybrids back in week 1, which didn't really work for MCS that well. And I think that was in Playdays 1, maybe 2 as well, but I think it was mainly in the first Playday, really. But it's nice to see them actually be able to make something work for them with this wide variety of different Lalo attacks and the hybrid now, as they made the hybrid work a lot better this time around compared to back in that first week here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and already kicking things off a little bit of chaos there in that north compartment.
Yeah, so we get the blimp in to take the pass, the Yetis to help lure the CC, clear out a portion of the compartment, giving the Queen much safer access. By taking down that single targeting Inferno, we limit a huge threat to her. But again, it's also about getting the CC in a good spot that the Queen can take out without taking on too much damage. Bar obviously the Archer Tower and the ground bow, but more than enough for her to handle with the healers under Rage to keep her alive in this one. So a little bit time consuming in these, but no more than we would expect it to be. The Queen carries on to take down that town hall. And now we need to start shaping up what we'll get for the hybrid, and using the King is a perfect opportunity to do this. But we do have this additional wall breaker, which I always like to see being used for the King because it can help just really narrow out what the hybrid needs. Though the Queen could benefit from it here as well.
Ooh, literally just in the nick of time, saving that Queen's ability there. The healers will push back a fair amount, but it looks like it's going to be okay for the time being, though. But just look on the other side, though, taking up multi in the center. Ashley's got to deal with both of them here, as one's already been taken down, looking to take down the other straight afterwards as well. The RC coming in, perfect timing as well to try and do that, though. The problem is, though, minute 15 left remaining. Queen and the RC still both have their ability here. And even then, though, I'm surprised the Queen has actually considered, but it looks like not anymore, though, because the healers had to deal with that tornado trap. So nice little way to really pop her ability a little bit sooner than she would like. But even then, though, at this stage, not really a lot more to deal with yet. Just apart from that scanner shot in the Wizard Town there, just above it, should be pretty much okay at time. And even still has a free spell, pretty much. Looking very, very solid here. Is Kingsman now just going to continue to try and clean up here. The Queen will have to try and break through all these walls, or maybe get into range to some of those structures. But yeah, great performance here from Kingsman.
Actually, I like her picking up the splash on the back end, just taking down that Wizard Tower as the miners sneak through into that scatter shot compartment. The Queen has handled everything that she needed to, and so has the King. Keeping this King alive, working along the outskirts, and keeping those miners pat together was a nice push in that one. Kingsman keeping that record for the hybrid going strong. MCS, in fact, keeping that record going strong for the hybrid with 2 back-to-back successful 3 stars.
Yeah, it's interesting because I kind of feel like even though they could be a little bit more unpredictable by going with some other variation of the attack, I'm sure a lot of them know that they go with the hybrid anyway, but the problem is they probably just can't figure out how to stop it yet. But when they do, though, that's when MCS will be, I wouldn't say in a huge amount of trouble, because like we said, we've seen so many different Lalo attacks from them. It's I'm sure they'll be perfectly fine anyway. So Kingsman, nothing short of spectacular. Did not expect him in the slightest to fail because he's so consistent across the board anyway. It's just a matter of now Badsinger can now continue on with their form here. As long as they do that, then they should be okay. And I spoke about it back in the introduction where 2 wins here, or 2 solid wins, should secure them a place in the finals. So this one will definitely do dividends, and then hopefully one more from then should be okay straight afterwards. So, but for MCS though, I wouldn't say they're knocking on death's door, but they're not near good enough qualifying yet anyway. They're kind of in that purgatory period in the standings is now wasted. We'll be coming out here for his second attack here. We're seeing a lot of Hog Riders in this war.
Yeah, we are, and I'm glad for it. This is the shift that I want to see. Hogs, Miners getting that update. We want to see teams using it more and more. Nice to see Badsinger also coming in with this. So with the Queen charge, we are working from the opposite side of the town hall. We still need to take that down, and I noticed the 10 sneaky goblins that he's brought to the table, but he will need to clear the path slightly with the Dark Elixir drill that's in the way, and make sure that he tests for any possible traps there, and hope that he gets a good test, because we have seen those sneaky goblins kind of veering off course. If you are a fraction of an inch off on your placement, you can really redirect those sneaky goblins and pick up some more traps, or even work them along into an additional storage or something else. That wouldn't be the case here. It's just more so for the traps.
The Queen looking very good so far. The King just entering that his compartment and taking on the AD. Well, also makes huge amount of difference here, of course, for this attack. I'm so used to them coming up with some kind of Lilo attack. It's literally just barcoded into my brain at the moment. But Queen's still now coming in from the north, still going to push in towards the center eventually. Just take out some strategies on the outside already. But already a lot of chaos being formed here in the center. You can see already it's going to push it on cross. And the defensive RC is already backed away. But the Queen could be in range of this here. So that will definitely do wasted a little bit of, not just momentum, but will definitely do him a little bit of a favor here as he pushes into the south side later on.
Yeah, in a tough situation because she's already burned through the ability, but she's gotten a huge chunk of this base taken down. You can see the path that we've really shaped up here. It's very nice, very narrowed out, so we get as much value out of the heal radius as we possibly can, but it really would have been nice to see that Queen survive. This is now relying on the Warden to keep the Hog safe, coming through the scatter shot and the defending Royal Champion, and getting that final heal down through the back end splash damage, with the Royal Champ able to hold on to her ability. He's actually worked this really nicely so far, and the Royal Champ should be more than enough to give it the final push it needs.
Yeah, no reason for it so far, as the RC still has an ability. We've seen this so many times over the course of the day. We know it's still early days as of yet, but still, though, look at Mount Value. Look how many Hogwarts it's still got left as well, and still intact with a lot of HP. It's going to be looking very good. This is going to be smooth sailing here for Wasted. The only thing I would say is that it was a little bit unfortunate with the Queen earlier on, of course, prioritising lava hand rather than that defensive RC. I thought it could be beneficial, but because she didn't target the RC first, of course, it was just a matter of time. And then the healers obviously made the switch over towards the RC. But that doesn't even matter, though, in the end. Wasted still clean effort from him, and great way to continue their triple trend on for Badsinger.
Yeah, it didn't matter so much for the Path of the Hogs because there was a lot of damage eliminated from the initial start in their pathing, and, you know, just a slightly delayed heal as they made their way through a fairly narrow section and holding on to the Warden ability. I think that was the most critical part of it, because it was the back end that he was most worried about. So the Queen did, I guess, you know, she did what she needed to do. The Royal Champ going down would have been phenomenal, but as we can see, definitely not needed.
Maybe I've just been greedy, I don't know. Maybe I have been, I don't know. It's just, I think we're so used to some of these players getting like ridiculous value with the Queen, so I wouldn't say so early on, but even at the halfway stage, just getting so much out of it. I think we're just not used to doing what she should be normally doing, really, like in terms of the amount of value she would tend to get in the past compared to what they get nowadays, especially over the last few play days. But speaking of the Queen, though, we'll be kicking things off with her on the 8 o'clock side, just doing a little bit of work here in that compartment, but also going to be pushing forward as well at some stage here. And we'll be coming up with the Dragon Riders here for Tryhard.
Yeah, so trying to re-navigate this Path of the Queen, get her back on course by dropping that invisibility spell. He wants kind of a nice big loop around before leading towards a town hall. A lot of times we actually see this log launcher just going for that nice long line drive across the base, and that's exactly what we kind of want out of this. The King's going to help force that and move it along, though I'm waiting to see, because he's being very patient before getting this log launcher in, and the Queen's already got her path to move through. Here we go. Does finally drop this in place. The Queen is veering inside, but that's going to just line her up exactly where she needs to be to get to the town hall. And I always say this is a pretty risky attack because we have seen it 1 star or really come close to 1 starring.
Yeah.
But with what the Queen has taken down and the focus the King is pulling, I think she's going to be in a mighty good spot as long as those healers stay out of range of the multi-targeting Inferno, which they're pretty far away from.
Yeah, I think it's really okay. I was just looking at the range myself just to see, but yeah, she'd be okay. The only problem is, though, now there is a loons coming out as well, supposed to be the Ice Golem. The Queen needs to try and get it as soon as possible, but of course with the spell down anyway, she'll be able to make her way towards it. Now coming the Rage spell as well. Just, you can see all the chaos for the North Line. The Dragon Run is now coming out just to meet and greet with that multi in that North Compound. You can see RC coming out as well. The Queen now looking just to continue what she does best here, just causing absolute havoc around that town hall. But use another free spell again in the suite in the center. The Rage becomes a good placement as well. A lot of those units were able to take that into full effect. Actually, most of them did actually, to those Dragon Riders now heading towards that multi. Definitely going to do absolute wonders here. Finally, the Queen's able to take down that Town Hall. Better late than never. Anyway, they're not going to take the AD and just going to see the Dragon Runners so far. I know the one in the front line is actually pretty weak so far, but in all fairness, so I think it's going to be okay. It's just going to come down to time here for Tryhard.
He's got so much power left over in this and was able to hold on to the Queen ability to the very end, which was really important. You know, like keeping those healers alive, ensuring that the Queen could have this opportunity to try and take care of the cleanup alongside of the Drag Riders. It's a bit unfortunate that we've lost out the Royal Champion on this mix because of her ability to jump over the walls and target those defenses. She could have tried to help take down the Teslas. As we can see, the Queen landlocked here. And this is really what is going to drive the time factor now and leave Tryhard, potentially in the dust with a high 90%. This is going to give Badzinger quite an opening now to try and turn this war around for themselves.
Oh, that was a little bit unfortunate there with that mortar storage in mind. Just going to be the last structures there just to get taken down. And I said it as well, you know, the attack was great, don't get me wrong, but I just wasn't too sure in terms of the timing of how it was going to work. We saw the Queen was quite delayed to a certain extent, but I don't think it was more about the Queen anyway. It was just how those Dragon Runners were pathed as well. If it was split towards the end, we could have seen something a little bit more different. But yeah, I think it's just asking for too much there. But yeah, you're right though. It is a high 2-star percent, isn't it? 97 is nothing to shove home about at all in the slightest, especially for Tryhard as well. But for Badzinger, it still means they need to really try and edge for that perfect wall, don't they? Because it's quite rare you normally see another team get a high 2-star, even going towards the later stages of his attacks anyway. Normally, just a triple just guarantee that number less. But yeah, it was very unfortunate though, because it was a clean attack anyway, wasn't it?
It was a beautiful charge with the Queen, but that's the unfortunate thing with certain Queen charges, particularly in the case of these Drag Riders, is they are time extensive, and that's what can cost you in the end. For the case of Tryhard, certainly that's indeed what it was. But, you know, we see the Drag Riders, the Queen Charge Drag Riders with that, I think it was around a 50% hit rate. And I really feel that this is part of the problem, is it's not necessarily because they're not strong enough these days. We can still see the power. It's just that we are seeing some of the time fails with these Queen charges within them.
Yeah, it's weird because we've seen some with a minute left remaining. Some have been a very close time fail. We remember time to throw. They had... two-star 99% just by one structure. It was just so unfortunate for the same particular reason as well. But it looks like for Tryhard though, sadly for him, great attack, but just a little bit unfortunate with the timing of it. But speaking of Devo though, he will be defending this time around against Avatar. See exactly what he's going to be. Oh, what a surprise, B! What a surprise! Hog Riders,
Hugs.
lovely, 26 of them.
So many hugs coming today in this matchup. I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, the Queen circumventing this Eagle here, just clearing out the path and being very patient before dropping these healers. I like the patience here because want to take down the AD, not want to run the risk of anything targeting those healers, and obviously get a Coco Loon down in a nice safe spot where you can try and pick up as many traps as possible or potential traps. I mean, we have seen the baiting from the start of the season, not so much now. It seems to have calmed down. But the fact that we see just a lot of patience coming into that, I think speaks loads that they are concerned about those healers.
Yeah, certainly are indeed. The King now has actually come out here to focus on the north side. We've got the Log Launcher coming out also. And the Queen here just making sure to do everything she can to get this value possible, whilst the Log Launcher is just pushing itself inwards here. But it looks like the Queen will be going in at the perfect timing as she enters that scanner shot compartment momentarily. Sadly, the King will be greeted by that Tesla farm as well. A little bit of a pain, but not a huge amount here. Is now the Queen now to have to deal with that lava hand at the same time. So there's going to be a lot of delays here for Avatar.
Yeah, and you know, it's working at a reasonable pace. Brings in those hogs that actually help the King out just a little bit, and a couple of loons here. Now that he knows he has the easy access to the town hall, he can continue the rest of the phase. I was wondering if we were going to bring in the Warden to part of this, kind of like what we've seen LP do with the full hero send and the hogs for some of the back end. He's going to have to get going soon with these hogs with less than a minute here now on the clock, and the Warden will be here to actually help keep the hogs through the splash damage. There's no heals for them, so it's relying on this rage to carry them along quickly into the core, and that Warden ability, of course, to keep them invincible.
Yeah, it's funny you say that as well, because normally with this many Hog Riders, you get at least like 2 healing spells to go with it, but the fact he's prioritising the raid, we can see if it's going to work in his favour. Queen, I was going to say, was the only one with her ability left, but has literally just used that, and with that Tornado Trap as well, just put him into the poison. The RC will not be able to get through that, will get taken down eventually, but it doesn't matter now. The damage has already been done. It's all going to be just about time, and with those 2 storages left remaining, it'll be pretty smooth sailing once again here for Banzinger. And, you know, I'm just going to go back to the votes quickly as well, as the chat actually voted MCES 56 and Banzinger 44. So very even pegging in terms of how we're going to try and predict this matchup. And there's not really much of a surprise here with Banzinger now 3 triples in a row, with MCS falling behind just a little bit, though, only by, what, 3% so far.
Yeah, just 3% keeping them away in this matchup. I mean, at this point, the way it's going, it seems like Banzinger just needs to carry through with a perfect war to ensure, because I don't know how many more opportunities MCES would give in slipping up.
Yeah, we know that for Banzinger, their defense isn't the worst, but it's not the best either, is it? Like, they've had a few weaknesses in the past, but I kind of feel like it's been rectified or it's been improved a lot more, or not at a dramatic pace, but just small amounts here and there, which has given some of these teams a little bit of trouble. We haven't seen drastic improvements like we saw from like GH Rest, where week 1 we saw elements of it, and now going to week 2 and 3 we're like, okay, this is looking much better. Why didn't we see this back in week 1? But it's not that kind of drastic improvement, but it's improvement enough to really cause a few upsets or a few errors there, like you can see from MCS. It was still a great attack, but just obviously just creating these time fails along the way. But you never know, MCS may even fail again going into this, maybe into ruin our predictions possibly. I don't know if you voted Banzinger or MCS. I can't actually remember from the top of my head, but I already know that my prediction was MCS, and I'm already in a little trouble going into this one. But so far, you know, we could say already 1-star ahead, 3%, can't really complain, but I think they know that they have to do a perfect war in order to really, really take them down.
Yeah, I actually went with MCS on the prediction here. I know Judo went with Banzinger, and this was one that I was very torn on, because I could see it going either way, with either of these teams picking up a perfect war and just holding a tiny bit of defense, which would be enough to get the win. But let's see if BN can bring it through again. BN subbing in for Remio, so we won't get to see those Bat Lalos that I love to see, but we will get to see some more Queen Charge Drag Rider. Now, time being a big issue on the last one. Let's see how they're going to play it. We don't have the log launcher, so early access for the Queen is already starting off on the right foot and getting her going through fast.
Yeah, the Queen was dealing a lot of that defensive DPS there, but still though, job has been done. The town hall has been cleaned up, which is exactly what they were asking for. BM will be coming with the Dragon Riders. And this is not looking good at all. Yeah, Queen's down, even though the town hall was taken down with it, and the healers are probably going to get taken down as well at this rate.
Ooh, the Headhunters absolutely obliterated the Queen. I blinked for a second, and I didn't see how fast they came out to take her down. Must not have used the ability in time to get her going. This is not going to be enough now for MCES. There is zero way to turn around this raid without the support of the Queen. Yes, the town hall is taken down, but the investment of the 5 healers is just absolutely wasted, and it doesn't provide enough cover to take down at least a quarter of the base, which you would typically hope for maybe a third or so.
And the healers didn't even get the chance to even transfer onto anything else straight afterwards. They're literally just sitting there just for like 10-15 seconds, just tanking just unnecessary damage, which is just really unfortunate, but at the same time should have maybe thought twice about making the should have continued on with plan A. At least that way the healers would have transferred and given them a little bit more hope. But of course, with the Queen then taken down so early, that was really unfortunate indeed though. But look at that though, 2-star 58% at the moment. It's now at this rate, of course, triple definitely out of the question, just a matter of getting the best percentage. But even then, though, can you even talking about percentage? Am I just clutching at straws here? Because even then, though, if it's going to be 2 stars behind leading to that final attack, surely this is going to be it for MCS already.
Yeah, I can't see any turnaround from this. Not the way Banzinger has been performing. It still would have been a stretch with the 3% away that they were from carrying over perfect in their raids, and with a low hit rate. I mean, yes, he's able to bring it up, all things considered, but in this mid 60 area is nowhere near enough to go up against Banzinger. And this is where we're actually getting to see that 60% defensive hit rate really coming into play for them.
Yeah, that's literally it. 65%. It's very unfortunate, but I can't really see a way out here for MCS going into that final attack either, even with that triple. Having a 2-star lead, and now with the percentage gap being even bigger. So what's it now? 25. So 38% gap between the two now. That's how big it is just because of that one attack alone. It was a real shame. Very unfortunate there for BM.
It really is. And I'm just taking a quick look at that playthrough again because I want to see what he actually missed out on. If he missed the queen ability, what really did that one in? Because it's so unfortunate to lose your queen that early in a raid, especially one that relies solely on the queen really doing the majority of the work and carrying along. But the tornado trap really did mess things up. She got hung up in the mix, dropped the invisibility spell down. We saw one left over, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't quick enough. And I think just the reflexes were slightly off. So MCS in a tough spot now to come back. They need some defenses to bring them through this one.
Yeah, I think it's just a trait of ours, really, isn't it? Because we're so used to what the Queen does in the Town Hall compartment, we kind of just let it crack on and expect it to get ready for the next portion of the attack coming from the 9 or 12 o'clock side. But of course, with that happening, I was kind of in a little bit of a state of shock, really. And then, even then, BN took so long, but the healers just stood there, just tanking all that damage. Okay, I'll probably, again, just kind of a little bit, but at least those healers could have switched to someone else and then maybe helped with the percentage, quite a fair amount actually, depending on how they approach with the remaining heroes there. So that really was unfortunate. But Ramirez, he's going to be the one here. He's going to be the second to last attacker here for Badzinger. Already doing a ton of damage already towards that 2 o'clock compartment there. It will bait out the rocket loons as well. So at least he knows what to expect here coming out as they actually get taken down as well. That is huge.
Yeah, beautiful opener on this one. And, you know, I mean, can we expect to see Ramirez fail? Absolutely not. He's one of the best Lalo attackers, I would personally say, in ESL Mobile right now. Always love to watch these, and a really great start to this Blizzard that we can already see shaping up what the hero dive needs. No healers to move this along. We're going to use the sheer force and power of the heroes on their own to start making this connection. But I noticed that Town Hall is right there. So are we going to actually Lalo straight into that with the heroes coming from the opposite side?
We'll have to see. We'll have to find out, as we know that Ramirez is just ridiculous as an attacker, and it's just, again, another person who's just a base builder's nightmare here. The Queen's still continuing on. Actually invaded the Expo as well, so they're helping the King out a little bit more as he goes into that next compartment so far. The Loons and the Laugh Out now all coming out towards that scanner shot side. Good flanking and good angles as well to deal with. The only problem is those two Inferno Towers and the Town Hall would be a little bit of a doozy here later on, but just look at the disposal. He's still got 2 haste spells actually, so he could be okay depending on what scenario he's going to put himself into here. But look how much is left over. Still got the free spell as well. Does have the invisibility spell for extra insurance if he needs it. Another haste spell comes down just to get away from the poison straight afterwards. This is looking very good indeed for Ramirez, and there's definitely no way of him being able to stop it. So look at the amount of units left here, B. This is definitely a way for Badzinger to say, look, we're going to take that 2-star lead. We're going to take that 38% advantage going to a final attack. And there is absolutely nothing you can do about it.
I mean, the fact that his queen is still alive,
Filthy.
beating through the center of the wall, and he's got just about every loon that he dropped from the start just speak loads. This is why he is one of my favorite Lalo attackers to watch. He is absolutely insane. And, you know, yes, you can Lalo through the Town Hall. It's not something that I like to do, or that I think is for the faint of heart, because you have to be really good with your spells. You have to be good with your timing of your warden ability, and to leave that to the very back end of the base also, you know, tends to have that risky element to it, because if you don't have your warden tome, you know, if you lose your loons out, you'd have nothing to actually support that one. But I don't think Ramirez has any fear in the world on losing out those loons the way that he went about it. But let's take a look, because we've got Synthé coming in, with some Zap Drag Rider. And, you know, I was hoping to see Synthé with maybe some Skelly Donut, Hog, Lalo. But let's see what he can do today with these Drag Riders.
Yes, indeed. And I just want to say one more thing about Ramirez as well. It's nice to see someone super fast, but also super methodical at the exact same time and getting all that value. That was just ridiculous. And I think a player like that, it really just shows how much they've been grinding, or maybe it just shows how much they know about that base layout in general. It really was just impressive. Just it makes it look so easy, and it just annoys me to the bone. But you know what? It's very impressive just overall just to watch. It is a real pleasure to watch overall. But Sinfei now looking at 6 Dragon Riders here, 6 Rocket Loons as well. Of course, he's going to be doing the old snipey here and there with maybe some of this defense and the ADs later on. We'll have to see. You know, we don't really see 6 Dragon Riders nowadays. Normally saw the 4 or 5 mark here, but of course, with this base layer, we're going to see how he's going to try and approach it here. The RC coming out very early on already, going straight for that AD on that eastern side and going to help out with this compartment as well. And also going to try and jump in to try and deal with that scanner shot also here. But Aquino has already popped her ability. I think she's just in the poison. Yes, she is. So, of course, not going to get any more value after that. But still, let's see what Sinfei can do with the rest of his attack.
Yeah, so, you know, because we're not bringing in the healers to the mix, it gives more opportunity just to bring in a couple more drag riders. So if we do our hero dives, but we're not bringing as many as we would see typically because we've got the rocket loons invested. And that's where I want to see him coming into play with these, maybe for some of the outlying defenses. We know they can get you out of sticky situations, but oh my goodness, I love this. I love the fact that we're seeing more and more blimps coming into that damage zone where we don't necessarily connect it with either Zapquakes or the heroes taking it on. We get that full value of sending the blimps in and allowing just a natural path around it for the drag riders then. What we do have to be worried about is the single on the back end, that we need to continue this moving through with a freeze and the rocket loons. He should have enough to try and bring this along, except I'm just noticing the defending Royal Champ still standing here.
Yeah, it's a good question. 50 seconds left though. He's still got, you know, those Dragon Runners still got a fair amount of HP, just dealing with this Inferno Town just in that north side. But of course, with these Rocket Loons now taken down, that Inferno Town actually did a lot of damage. It's going to take out the other Dragon Rider as well. So 35 seconds left here. I'm just trying to see if there's any defense lurking around. I think it's just the Expo, isn't it? Literally on the north side, and that's going to be about it. But even then, though, would he even have enough minions to take up those other couple of storages? It looks like it is going to be a 2-star, but it's going to be a high one at bat. And yeah, it's got absolutely no chance, especially with the RC dancing around in the center, just daring for someone to go towards that clan castle. But for MCS, though, it means they will drop another star, which Banzinger only need just, you know, a decent percentage 1 star just to really secure the victory here. But of course, every star is going to matter, especially leading up to that final play day. 2-star, 96% here, which means I think they're about, what, 42% behind now. So as long as they get at least a 59% 1-star, they're fine. They're happy.
Yeah, they're going to be in a pretty solid position here. They just need to play it safe at this point. So it's, you know, I gotta say, it's very surprising to see MCS being held back so far by any team. You know, if it was going to be any, I guess it should be Banzinger, because we have seen week after week how consistently they've been holding strong defensively. And this is proving why they were #1 for so long and why they're looking to make their rise back up to those ranks. They're looking to try and get back over top of ATN, which if they continue playing like this, they could take that #1 spot. Now, of course, they only need to be #4, you know, in the top 4 to get through. But, you know, seeding, that really does help if you can be a #1. And I think it's a good confidence booster for any team.
Yeah, it really is. You know, in terms of your mental state going into the finals, it really, really is. It's a shame I would have said the same for Time to Throw, because they came in with the #1 seed, but I still think that one forfeit back in week 2 is just unfortunate, was it really? And it could really change the way they go into the final play day here. But looking to go in to taking that Town Hall early, he's already done just that, using just those Sticky Goblins and that 1 invisibility spell. Nice way to start things off already. As Demon now looking to go for this Perfect War. And I was trying to remember if Banting have had a Perfect War in the past. I want to say no, but I could be wrong here. The Stone Man already coming out here, heading towards the AD and the multi. Drags Loons all coming out to play it around the 2 o'clock side here, B.
Yeah, Stone Slammer in a nice position, just carrying along to force those the dragons together in a nice succinct line, and also providing a little extra tank for the king and the queen. working along into that eagle compartment. This is a beautiful path for the heroes because it's nice, wide open, and picks up some big value that also shapes up what the dragons need to stay working together in this nice, clean line.
Yes, indeed. It's a Dragon still continuing on to push in towards the centre. I'm saying that though, but they've been swept all the way down to the south side, as that poor drag alone will get taken out eventually, as they was focusing on the clan castle. But looking at it so far though, the Arsenal Queens still have the ability and also have a little bit of time left to work with. So at least they have a little bit of hope. But those two Rocket Loons definitely not going to do any favours at all. So Rocket Loon's still just doing a little bit of damage onto the Queen, but it looks like the Queen, sorry, the RC will be able to stay alive here, but not for long though, as it has been taken down here. So we can see you've got a couple of drags left. You've still got the RC, sorry, not the RC, the Warden coming out as well. But the problem is, so the Queen here pushing around the other side still has a lot of HP, but with 55 seconds left, and even with the amount of defense left, I'm not really sure here.
No, not with that single targeting Inferno that went down. That's going to be the biggest problem for the Queen here, along with the Expo that just will continue picking her off. Even with that ability, there is not enough power to get this done. I had hoped that the Royal Champion would be enough for Dima to carry this along, but a lot of nasty damage coming at her in that 9 o'clock compartment. And as you can see, this is going to be the defense for MCES, but nowhere near what they needed. This is going to put Badzinger with just the win over top and 14 stars on the board. They claim that 2-star lead. Not the perfect war, but at the end of the day, that win that you get is the most important thing, especially as we are in the final week of Challenge Round.
How dare you, Dima. You cost them a perfect war, but it's fine though. Like B said, W's a W. Gonna do even more work now for MCS, because it means they're gonna go 5-6. Is then they have a 14-star victory to the 12 of MCS, and that's a huge percentage there. 6.8% overall. Sadly, that one attack from BN did cost them, but at the same time, no, did it really here, because it was the multiple 2 stars. It did come to stars overall in the end, so it wasn't really just that attack, it was some others as well. But good key points you made though. You know, you said that Bansinger have had some good defense in terms of the progression over the last few playdays, and I think we've definitely seen a lot of that, especially towards that last war.
Yeah, I think this was the war that they needed to just warn every team coming at them to watch out. They're here not only to play, but they're here to defend, and that's the biggest thing that they need right now. So there's going to be more opportunity for these teams to try and defend and pick up those wars, but you know, we've got to wait and see what we've got in store. Though I am looking forward to see what Time to Throw has against ATN, and that is coming up in the next match right after this break, so stay tuned.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to ESL Mobile Challenge. We are in the final week of the challenge mode, and man, is it heating up. Judo, you gotta have some insider information seeing what happened in that matchup.
Well, I am happy for once that my predictions are doing well. But will the next one continue? Because Time to Throw put up a perfect war in their opening matchup, and they did beat ATN earlier in the season. 13-12 it was, actually. So let's find out if they can repeat that. We know that they need to in order to keep themselves in the competition. Alternate Attacks, on the other hand, know that probably one, maybe two more victories will give them the absolute right to move through. Mathematically, they will be in the finals. So this is a big match for them as well.
It really is, and I'm not as confident on my predictions now, the way that it's gone, because I'm 0 for knowing that you're 2 for 2. At least you picked ATN, so maybe that puts me in a more comfortable spot. So looking at this hit rate, we do get to see that 60%. They are edging out ATN on their overall hit rate. Average damage is same, but defensively, ATN is actually held stronger. Not high, 49%, not the highest you want to be, but not in a bad position.
Yeah, I think the stats are very comparable between these two teams, and that's where Time to Throw, I'm amazed that they are as far down the table as they are, because their stats are very impressive. They've just fell the wrong side of the coin, a little bit misfortune in some of the matches, but really to see the performances we've had from Alternate Attacks in the recent couple of play days. I know initially they had a couple of losses. It was touch and go for them, if you will, moving into the challenge, but they really seem to warm up quite nicely, and they've been tearing it apart the last couple of play days. I don't know if I could have picked against them, no matter who they were going up against.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part, is trying to go against ATN once you see them on fire, because it seems like they're not going to lose that steam going in. And yeah, they did have a couple of matches where we saw one entire day that was losses for them, but they turned right back around. And I think wanting to stay on this top 5, knowing how competitive it is going to be just below them, that's going to give them more motivation. But this is also a big deal for Time to Throw, because they started off at the top, especially over ATN. They took that top seed in the play-ins over ATN, and I think they really have their numbers. So who knows, after this perfect war, they also have this fire to burn through strong.
Yeah, I mean, just reiterating what you said, they topped ATN in the play day, in the leaderboard, like you said, in the ladder. They topped them earlier on in the challenge. They've come out of a perfect war. I know I was talking to Lethal in previous play days due to his esports experience. What would you prefer, come into a match fresh or come in after a victory? And he said making sure you are coming in after the victory would always be better. So they're definitely in a good spot right now. Although Alternate only need probably that one victory to secure it, they also arguably will be really going for the number 1 spot, because whilst we always talk about the top 4 teams going to the final, given how tough it is, making sure you are number 1 so that when you move to the final, you face the number 4 seed, I think that is going to be a huge advantage. But right now we have Alternate's top player from the challenge, Mask, who is currently 8 for 3 with his attacks, and it's the Queen Charge Lava Loon.
It's been such a nice addition. I think he had really big shoes to fill, taking on Linnade's spot after his retirement, but he's really eased into it very nicely. And I think he's a similar kind of player, especially with the Queen Charges. We see the beautiful execution, and that has helped really carry him through. And starting off with the Queen Charge to lead into this Lalo, but I noticed we have the Lob Launcher to start setting the path for the Queen deeper through towards the Town Hall. So a nice long drive and a big push coming in with this.
Yeah, you can see already opening up, so he's got easy access onto the Eagle Artillery up where the Queen started. Nice Coco Loons setting off a couple of the black air bombs, but obviously we will be seeing that log launcher, I would assume, to support the queen here in order to move on through. And then, as long as she's taken out that left-hand side, you can see the pathing shape up nicely for the lava loon across to the right-hand side. Does he dive the king into the eagle, or does he maybe cut in towards the opposite side? I'm thinking maybe the king to the eagle and the royal champion to the scatter.
Yeah, that's what I would suspect
Maybe
to
the other
see.
way.
But, you know, we also have that multi that we want to be worried about as well, with a lot of potential of traps in the core of the base. So the royal champ here coming in with the king actually tanking for the scatter shot and giving the royal champ ample opportunity not only to pick off this eagle, but get that path leading towards the town hall. And even this drag rider, did it come out? Did it actually come out of the log launcher and work its way across? I'm looking through on the scroll bar to see, and that worked out perfectly. Royal champ so much so that she's able to cut across the loot path now.
That was next level, wasn't it? To just have that Dragon Rider, just in case the Royal Champion decided to go awry around the outside of the base. Now, with the Warden ability through the multi-target Inferno, that's all of the splash damage. There is nothing left to do major hits to the balloons. 30 seconds, but with everything across the left-hand side, should be able to just condense fire onto this area, take it down, and the opening 3-star from ATN really does now put the pressure on time to throw, because we know again that this is a must-win match for them.
It certainly is, and I'd be a bit worried seeing ATN coming out of the gates with this kind of performance. That was absolutely stunning with the drag rider, like so much so I was not expecting the timing to come out that way, but it worked out perfectly. And this is ATN in full form, flexing from the start.
It's those little things that make them the world champions and put them at the top of the leaderboard, isn't it? Just thinking outside of the box, but not even that. Like you said, the timing of it to be able to make sure the Dragon Rider goes across to that multi, very key, alongside obviously sending in the heroes, which was a nice touch as well. But time to throw, fresh out of a perfect war. They looked strong in that first matchup as well. We certainly can't write them off yet.
No, definitely not. The perfect war that they've had. They've got such a nice lineup and roster, and I do expect to see quite a big fight being put up in this one. You know, even maybe trying to push it to perfection. That in order to win this match, you have to go perfect and maybe even worry about time. These are two teams that I think we could see doing that, but let's see how ATN holds defensively and equally what LP has in store. We've been seeing him switch up things a little bit. We saw a lot of the Queen Charge Hogs, with Hogs being more of the focus of cleanup in the mix-up, but he seems to have stopped that and going more towards these Lalos now.
Yeah, as impressive as those attacks were, I think a bunch of LP's fails. He is currently 7-4-4 on his hit rate. I think a bunch of the fails were time that got the better of him because of the extensive queen charges. I don't think we've seen him do a Sui Lalo yet, but I could be wrong on that. However, he always comes into bases with just a totally different approach. Queen nicely getting that town hall, perfect value in fact. I love the Yeti blimp up towards the top, just separating where the heroes are moving in from to make sure they get maximum value. But he does have a dangerous area in the middle with the 2 scatter shots. That's why he has all of the spells. Particularly, I'm looking at that healing spell as well.
Yeah, that heal's going to help cut through the core. And, you know, you mentioned the heroes and their value. Did you notice the sneaky goblins that he used for the storage? That gave the king just a little extra life to power along in this, not having to worry on beating through the storage to get here, which in essence gives a royal champ even more to cut across and pick up this multi-targeting Inferno. This is what you would expect coming in from LP, and he's got a full push and navigation through the core where we can see this heal come into play.
I really like that invisibility he used to turn the Lava Hound invisible, so the RC did get that multi. Oh, the balloons did take a big shot from the scatter shot, making sure that he lost a big group of them, but he still got a lot due to it being the Sui Lalo attack, obviously getting few more extra balloons than what you would in a Queen charge, Lalo. And given the value he's got, he might still be able to push through here because he's still got balloons in the back pocket, multiple spells. He can just freeze the rest of them out at this stage. What a glorious start for Time to Throw as well. And this is the action we expect from the Mobile Open. Top level Clash of Clans. Really nice to save a couple of balloons for cleanup as well. Beautiful job to LP. It is the responding 3-star.
It is indeed, and beautiful way to handle the Queen. You know, the timing of the Warden ability, really getting those loons safely and securely through so that the Queen wasn't a threat against them, and enough of them. He kept all of those loons alive, so she didn't have the opportunity to pick them off, giving that Electro Owl more than ample opportunity to seal the deal and finish the job. This is definitely the heated up match that we want to see coming in from the gates, and you know, I thought that's what we were going to see with MCS and Badzinger, but Badzinger was able to bring in some pretty hefty defense for these two teams. I'm curious to see if they're going to have the right opportunity to try and defend against each other, because knowing that both sides are very versatile, I think is what poses the biggest problem in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes that's what actually, you know, falters them, if you will, where they do try really out of the box things. Like we said with LP, often time failing earlier on. It wasn't that the execution was bad, it was almost that he was too good for the attack, if that makes sense. But we did have a couple of defenses in the matchup that they played earlier on in the challenge. Like I said, 13-12, so still plenty of time ahead. Vale using those lightning spells early. Remember, we did see attacks from Vale where that actually faltered him, trying to blend them in with the attack. So far, so good in terms of the heroes getting that eagle, setting up the pathing for the dragons to move in, which obviously the lightning spells have helped to do as well.
Oh, they certainly have. Look at this beautiful path spread out, nice and even across, even keel, which allows them to disperse the damage while they equally take it on, particularly against any splash that's incoming. But with a blimp, we need to see it taking a big cut across to the town hall and just forcing the path of those dragons away from the poison bomb and straight through the center of the base, so the heroes can be there towards the end to meet up with what remains on those dragons.
And that is exactly what they do, apart from the one that decides to move in right as I say that. But what I really like is this one Dragon Rider down to the bottom. Vale recognizes there's not a lot of splash down or major defenses down the bottom. A Seeking Air Mine went off, but it fortunately hit the balloon, helping the Dragon Rider through. And with the Queen ability, Royal Champion ability left in tow, it is another 3-star, this time on the side of alternate attacks, making sure that Time to Throw need to continue like they did in their first war, putting up non-stop 3-stars if they want this victory.
It's that stare down. No one backing off in this matchup. I think we're going to see this through and through. A beautiful approach here for Vala. And again, we talk about this pro level play, and a lot of it that we don't really point out as much is how important the timing is to secure the success of these wars. You know, like getting that blimp time just right to in order most of your drags to not path through that poison bomb is a huge factor. And I guess playing time and time again, considering they're playing multiple times in a week, you know, multiple matches in ESL and then other leagues at the same time.
Yeah, and I think you raise a great point there, because often we see 3 heroes coming in at different areas, and you don't always appreciate the timing that goes into that. Or for example, a P.E.K.K.A smash where you dive the king into a certain area to path the heroes. Getting that timing is critical, not just to take out the area, but to make sure that they're not taking unnecessary damage. They're sharing the defense's DPS, if you will. And that is part of the skill, which, you're right, we don't often highlight. But check this out, Lady B. We have Super Bowlers. I can't remember the last time we seen one, actually. It's been rare, let's put it that way. The Yeti Blimp, though, I think he wanted that on top of the scatter shot.
Yeah, he certainly wanted that over there, but still able to get the same value. Well, I should say almost the same value intended, because we could have gotten a few more defenses a little bit deeper in depending. But still gets the scatter shot down, which is huge. And I noticed that the Royal Champ standing on very low health. Not ideal. Would have been great to see her go down as well. But She should be an easy pickoff with the main pack of troops coming in. And I am very excited to see the Super Bowlers in the mix and surprised considering how powerful these guys are used the right way that we're not seeing even more of them.
This is the problem. Oh, I thought that one Super Bowler at the top might have gone. Oh, he does. No. Right as I say that, it moves up towards the top. Losing one of them could be a big deal, actually, when you only have 4 in the army composition. That's 25% of your army that has gone awry. But with the Queen in there as well, it's hopefully not too bad, to be honest with you. Super Bowlers, though, struggling, and they are down, actually, because all of the healers were stuck on the Queen and the Grand Warden.
Yeah, not getting that healer transfer over to them really hurts this one, but the Queen is alive with her ability intact, trying to work her way through, and this one Super Bowler that veered off course does hang on to those healers, just clearing out the path for the Queen. Healers swapping back over to the Queen, and Alec looks like he could be in a position to keep this one strong and maybe even clutch in that 3-star with the support of the heroes from the backside and the Queen alive and well. He's got the opportunity to get this one done, Judo, but it's not going to be easy.
It's close, isn't it? It's so close with that Queen inside the poison. No ability, no spells. Tornado Trap catches her. She will go down. Look at the Mighty Yak and the King, or the Royal Champion, sorry. The placement of that Wizard was perfect in order to make sure that he could help support damage in towards that final Tesla. And wow, talk about cutting it fine, but he does just get through this. It is the 3-star, and ATN maybe sensing a Queen charge towards that left-hand side with all of the red air bombs to that area. Not where time to throw entered from. Stars again, exactly what we expect.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this really shows the power of those Super Bowlers, considering how he was able to keep this going on so strong. And obviously the Queen being a huge part of that. But that one Super Bowler that did veer off course gave her more than enough opportunity to clear the path to the Town Hall.
Yeah, I guess it was the wise one after all, because like you said, just taking out a couple of those buildings really helped in terms of where she was standing and her pathing. That was a little bit closer than the attack from ATN, though. Let's hope it doesn't get into the mind of time to throw too much, but you know, that is 7 for 7 right now today. So they probably, I would argue, have more confidence than ATN at this stage. But we've got Yo-Yo using the Ice Hounds as part of his Lava Loon, and I always like to see these Ice Hounds. I know you appreciate this as well. Let's see what he has in store for us.
I really do. You know, these can offer a lot of power to your Lalo with proper timing. You know, that freeze radius can really hold off some key parts, air defenses, queens, multis, and serve your loons with a much easier path coming through. But what I actually really like about this is a split up approach, sending in the Royal Champ from the outskirts, which is actually navigating that Queen in a nice deep hero dive right there into the core of the base to take on the multi.
Yeah, I really like that he used the Wall Wrecker as well, rather than the Log Launcher, not wanting to activate the Town Hall, but still giving him perfect pathing into the middle of the base, and obviously the Yeti inside helping to take down that multi. You would think this was a Queen charge, given how much has been taken out. The fact that he's only had a Sui hero approach, and he's taken out that much of the base, this is incredible. And the Ice Hounds, well, he should have one pop right over the top of that Town Hall, I would think.
That would be perfect timing for him, but a little bit of pushback from the Tornado Trap sweeps the Hound out of the way, sweeps the Loons through. That Hound even going to take the lead again? Yes, it is, right there over the Town Hall, and still has enough approach. I mean, if anything, maybe that stalled it enough to give him what he needs on the timing, but a freeze to hold it off just in case.
Yep, perfectly done, because let's face it, he has more than enough. The Warden ability has gone off. He has the heal, 2 haste, and 2 freeze spells. This looks very good to condense over that back area. The heal to actually help the balloons over the top of the poison from the Town Hall. I like that. Adapting there because he knows moving to the final splash, he's good. He's got more than enough spells. A couple of red air bombs popping off, but it's not going to be enough to take down 200 balloons. Let's face it, Yo-Yo has more than enough left over. 3 stars yet again. And that's what we've grown to expect from both of these two teams. 3-star after 3-star.
Yep. No one wants to give up this war. Too much on the line here to try and stay in your spot, to stay in that top 4, and for time to throw to get back in it. They need to work their way up. They need this win, but ATN is absolutely not giving any reprieve to them. This is going to be just a war of the wills. And when you considering what you're seeing from some of these Lalo pushes and these plans coming in, oh my goodness, this could be a very tight matchup.
Started getting a little bit close on time towards the end there. Would have liked to maybe seen 1 or 2 balloons just saved for cleanup, given that he had so many left. But it's always difficult to know how many to send in. I know that the players are top level, but he saw the Tesla farm over by the town hall, and that's a really tough area to know how much you need to commit to take it down. And I guess you'd always rather make sure you've sent enough to get the defenses than not, because if you don't, it's so difficult to then correct. You probably can't do it, essentially.
Yeah, but he did hold on enough, just enough loons for that back end of the base, which, you mentioned the splash damage. He had beautiful pathing, almost like he had a backup plan for any which direction, where he would have to wind up with those loons and all that straight line incoming splash damage between the wizard towers and the scatter shots, but held on to those 2 for the back end just for that slight distraction there as well. So not expending everything. And I think that speaks a lot about the comfort of these players that are doing Lalo consistently, that they know that they still need to hold on to that and will be okay.
Yeah, not like me, who just deploys everything and then you realize, oh, I actually sent them all in already. Never mind, I should have stuck to the original plan, but that's where the skill comes in, isn't it? And being able to be patient and actually hold on to things until the end of the attack. And I know we say it all of the time, but the spells is always what impresses me. He had so much left over with literally 2 splash damages left. So being able to hold on to them for the perfect time is something that always, gets my appreciation.
And didn't waste them. He didn't try and swag them, knew that he just needed to carry that attack forward because, you could, considering how many loons he had left over, he probably could have swagged at least one of those haste spells and would have been fine, though, time was edging a little bit more. But I like that they're not playing so risky and, they're making sure that they get the job done today. And at the end of the day, when you have your spot riding on it, you have to make sure that you're putting in everything and not just going for that, that cheeky little swag at the end.
I think that's one thing we've came to know about Alternate is that they never do that, or it seems like they never do that. They always seem to use as many spells as they can in the exact situation for what they need.
Yeah, and that is why when we see them on this forum, they are some of the top teams and players in the world because they keep that in mind. Now, we do have ND coming in and still has the pressures are mounting with every attack, knowing that no one is backing down. As soon as you go, you just know you're the next one up to potentially make the big slip and fail. So I can't imagine what it feels like in this position. But he is going in with a fairly reliable attack strategy that I think we see pretty good success out of. I think it was in the 60% hit range from last week, the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. And just navigating the path through, clearing out the opening towards a town hall, and we will have the blimp to sail across, but the Squid needs to start working through, and we need to get that healer transfer over.
Absolutely, and given the amount of times this strategy was used, I think it had a very good hit rate. As you rightly said, the battle blimp moving across towards that town hall, nicely able to get that down, but you see all of the balloons that were supposed to support in front of the healers do migrate that way, pull all of the air traps, and actually very nicely help to get these single target infernos. So nicely done there, has the multi in the center down, and looking to be able to just walk around the entire base here, but doesn't really have easy access in towards that scattershot compartment.
Now I'm looking to see if there's anything to connect with that initial jump coming in from the start. This is going to rely on the sheer force and power of the P.E.K.K.A.s to beat through the wall, and the queen's already burned through her ability. We do have the king's ability intact, which could help out with this one, considering the yak is also taking the lead. But he's going to have to play his cards right here with the timing and use of the final spells. Freeze coming down, holding off that scatter shot, holding off the Tesla here, which gives ample opportunity now for the heroes to just completely gut out this compartment, especially through the king's ability.
I guess that's the benefit of using the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. They shred through the walls so quick, don't they? Especially in combination with the king. And what more is there to say? 3 stars again. Who is going to be first to crack? Nobody at this stage, faltering to the pressure. And we've already achieved more 3 stars in this war between Alternate and Time to Throw than we did the first time that they faced each other.
Yeah, this is a battle of the wills. I think that's all we can call it, a game of chicken. And I would not want to be in the position of any of the players now, just going one after another. This one small slip up is going to cost the war for either one of these teams. And the question is, at what point, and is there going to be any possibility to recover it?
That is the big question, because as the war gets further on, it is harder and harder to come back if there is a slip up. Now we do have Boom with the Zap Lalo using the lightning spells right in the center. Let's keep our eyes. There doesn't really seem like there's much room for Tesla in that area, to be honest with you, so should be relatively okay. And actually we see one by the town hall, so presumably that is where a lot of the others are. And looks like he should be relatively safe here with the king and RC diving in. Should be able to get that scatter shot. Queen should nicely be able to tuck into the town hall area. Should be a good start for him.
Yeah, looking solid so far. Royal Champ getting some nice value out of this. Scatter shot does go down. The yak really helping her to ensure that as well, and providing perfect tank opportunity as Lassie carries on. But the queen having to force through the ability. Tornado Trap is not going to be enough, actually just out of range to take down the town hall without having to worry about the lava hound. And we can even pull this into a nice little dark corner with the archers, though, in a perfect position right there out of range.
Yeah, nicely uses the poison spell to get rid of the headhunters there that ran across towards the stone slammer. Should be able to easily take out that area. Obviously gives the Grand Warden a lot better range as well in terms of not having those headhunters. You've seen a couple of red air bombs get popped. In fact, a lot of them now in the center of the base due to the balloons from that stone slammer. So very nice. Boom knowing that his balloons should be relatively safe moving around, given that he still has the Warden ability and spells for the back end. This looks very good indeed. Holding on to that Warden ability as long as possible. Finally pops it so that as they move to that multi, they are safe.
And the Ice Hound just absolutely holding off the multi in that time really well. I look at something like this, knowing Boom, you can see his comfort in his Lalo. Very little to worry about. Other than time, we've got 57 seconds left, a little bit of a long line drive for these loons to have to cut across the base, but they're going to line up in the core. So as long as we've picked up all those traps, they can really clean this out. And now we just hope that the minions can get the rest of the job done. I like that he's using these archers into play now where needed, just keeping that the lava hound out of the mix of the minions.
Just so it is not distracted, and there we have it. The 3 stars for Boom. Make sure that Time to Throw need to get their 3 stars. And if I'm not mistaken, they have 2 of their attackers that are either side of the spectrum. They have Demo, who is their lowest hit rate attacker at this point, 4 3 stars, 7 2 stars. He did get the 3 stars earlier on today, but then they have Fluxy as well, who is 9 3 stars out of 11. So this is a little bit scary for them, given that they are attacking after alternate attacks. They already have that first 3 star on the board in terms of these final 2 attacks.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that in the past, is the advantage that you have as the first hitter coming into the mix, because you set the tone of the war. And if you continue taking that lead, you're really not giving the opposing team enough to really try and hang on to. And they know, and I think that can really mess with the other team's head. But let's see how Demo handles this kind of pressure as he comes through with, ooh, I haven't seen this in quite some time. The Inferno Drag Rider. I think we saw a few last week, but not many.
We did see one from Demo, actually, in the War That Me and Lethal cast earlier on today, where they got the perfect war. So going to the strategy that worked for him in that one. Lovely timing on that freeze spell to make sure that the sweeper does not pose a threat towards the Battle Blimp. And with the Town Hall down, that is very helpful, but he's got 2 Dragon Riders that peel off in towards that poison. Oh, I think he's actually got 4 inside there now, and the sweeper continues to push them back. So that is a huge investment, and it's going to go down to the poison of the Town Hall. Oh, that's going to be tough for him to come back from.
Yeah, this is thinned out a lot in the center of the base with just a few Inferno Drags. We do have 1 Drag Rider working towards the outskirts where the Queen is meeting up, and the Yak has actually opened up that wall to her. She's got her ability, but she needs to get out of harm's way of the defenses, and it looks like she just wants a path there right in harm's way, right to the scatter shot to take that down.
He's got the Queen ability, although that will be going off due to the scatter shot. He's got 2 freeze spells, but he's going to have to use that by the Archer Queen and the Expo because the Royal Champion ability is going to go off. There is the freeze. Actually gets the scatter shot as well. So beautiful placement from Demo. He can do exactly the same again. Misses the scatter this time, so takes a little bit of unnecessary damage. But with those defenses on the back end of the base, it looks like it's just going to be too much for him. The Tesla placement of alternate attacks proving the difference maker here, actually, because that is what pulled the Dragon Riders across. Now, the Grand Warden could actually... Oh, he turns to the left. Maybe he should have gone to the Archer Tower. I was just about to say the Grand Warden could have enough power to finish off, but with only 1 Archer left, it is not going to have the time. So it's the defense for alternate attacks, meaning the war is in their hands. And if they 3-star, they get the victory and arguably qualify into the finals.
Yeah, this is putting ATN in a very good position. Though, if ATN were to fail, we're going to have to see them come in with likely a 93%. Let's see what this Archer can do. We've got full focus on her to take down the pet house. And he needs that 92%. He wants to try and make it harder for ATN to have to come back around from. And when you can hit this high, it really can come into your favor. You just don't want to slip up on a team that seems that they are on a roll, and that's what ATN has been doing.
Absolutely. 92% means if a slip up happens, then they could still take it time to throw. Now, I believe it is Ast that is left up to go, if I'm not mistaken. He has an average destruction across the challenge of 95.45%. Statistics for you. However, that includes all of the 3-stars, pulling the average up. I don't have all of the 2-star averages for you, but that means the 2-star average when he's got 7 3-stars out of his 11 attacks is probably lower than the 92%, to be honest with you, just having a guess there. So the pressure is on here to make sure he does secure that 3-star, or at least above that percentage.
Yeah, and I think we've seen Ast working really well these days with Drag Riders. Even though it has about a 50% hit rate these days with most of the players, particularly from last week. He has been doing great stuff, but that also kind of decreases his odds. If there is only a 50-50 chance that he'll get it done. And this is where he really needs to come in. Just a high percentage hit rate. You know, he needs a 2-star, but needs to secure that it's going to be high enough to hold over what we're going to see coming in from Time to Throw with their final attack. Because if Ast actually 2-stars and it's under the 93%, it gives the opportunity then for Time to Throw to pick this one back up.
At least the good thing in this situation is, yes, there's a lot of pressure on As to win the war. Actually goes with the hybrid, which has a much better hit rate. 88 at the start of the day, wasn't it? But now it has been used, I want to say 10 times, the 2 off MCES, if I'm not mistaken. So that would give it a 90% hit rate, given the extra use case. So increasing his odds a little bit, but I was going to say the pressure is not on as much as you would think, because Alternate, they are at the top of the leaderboard, you know, so I'm sure he will be putting everything into this, but if he doesn't get the score required, it's not the end of the world for Alternate Attacks, is what I'm trying to say.
No, not the end of the world. There's still opportunity in this one, but I don't know the last time I saw Ast come in with a hybrid. I don't know if I've ever seen Ast actually come in with a hybrid, so this is going to be an interesting one. But we do know that these queen charges are something that most of these players really excel at, particularly on the ATN side with all the queen charge lalos that they do, and really opens up that nice corner path for the queen to take on the town hall. I was curious to see where he was going to go with this, but it was right on target.
Yeah, I'm not sure with the Tesla there. I mean, it's not like he sent any hogs in or anything to make sure the queen went through that little gap, but I'm assuming he was expecting the queen to break in where it was, because sometimes we see a wall break for the king, let's say, as he's diving in. Looks like, if I were to hazard a guess, he would move in towards the eagle compartment, but you notice there's a break in the wall up there too. So Barbarian King should be okay to just walk into that compartment if he gets the funnel set okay, whilst the queen just slowly takes down the ice golems, not under any threat at the moment.
Definitely not. And this is a nice, easy path coming in. We have good spread for the heal spell to get the most value out of its radius, but starting off with a Warden ability as we get that initial approach in, not only to the scatter shot, but as the eagle fires away. So perfect. And the heal coming down right over the splash area where we have big open compartments and expect to see those giant bombs, which they are in. But a little bit of veer off course with the king actually not making his way through the eagle. To see how the hogs and miners can actually handle this.
Yeah, I wonder if he did need that wall break actually in the first place. The queen stuck on the wall here is kind of what he needs to get to that multi, but it means the miners took quite a bit of damage over in that area. They are going down fast. With the queen ability and RC ability, he should still have the strength to get through this, but 20 seconds. Does he have the time to clear this up?
The hogs are actually finally coming out of the siege barracks. Those reinforcement of hogs to come right there for the defenses. The Pekka was doing some work on the north side, but has died out. Can these hogs get over to the mortar, take care of the cleanup along with the royal champ with enough time to spare? They can.
Oh my goodness!
Can just do it, you know, in a fraction of a second. He's able to pick up that 3-star. I so thought we were going to see the 99.99999%.
I thought so too, but wow, I mean, he had the victory anyway, right? The percentage is higher, but it's always nice to get that perfect war, particularly when they have another match coming up later on. Time to throw now. Obviously not able to get this one. They also don't have any other matches today, and that leaves them in the position where I guess we need confirmation. I don't want to say it for definite, but I believe mathematically they will not be able to get to the finals now.
Yeah, I think they did indeed need these wins for their matches today, both of them. But we'll wait till the end to actually confirm that. It is a bit unfortunate if that's the case for them, only because they started off so strong this season. And you mentioned it before with Lethal, that forfeit match, you know, where could that have put them in the running at this point?
Oh, it could have made a whole different story, particularly because, I'll be honest with you, I like watching their attacks. They have such a creative way of doing things. Even when we do see I don't know, the queen charge, let's say Dragon Riders here from Fluxy, they always seem to attack in just a different manner than what you would expect, and that excites me, to be honest. But this is their star player. Let's see if they can go out in style with that high percentage against alternate attacks. Just making sure to take out the Lava Hound right at this moment. And the queen, again, not under any major threat at this stage, but just sending in those troops alongside the minion to support with time so that he can speed things up, because we did see again in that matchup with MCES a time fail on the Dragon Riders, so sending them in pretty quickly here, actually, at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, so this one's for honor, and the pressure isn't on anymore. So I feel Fluxy should be in a good spot to finish this off solidly. Beautiful path for the Queen to actually bypass the poison bomb mostly as she works her way around, and timing on that Warden ability is beautiful, especially as they spread out and benefit from it leading into the multi section.
Presses the King ability to try and force him to that air defense, take it down. I think the Dragon Riders were just about to get that anyway. Rages up the Queen on the left-hand side to make sure he is shifting his focus left and right, but you see the Dragon Rider in the center pulled a lot of red air bombs. It goes down. The next Dragon Rider is down due to the Royal Champion. Can he finally get that multi and give him enough strength to the back end? The wall break for the Archer Queen there was fantastic, and with her ability left over, it's looking promising, but the Dragon Rider actually went down to the multi. That's huge because the Queen will have to beat through the wall in order to get there if this Dragon can't take it down, which, as I say that, it should be able to. Beautiful attack here by Fluxy.
There we go. Fluxy coming in with honor for time to throw in their final matchup for today. Not the perfect war they were hoping to see, but still holding strong against ATN. I mean, what did they have? That 92% that kept them away from winning this war. But what can you do when there's a perfect war? You have to show up and have zero mistakes.
There has to be something to settle the win between these teams, and it was the win to alternate attacks, obviously, with that perfect war. 14 stars, 98.4%. I would love to go through all of the matches in the challenge stage and see how many wars that would have won, because I think that would have won majority of the wars we have seen. But hey, when you're in this and you're at the highest level, you have to be able to, force those defenses, put up the 3 stars, and there has to be a winner. Alternate attacks it was there, despite a brilliant performance by Time to Throw. And I think if you were excited about that, we have plenty more to come. I think you will be on the edge of your seats for the end of the day, so let's have a quick break before the next match.
So Triad, welcome back to ESL Mobile Challenge. Nice to see your friendly face as always. We're going to talk just a little bit about how your season has gone so far and maybe what to expect a couple of weeks down the line. Maybe even finals, depending on if you do manage to qualify, because it's been very interesting season, to say the least, throughout the entire course of the last couple of weeks. But to start things off, though, at the start of the season, your team were currently going 1 win, 3 losses, and we were a little bit concerned with your performance at one stage. Just out of interest, how come you struggled so much at the beginning?
Yeah, the first week was really hard for us. We did not the performance we hoped for, so we had to bounce back on the second week, and this week we win two wars and lost 2, I think. So it's better, and we have to do much better on the second 2 weeks that they are coming.
They're coming. The W's are slowly arriving. It's all good. That's the main thing. Speaking of that, though, actually goes on straight to my next question. Main thing is you're back on track. You're currently 3-4 at the moment, and finished off the 4th play day with a perfect war against Robotic Gaming. So nice little touch there just to finish up the week. Is this signs of you guys adjusting to the current meta at a faster rate and making a comeback? But when I say making a comeback, I mean just adding a few more wins to the tally just to help you secure the spot a lot more comfortably compared to last season.
Yeah, this war was perfect for us because we attack well and we defend well with 11 star against us. So we have to be confident like that in every war and try to do the same performance everywhere.
You guys have been a big fan of many different variations of the Lala attack. We've seen mainly Blizzard and Zap, but we've also seen some Zap Ice, and we've seen some Sui Lala attacks as well, just to add into the mix. Is there any reason why these attacks have been more of a favorable option for you guys?
It's like always, we love to try every plan possible, every army possible. We like to use it. So, for example, the Lalo, we try to use it in every circumstances, and it works or it don't work. It's up to the attacker.
Again, Triad, thank you very much for being with us, and thank you for this interview, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you, Lito. Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Another exciting match ahead where the teams are neck and neck trying to qualify for the finals. I am Judo Sloth, joined by Lethal.
Hello, mate. Yeah, long time no see, even though it was, that long ago, actually. But yeah, I'm just going to say that anyway. But a ton to throw, ATM. Great matchup, as we saw the ATM with the perfect wall. And we've seen like a lot more high star count games, especially from the last few players, which is nice to see as the defenses are slowly dwindling, but the attacks have been a lot more efficient for a lot of these players here now. But another matchup, Entropy Gaming versus MCS. This is very important for both teams, in particular, though, for MCS coming off that loss earlier on.
Yes, MCES still find themselves quite far. Well, I would say they were kind of mid-table, weren't they? They're in the same scrap as Entropy Gaming, but obviously now having one match less to play. So this is a huge match for them, because if they lose here, then that could put their qualification in jeopardy, because as they are losing, other teams are winning, obviously, which pushes them further down the table. Now, they did put up a brilliant performance against Bad Zinger, just, faltered towards the back end of the war, if you will. But Entropy Gaming, they were second place on our leaderboard for a good couple of weeks near the start, only just started to fall down in the last week or so. They've got a talented squad themselves. This will be an interesting match for sure.
It certainly will be. I would probably say not only is it in jeopardy, but for MCS, if they lose this, there's probably like a 10-20% chance they can even make it to the finals. And, I'm throwing it out there now early on because of the fact that they're playing against a team who's coming against 6-4. And with Entropy Gaming, they are a strong force to be reckoned with. Like, literally, we saw it back in, I would say as far back as Playing 1, where their hit rate, their attacks was just ridiculous. And how strong they were, always putting a high star game every single time, even if they did get maybe perfected or 14 starred along the way. But even with this though, 51% hit rate to the 62% of MCS. That's quite a large margin, but I think for Entropy Gaming, it feels like it's a little bit higher, but maybe I'm just thinking differently here. But they have got a little bit more of a better defense coming into this matchup though.
I think had they have faced each other, you know, towards the start of the season, those stats certainly would have been the other way around, because like I said, Entropy was second in the leaderboard for quite some time. MCS were down the bottom, but it seems like the last 3 to 4 play days, everything's kind of turned on its head, because MCES have been winning and climbing up. Entropy's been losing a lot more matches. And, you know, to the start of the season, we did have Entropy take the victory over MCES, 13 stars to 12. So maybe this entire thing has flipped. Entropy moving down, MCES moving up, and MCES getting their revenge, getting the victory here. Stats would certainly indicate that, but, you know, as we very well know, Lethal, anything can happen in these matches.
It honestly could. You couldn't make up if you tried after time. And looking at the attack so far, like what we've seen today, we know that I've talked about MCS bringing a lot of wide variety of different Lalo attacks. We've seen a lot more different hybrids or Hog Rider attacks, especially from MCS today. I remember back in playing days 1, maybe even 2 as well, they did use it a lot back then, but I don't think they were fully comfortable with the execution yet. There was a lot of failed attempts there, which is not something we'd normally see. It's not really in their character, but this time around, they've actually brought it out and they're executing it much better, getting a lot of 3 stars against a lot of these teams. And we've also seen as well Entropy Gaming favouring the Hydra, obviously not 9 times out of 10, but, you know, in the early days they were doing it, but even now we're still seeing it from time and time again, and we're going to be interested to see if we see a lot more of that coming into this matchup.
Yeah, it seems like following the update, they tried to, MCS, tried to force Hybrid in because they obviously got the new levels, the Hog Riders and the Miners, and it didn't work. So they had to take a week or 2 to step back, use other strategies, practice in the background, and now they seem to have found their feet with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's I think we've heard of some players, but it takes a lot of trial and error to really work. And when it does work, it can work, like, do absolute wonders here. As Kingsman, interesting, it will be kicking things off here today. And we were talking about the hybrid as well with the Hogs and the Miners. It's going to be coming out straight away here for Kingsman, and we're going to see what mischief he'll be up to against Bully from Entropy Gaming. And they know what Entropy are like in terms of their reputation. Always getting a very high star count game, no matter who it is, even if it's against GH Rest, as a good example. And they know that it's definitely going to matter from the very beginning of this war.
I think I've only seen Kingsman use one strategy other than the hybrid, but he is their top hitter. He has 9 3-stars out of the 11 attacks he has had, pulled that hybrid hit rate right up to what we have seen at the start of the stream, and at this attack so far, holding it together nicely, taking out those rocket balloons, super minions, getting the Queen's health right down, holding his nerve there to make sure not to use a rage too early, but also not to use that Queen ability, or lose it, should I say. Very nicely done so far from Kingsman.
Yeah, that was kind of really close, but at least for Kingsman, no, you're right, he definitely had the bottle to just hang in there and just not drop a spell earlier, or of course, using the ability earlier, which is fair enough. You know, it's already a good start from him already. It's even that tornado trap, just swinging a bite into the poison. It's not really going to do too much now, because he's already taken out a lot of that DPS in that western compartment already. But speaking of compartments, though, on the south side, we already see the RC just rushing on in, along with the Keenan and the Pecker as well, going on towards the outer side, dealing with some of the Teslas along the way. But this is obviously a very good start already, with the Queen now already trying to get into the center to try and do a little bit more damage here. Already got a fair amount of value already here. I don't really see many spells drop down for her. Still got one healing spell left here for these Hogs laid out on there, but I must say, for Kingsman, good execution so far.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep my eye on potential spring traps and giant bombs. So far, he hit a couple of giant bombs up there by the Eagle, a couple of spring traps in the compartment before, but he's managed to get through it very nicely. And the reason I say that is the base is almost set up perfectly to what Kingsman likes to do with the hybrid. Queen charge the Town Hall at one side, charge the King into the opposite side of the base with the Eagle, and force the hybrid through the middle. Now, despite the base being perfectly set up, the traps haven't really helped out Bully too much here because he's managed to push through. With the Queen ability left intact, he should have enough to get through the scatter shot and the remaining defenses here. 30 seconds. It will be the opening 3-star for Kingsman and MCES. Did we expect anything less when we seen Kingsman on the board using hybrid? I don't think so. I think if there was a prediction in the chat, everyone would have gone for the 3 stars, as it is putting the pressure on Entropy Gaming from the start.
Yeah, that's a stat to talk about. You said he was going for 9 for 11, 10 for 12 now in terms of triples. I can't believe someone like him can be so efficient. It really does work wonders no matter whose base he comes up against. And yeah, again, good value, of course, with the Queen you saw there earlier on. Definitely had, a fair bottle just making sure to hang in there to the very last second. But, I think it was a risk worth taking. Even in the end, though, he didn't even need it. You saw he popped his ability right at the very end and didn't need it. But, better safe than sorry. Let's have that extra insurance at the later stages, especially if anything does go wrong. But with Kingsman efficiency, don't think we doubt him at all.
No, and like I said, the base seemed to be set up perfect for what he likes to do with that style of attack. But it is bats of Entropy Gaming to respond. Now, in terms of his hit rate, he has 7 3-stars out of the 3. So we had the best attacker from MCES, or the attack of the highest hit rate, and this is the attack of the highest hit rate for Entropy Gaming. So both teams starting with the heavy hitters. Now, he did find a couple of Tesla around the air defense, had to send in more rocket balloons than he expected, but did manage to take it down. Will that come in costly? Was he planning on sending any in elsewhere? It doesn't quite look like it, because the Queen should be able to walk this entire right side and hit the air defense. The Battle Blimp diving through this area with the dragons and the Warden ability should be able to get to that Town Hall and take it down momentarily.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be lingering on his mind too much here as he just heads towards that Town Hall. It's always been taken down, and Lynn should be able to do it. Yeah, that should be perfectly fine. He's still got a couple of drags and the Dragon Rider on the far left-hand side. I must say this, though, it's a very, very wide spread here from what you see so far, and sometimes it can be a bit of a worry, but even at the same time, it depends how much the defense is spread out as well, though. But you can see the King already just looking to carry on with the rest of the pack on the right-hand side. The RC still continuing to do wonders here. Still got a huge amount of HP as well as her ability intact. And apart from that, AD and Inferno Tower, this was a very efficient attack. We know that with this kind of composition, it's always very aggressive, isn't it? Some sniper the defense early on before making that real tough engagement later on here. But even with the widespread of units and how they were literally pushing on up, this was really well played here from Bats. Very impressed.
Yeah, very nice. I wonder if he preemptively thought there were skeleton traps around the single. Unless my eyes deceive me, I think he used the freeze before the skeletons popped, but it seemed like he could have hit the air defense as well, unless it was just perfect timing as the skeletons popped. 100% 3-star, exactly what they needed to respond to MCES. And if we think back to the war that MCES had earlier on today versus Bad Zinger, they all started out with the 3-stars, but MCES did falter towards the back end of the war. So Entropy Gaming need to know that, and they need to have that on their minds to just make sure they focus on their own game. Hope MCES slip up again.
This is the storyline, really, isn't it? Entropy Gaming could actually inadvertently knock him out here, because this could be their final chance. MCS, of course, need 3 wins back-to-back. And I kind of feel like Entropy Gaming know that, but also they could jeopardize their own chances, because you've got to remember they're going 6-4, and then it could add 1 loss after the other back-to-back. I've seen it happen time and time again in the past, and for Entropy Gaming, I'm hoping for their sake it doesn't happen, but I don't think it's in their nature really to really have so many failed attempts or so many inconsistencies, because there's a reason why they're so far up in the standings. Yeah, sure, they came from the loser side of planes too, but seedings aside, you wouldn't think that from a team like Entropy Gaming.
No, you wouldn't. And I'm just thinking back to the interview we had with Beezers, who said you need to win at least one of the 2 wars you have on a play day, and that was something that stuck with me from that Entropy Gaming interview, because I think he's right. And particularly when they are playing Carnage Gaming later today, that's another tough matchup. And they are all teams, Entropy, MCS, and Carnage, that are stuck in that middle area of the table. So Entropy know that if they get this one, they just give themselves a little bit of cushioning moving forward, don't they? However, moving back to MCES, we have Captain Tryhard. who didn't quite manage to pull in the 3 stars earlier on today. Let's see what he has for us. Mixing in the dragons instead of the dragon riders that we've seen earlier, but he's got 1 dragon rider. Sometimes we see that to just pick off a defense or something like that in order to help pathing of the main dragons. So let's see what he has for us.
Yeah, we'll see indeed as there's going to be a little duo effect there in the Eagle compartment. The Queen and the King just literally just passing on by. And the RC also coming in there. We'll have to do with maybe a few testers coming out here in front of that scanner shot. So a little bit of a pain, which does mean that for the RC, she's going to have to pop her ability a lot earlier than she would like to. But in the end, though, it still gets in anyway. That's going to be the main thing, or the main course here. As already now, even though all the heroes are on the south side, all the drags and all the loons now coming out from the 3 o'clock side. Now just heading straight on in. And still has a couple of rage spells to use as well, if need be, as it gets a little bit closer towards that town hall, with a couple has already been taken down here. But that's what the blimp's for. That's what it's going to come in here. Perfect timing. Already clearing out some of these air bombs and air traps along the way. And now using that warden ability. Perfect timing as well, getting as much value out of that as possible.
Oh, the battle blimp is caught in the tornado trap. Now it should be able to push on through to that town hall. As it does, the Seeking Air Mine actually went to the dragon, and he has rocket balloons inside of the battle blimp, so that can just push themselves out of the range of the poison. I really like that. He had the rage spell in place, but I don't think I've seen that before. It's a wise choice so that they don't hit the Giga Poison. And as you see, whilst the air defense is up, he's got more than enough dragons to take it down. The overwhelming 3-star from Tryhard, meaning it is back in the court of Entropy Gaming.
I believe that 5 dragons left, a couple of heroes left remaining, and I like that as well. And you've put up a very valid point. I've never seen rocket loons come out. Not once have I seen it so far this season. But I was going to say it saves a haste or rage spell just to get him out of poison straight after. But then again, I've left the rage spell there anyway, which I thought was quite interesting in itself. Not really too sure the reason why, but maybe he's trying to get a little bit more value with something else in the meantime, or maybe he expected something else entirely. Sure, I don't know. But the main thing is that was a very smooth attack. Something nothing don't normally see, like you've already mentioned already, towards the very end here, but at least it's keeping this as close as possible, or as effective as possible, because that was great execution once again.
Yeah, it seemed like he raged to the town hall, which with dragons, that is normally what you do. You rage to the major defenses, not necessarily past them. So it seemed like he raged everything to the town hall. But normally when you place a rage on the town hall, you need to make sure it's entirely covering it so that the rage actually pushes you out the back side of the town hall, whereas that rage spell was towards the front. So I think that's why he went with the rocket balloons, and in the end paid out brilliantly. But we have Addy with the bats now mixing in with the dragons, the drag bat attack. This is one of those strategies that it seems very touch and go to me, Lethal, because if you get the value you need in terms of splash to set up the bats, sometimes you could arguably swag the bat spells. But if you do happen to miss the splash, even one splash defense, it can be a nightmare and arguably just be the end of the attack.
Yeah, I've seen that happen once before, actually. I think it might have been one of the previous playdays last week where this one wizard tower literally, or one scatter shot literally just completely ended it, and it caused a few structures to be able to stay alive right at the very end. It was absolutely typical. But going into this attack, you know me, I love my fast, aggressive, sometimes methodical approaches here, and Addy's just doing that once again. Just coming in here straight in towards the Eagle Artillery. Good use of the rage spell as well, making sure to try and take out that multi as soon as he's finished up everything here in that western compartment. We'll have to do a little bit of a defense along the way here, but make sure to check on the south side as well. We've still got the King and the RC that's pushing in towards that scatter shot compartment just to try and stop this DPS coming onto these drags here. But the good thing is, from what we see so far, there's not really a wide spread of units like far away or from each other at all. Still sticking quite close together. The Dragon is now just prioritizing that multi, which, you know, so far it should though, but it's going to be a bit of an issue here for the town hall.
Oh, he gets a small bomb and another one. It pushes back the goblins. He hasn't used an invisibility that I thought he might have, but he does get the town hall. And with that, there is only one wizard tower remaining. So he swoops the bats in from the opposite side of the dragons because of the single target Inferno up in that region. If he can get that down, it will give his dragons a much easier push. Now keep an eye on the freeze spell. Hits the Grand Warden statue at the same time. Very nicely done. He's got more than enough left, so he can't take any chances here. Just freeze the wizard tower early. As he does, the bats are going everywhere, but however, even if they go down at this stage, he's got more than enough dragons. This is crushed. Beautiful job with the drag bat, making sure that Entropy Gaming are right there alongside MCES, just like we seen in the last matchup between Alternate and Time to Throw. Neither team wanting to go home, both teams wanting to secure their spot into the challenge finals, giving it their all and showing the class of Clash of Clans within the Europe region.
I don't know what to say anymore. It's incredible. Like, with some of his attacks, especially like before we saw previous attack with the same composition, it was very well widespread, but still came out on top, and it was perfectly widespread. It wasn't the fact that some of the units were away from any of their defenses or being proactive in any way. But this time around, with this time actually pushing from the south side towards the east as well, just making sure to get the full-on effect. And the funny thing as well with what you mentioned earlier with the town hall when you were talking about the bombs, I thought it was something I completely missed. I was like, okay, he's obviously missed out on the town hall somehow, some way. But even if the town hall was still alive, he has so many drags left, he still may have been able to get that triple.
Yeah, there was so much left over there, and you can see it shaping up so well because just needs the splashdown, so you can pinpoint exactly what he is doing. However, we have Arium, who we did see using that hybrid earlier on today, switching things back up to the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. So let's keep our eyes on the clock as well here, Lethal, because we know how close this one can be. Notice he has the log launcher selected. They're looking to walk the Queen down this area towards the Town Hall, I would think, as he already has that area broken by the scatter shot for the Barbarian King to move in, and just turning the barracks invisible, so the Archer Queen would definitely move in towards the scatter shot.
Yeah, a different type of tempo, just dictating the pace here for Arium. Slower approach is not what we've been used to so far in this war, but the Queen has pretty much fully completed taking out everything in that south compartment. Log launcher coming out just in the perfect time. The King popping his ability now to try and finish up what's inside the other compartment completely next door. Had to deal with the defensive RC there, doesn't take her down, but it's done a little bit of damage along the way here. Is now going to have to deal with a lot of the defense here from the center.
Yeah, I think he would have liked to get that ground expo because he doesn't really have anything to take it down at this stage, and he doesn't want to send things in too early, so that adds a lot of damage to the Archer Queen. But so far, he is getting through it. Arguably, has he had to use the spells earlier? I don't think so at this stage, because the Archer Queen he would have used a rage spell for anyways, but that second one now means he only has one left to the Town Hall, and the Queen ability goes and she's down, Lethal. Oh my goodness, he's pushed everything in from the other side of the base, and the Queen is not getting that Town Hall. He didn't even get through with the log launcher, so he was onto a losing streak at that point. He has to hope that he can make sure to push everything through now.
Could this be the attack which will cost the entire war here for MCS? Some of the Dragon Runners have already gone down already. He's got 3 left, but the problem is the multi here in the center is going to do so much damage. I think it's going to be way too much here. Even though the couple of Dragon Runners still got a fair amount of HP, it's just not going to work at all. He hasn't got any spells to deal with either. He's literally looking for a miracle or some kind of life, and it's just this is going to be a 1-star here.
First time ever I was on the perfect prediction streak. Oh my goodness, that rounded expo not getting that down has just crushed this attack, or that's how it seems, because he had no way of getting that. Once he pushed everything in, the Royal Champion was his only savior, but she was stuck over there next to that expo, as if taking down the Queen wasn't enough. It had to take down the Royal Champion as well. I wonder if he could have maybe just pushed the Royal Champion in earlier to maybe fix things, but really unfortunate. He gave it what he had, took the risk for the 3, but arguably Entropy Gaming now in the perfect position to close this out.
I honestly can't. That's one of the least things I would have expected, especially in this war without attack as well. I actually don't know what to say. It's definitely not something in his character as well to even deliver a 1-star. And Entropy Gaming, they're definitely going to capitalise on this, aren't they? They certainly will. It's not in their nature really to get a high-star game or fail in any way against MCES, and their defense has been a mixed bag, sure, but yeah, not a 2-star difference, especially with the percentile as well. We've got to take into consideration as well if they do drop a couple of stars along the way. But what a huge amount of breathing room. They could potentially not only, okay, we're not going to secure their spot, but definitely along the way, if they win this war, they'll have one more. But for MCES, that attack, that could have done them in. That could have actually cost them their place in the finals.
It could have. Now, I mean, thinking about this, MCES still have 2 attacks. So if they were to 3-star and they were to hold 2 stars for the rest of the war, that would still mean they win. And the percentage of that 1-star, I know it's a 1-star, but the percentage wasn't horrendous either. No. So they're not out of this, but given the form of Entropy Gaming, and even if we took their 50% hit rate into account, they're probably going to at least get another 3-star, which would just shatter the dreams of MCES. But they could still get this. It's early enough in the war that they can come back from it, if that makes sense. So let's see what Entropy Gaming do bring to the table. Finding the Tornado Trap early on by the Town Hall is definitely good, but the dangerous part is that there's a storage here next to the Town Hall. So, actually doesn't get it, has to send in more Sneaky Goblins. But what I was going to say is the pathing of the Sneaky Goblins might be tricky here. So notice that he sent another one in, which is vitally important. Now has the invisibility. Fortunately, they do take the exact same path, meaning they will indeed get that Town Hall, because as you see, there was a giant bomb right next to it.
Dissected that perfectly. Beezus now already onto a very good start here. Now pushing with the Queen and the King, of course, into that eastern compartment. The RC now to take on any or what's left of the defenses so far here on that north side as well. The couple of Rocklins where we came up for their defense as well, going targeting straight away towards that King, as the King is trying to take on that scanner ship before that does happen though. And I must say, it's getting very messy already here, but you can see the multis on the eastern side. It's actually not been taken down.
Oh my gosh, he's missed the multi. The Queen walked and he missed the scatter shot because the rocket balloon actually moved out of the poison, meaning it didn't go down, and it took both the King and the Royal Champion. So he's had to send the Stone Slammer in to fix that. Nice job, because the Stone Slammer is able to take both of that. Just means he doesn't have the same tankage for the loons down the bottom that he might have. Now, actually, the Stone Slammer moves across to the single, which is not a bad thing, particularly with the Dragon for the Royal Champion. Wow. As if he had that kind of planned all along, if you will. The lava balloon down the bottom with the haste spell is looking good in towards this scatter. It's really these back-end wizard towers. Will he fall short on the DPS of the loons? But he's got 2 free spells. He just needs to time them correct, and he can still get this.
Yeah, these loons have actually got a fair amount of HP. Not the ones on the front line, but the ones behind it, we have to see, is still going to push on up. And really trying to get as much value out of his free spells as possible, because without any haste or rage, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, and it's got to be a little bit more precise with his free spell as well. But look at the amount of loons he's got left. He's going to be perfectly fine. He's only got the Archer Tower on the north side to deal with, and that's going to be about it. It's all going to come down to time, but from what we've seen from down south, with the amount of minions and lava pups he has to take out those mines on the western side, he should be perfectly fine here. But now I'm saying that it's probably going to cut it close, but sadly for him, the loons aren't going to be splitting up at all. But great way to get that triple. Was a little bit sketchy in terms of taking out that multi on the eastern side, but at least he was able to recover and adapt quite well, actually.
Yeah, very nice job, because, yeah, I mean, he had everything in control. I don't know what else to say. The Dragon inside for the Royal Champion was almost like he planned that from the off. I don't know whether, you know, he had the Dragon in there so that the Stone Slammer would move up towards that single and pop it in that region anyway, but it worked out perfectly, because even though the scatter and multi didn't go down, that does like nothing to the Stone Slammer. So a really nice job, and just puts MCES in a more difficult position, because at this stage, they would have to hope that they triple both of their attacks, they then get 2 defenses, and the 2 defenses pulled the percentage lower than what they had in terms of that 86. So it is a big ask for MCES if they're going to win this.
I'm surprised how many loons he had left over, even after the Stone Slam, having to take out the multi straight afterwards. That was a little bit of a shock to me because, you know, like you said earlier on, it's there to take the damage for these loons to have a nice pathing in towards the west and north side. But even then, though, he still did an incredible job and still made good use of those free spells right at the very ends. And it must be a worry for MCES now. I was thinking that this could be a good recovery for them to bring it back, but for the fact that Bees has come back like that and didn't really, okay, of course he needed the Stone Slammer to not make it as expensive, but still they got use out of it anyway by any means, and still got those loons alive and well and still adapted. That's a huge worry and a huge red flag here coming for MCS's fourth attacker.
Oh, they're in a very dangerous position now because let's remember they lost earlier to Bad Zinger. It looks like they're probably losing this one, and despite them being on a bit of an upswing, if you will, everybody was picking them for predictions as well. Because of that, it seems like they've almost had a U-turn in the final week when they really needed it, and there's not a lot of matches after this. Like you said, this could be the last match for MCS. This could be what means they don't qualify. So they've got to triple out from here. They've got to hope for the defenses, and they've got one of their top attackers, Synthé, ready, but he is using the Drag Bat, which we don't get to see him use very often. However, you just seen from the side of Entropy Gaming how strong it can be if you can pick apart the splash and send the bats in unscathed.
Yeah, sadly the attack early on for MCES may have just cost him that place, but I wouldn't even say it's early yet either. MCS know what's at stake here, and I know that 2 triples here in a row is going to have to be desperately required now for Sinfang. So it's going to be coming out rather shortly. He's going to have to deal with a fair amount, but that'll be cleaned up momentarily anyway. So a nice little way to start things off for him. But the problem is, though, Entropy Gaming, they're on the path towards a perfect war. And do you know what? With their reputation, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Not in the slightest here. Is now the RC coming out here from the west side, just having to deal with this Lava Hound and the pubs. It's going to take a little bit of time, but not too much longer here, as the rest of the units are going to be popping on out towards that 9 and 12 o'clock side. The Kings are going to be making a start on the northern front to take out some of the defenses and the structures there. But also just trying to find anything else in between as well. The RC just popping his ability quite early on, and knowing that this attack is going to be a nice aggressive approach already now coming on from the 10 o'clock side into the center. But already done a good job, but the RC already looking like it's going to be taken down any second.
Yeah, I like the delayed deployment of the Archer Queen, just to make sure the King had funneled first so that she would walk down this entire side, help to take out that area. But unfortunately, she's got a little bit stuck over to the area, hasn't quite followed the King, trying to now beat through the wall in order to get to the scatter shot, which the Dragons are about to take down. So didn't quite get as much value as he would have hoped. However, you see the bats coming in from the bottom. We've got 2 Wizard Towers left up. One of them now getting froze, but the bats are taking a bit of a strange path here. So he's going to have to wait on the next freeze. He's used it, and I think that freeze might just wear off by the time the bats get to the Wizard Tower. Let's check it out. Oh my goodness! They took it out with perfect timing there, Lethal. That was split seconds away from losing all of those bats, but since they get through, he's got more than enough to crush this base.
Yeah, he's going to be okay anyway. I was thinking the same thing, like literally a couple of tenths of a second, but doesn't matter. Look what he's got. Still got a couple of drag riders and a trio of drags just directly behind it. This attack has been really good and really well executed by a lot of these players already in this war. We've seen it, what, 3 or 4 times already, and it's already made a little bit of an impact here towards a lot of these bases. So Sinfang keeps their hopes alive, does get a triple, but doesn't change the fact that they're still going to be a couple stars behind, potentially.
Yep, well, this next attack is probably the biggest attack in the war, because if Entropy Gaming 3-star yet again, they pretty much solidify the victory. It means that they would need only a 2-star in the final attack to win on stars. Percentage-wise, MCES are still right there, arguably. 86% 1-star keeps their percentage high, and if they had 2 defenses that they would need in order to catch up on stars, I would argue that would pull the defense more than likely below the 86. I know it mathematically not a guarantee, but 2 defenses, 14%, you know, if we see a defense, it does tend to be quite low, shall we say. So it could be they catch up on percentage. They definitely need 2 defenses to get the win.
We're just trying to work out how to get him out of a really tight spot or, you know, out of a hole. But I think after this attack, if it's a 3-star, MCES need to try and get themselves out of a bottomless pit. And yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen. But like I said, this is a weird thing, but I think this is out of arm's reach here. But Bully could put the final nail in the coffin here, or at least one of the last few nails here. Anyway, it's now starting off with the Queen there on the 8 o'clock side. They're going to do a little bit of work already. All these fair amount taken out so far. And yeah, like I said before, for Bully, this is his one opportune moment here to really give Entropy a clear ride into defeating MCS. And this is a huge defeat in itself, because not only will they defeat them and potentially kick MCES out of the running for qualifying for finals, but also that will give him a massive helping hand for not having to play against them again if they make it into the finals themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see this attack has started out very nicely with the Battle Blimp and the Sneaky Goblins securing the Town Hall just over the top of the Archer Queen. I always like that approach when you've already scouted out the area, if you will, for seeking air mines so that you know the Battle Blimp is safe. And I always like the approach of the Queen walking on the outside, in and out of multiple compartments, as you see here. Now, he does have another wall break, but it looks like that will be for the King to probably get into the multi-target Inferno compartment at 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, the Queen can jump right of the way through to the central multi, giving the Lalo not much to take down in that back end of the base. But he's got to get the timing right here, Lethal. He can't wait too long before he sends that Lalo in, because time is ticking. He's already got half of the attack done.
Yeah, he was just trying to get as much value as possible. You could call it being greedy, but at the same time, he's being very patient at the same time, isn't he? The RC and the Queen now just working together on that 4 o'clock side. Still have to do with a fair amount, especially with that multi later on the eastern side, but still you can see some of those loons just looking to head towards that AD on the western front as well. The Queen's still alive. Another Raidspur had to be dropped down. The RC is still alive and looking to make that push. The Queen's still got an ability intact, which is going to be extremely handy later on, but do remember though, these loons don't have any haste or raid spells left over. They have the invisibility for later on if they need to help things up, but this is going to be causing a little bit of trouble here.
He grasped a freeze. He used the freeze spell at the top when he tried to deploy the balloons. Still had that freeze selected, and he really needed that. I would have said up towards the multi-target Inferno, but to be honest, he really couldn't even get to that multi because there was so much damage in the northern compartment with those Tesla. He needed the freeze up in that area, arguably. The RC not getting the multi earlier on, straying across to the middle next to the Queen, has really scuffered this. And look at the percentage, Lethal. It's not that much higher than the 86% we've seen of MCES, which now brings a really interesting close to this war. If MCES 3-star and Entropy Gaming got lower than a 98% too, MCES would take the victory.
It shouldn't happen. It really shouldn't. But in a perfect world for MCS, it has the potential, but I'm just shocked, really. You know, the fact that we've seen so many of these wars and they've been given, literally handed on a silver platter, or literally been given the biggest opportunity to try and knock out some of the biggest competition here before they even make it to the finals, and just struggling to capitalize. And it really is a real shame, but it doesn't mean they still can't capitalize. Like you said, 2-star 98% minimum required, which in all fairness doesn't sound too bad, but at the same time you don't know what kind of base or who the last player is coming into this as the last attack. And MCS still need a triple, of course, going to their final one as well.
They do, and if I remember rightly, BN played in the first war. Now, I'm not sure, in previous play days, he has, you know, they've been able to have a different player in the second matchup, and I think it's just from not being available, but there we are. It is the case. It is Remio, who, you know, he's one of the best attackers, so nothing against BN, but when you can have Remio standing up when you need that 3-star, it is what they needed. So this is it. He needs the 3-star, then they need the defense. What a recovery this could be. Come on, Remio, my predictions are back on track. Using the lightning in the center with the King, Queen, and now the King Royal Champion, and now the Queen on that left-hand side, looking to get phenomenal value. I'm pretty sure I've seen this base in one of the previous matches in the challenges, and I'm not sure if the Tesla were in the middle. Might have missed it already, but no, it looks like we have Tesla down by the Eagle, so might be in luck here in terms of the lightning spell, dodging a couple of Tesla from the middle.
Yeah, sadly, BM butchered it a little bit back in that opening match, but for Remio now, gosh, I can't believe it.
I was looking at the south. I presumed the Queen was fine up at the town hall. Sends in the Stone Slammer. Oh, this is tough.
I don't know. He can recover, but it's going to become way too expensive, isn't it? Way too expensive. And, you know, at this point, he can't afford it. If he wants to make some kind of really high-risk play, then he's going to have to risk it. He has absolutely no choice. He can't just go in and just get a 2-star. It's just not going to cut it at all. He's going to make a go of it anyway, but sadly for him, he's going to have to waste a haste spell. He's going to have to waste a good group of loons as well, at least a handful by the look of things, in order to secure that town hall. It's just, I can't see it happening here, Judo.
No, having to Lalo through the town hall means he just doesn't have the pathing either towards the back end of the base. The balloon's stuck inside that poison. I mean, look at the very southern portion with the multi, the Tesla. He's got no spells. There is just no way, even if he got down there, that he could get through that region. Oh, as if they were nearly back on track after a 1-star. Missing the town hall changes everything. You might look at this attack and think it is miles away, but it was working so well. And if the Queen had have got that town hall, it could have been a whole different story. But that is it. Entropy Gaming just need the 2-star, and it is the victory for them. Arguably, they would just need a high percentage 1-star themselves in order to get this.
That's so unfortunate as well. It's a real shame. On top of that, you know, you saw how expensive it was going to become, you know, dropping the haste spell and the handful of loons there as well. But even then, it was just pretty much said and done. When we were both a little bit preoccupied with what was going on in the south compartment, I had a quick look at the north as she threw it back to me, and literally just as I saw it, I was just like, oh, okay, that's of course not what he anticipated at all, and it's so unfortunate as well. Of course, you know, with Remio, like you rightly said, you know, definitely one of the best attackers coming into this matchup, but for a final attack, that's going to be said and done. Surely Entropy Gaming can just literally just run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, any 2-star, 50% 2-star, get out of there, take the win. That's all they need. But we know the teams, and we also know the position they are in. Whilst the victory is arguably what Entropy Gaming need, they're a little bit higher up the table. They could certainly push themselves out of this area where everyone ties up. They also, you know, will have in the back of their mind, what happens if we do tie up? Whilst we only need the save 2 to lock up the victory in this one, if they tie up on wins and losses with other teams, it might come down to total stars. So they probably will have to be going all out for the 3 stars either way to try and give them that leverage.
Yeah, no, it's a good valid point, because of course when it comes to tiebreakers, it will be like head-to-head and star count. And a lot of people probably wonder, well, why do we talk about star count as a priority? It's normally because they only play each other twice, so the chance of them tying it up is actually pretty damn high, really, because it's definitely been rock, paper, scissors for a lot of these teams, so it's really hard to really expect if they will tie up or not. But more times than not, we expect them to. But already the Queen have to deal with quite a lot here so far. And even though dropping a freeze with the Rocket Loon, still have to try and deal with that as well on top of it. Of course, I'm going to deal with the Queen popping her ability so early, but another Rose Spell required to at least be dropped down once again, but still a good way to keep her alive. Well, not really keep her alive, but of course keep the ability alive. But saying that though, ability has already been popped here, and with the Hog Riders already dealing with that Tesla farm on the 4 o'clock side.
Yep, it doesn't really matter too much if you lose the ability, but he's got nothing left to freeze up that single target Inferno, so she will go down. However, with the Town Hall gone, the Hybrid could still push through here, and the healers transfer off to that area. Now, notice the wall break across to the left-hand side. It looks like he wanted the Queen to walk around and get that bottom area. So let's find out if the hybrid has enough here. The king can actually walk into that wall broken area anyway, but with the royal champion now down due to the enemy queen, there's a lot of damage, and he's got nothing to support the hybrid. No heal, no warden ability, just the power. The fact that the king is tanking the scatter shot is his only savior, but now it locks on. It is not going to be the 3-star, but he's done enough. It is the 2-star and the victory for Entropy Gaming.
That is exactly right. Nobama's going to secure it here. Even though it wasn't the best attack in the world, I don't think he really cares at this point. Just getting the W here to make sure to secure the victory over MCS. It's going to be huge because technically they may have just taken out one of the biggest threats here in the competition. And, you know, we'll have to find out, of course, on the final playdate on Thursday. But, you know, in terms of the hopes and dreams for MCS, it could be shattered here just from the couple of previous attacks. And it is just a shame to see entirely here. But it's going to wait for this final attack to finish. And then we'll be able to confirm exactly what occurred in terms of the scoreline. It is going to be 13 stars to 12 here for Entropy. Definitely an upset in itself. Definitely ruined our predictions. And I must say, I do feel bad for MCS to a certain degree. But they did put it on themselves, and it means it did cost them massively. 1-star difference, and of course the 3.4% just to add it on top.
Oh, I'm trying to quickly calculate the percent, but if... I mean, they would have needed the 3... Well, no, they would have won on stars, actually, if they got the 3-star. But I was trying to calculate the percent in terms of that 14%, and I think they were close to being able to catch up on the percentage had that one have not been as far down. But even just thinking of Remio's attack, they could have easily had the percentage up. So that 1-star is just devastating for them. Mathematically, it's very tough for MCAS, but Entropy Gaming with a match later on today, looking to accelerate themselves up the leaderboard even higher. But before we get to that, we still have other matches coming up right after the break.
Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Lady B is back in the hot seat now with me for our next matchup between the likes of ATN and Carnage Gaming. And we'll have an interview with MCES's Tryhard very shortly, but I don't know if you watched any of that last war, but yeah, it was a real tough one. It was a real shame. And at the same time, we could be thinking MCS could just be hiding a lot of bits and pieces up their sleeve for World Finals. So either one, they were just swallowing their pride and had to just take the hit on the head, or maybe they just couldn't hack it.
Yeah, so MCS is actually preparing for the last chance qualifiers to try and get that final golden ticket into the World Championships. And they're coming off of, having to display a lot of bases throughout not only ESL Mobile Open or Mobile Challenge, but through various other leagues and the pre-qualifiers that were just about 2 weeks ago. So it puts a lot of these teams in a tough spot that are looking to consistently perform, especially when they know they have some big matches coming up and they don't want to show too much of what's up their sleeve.
Perfectly understand, but it's like I mentioned, really, it's all about swallowing your pride when you just accepting what may occur in the future. But we do have an interview with Tryhard from MCS just to figure out his initial thoughts here from the last few matches. And yeah, sorry to say that, mate. I know what you're like. Normally you're all smiles, you're a very, very cheerful lad, but it just didn't go your way today, did it?
Yeah, it's a complicated day for us. to lost, unfortunately, and yeah, we have to be more decisive on attack and maybe a better defense on the two next matches that are on Thursday. Yeah.
Now, as you're actually preparing for the last chance qualifiers to try and get that golden ticket, because we assume a lot of this is some pressure going into a very big matchup to come as well, and not wanting to really give too much information to the teams that they could see what you're planning for. But are you taking any lessons along from something like today's matches to bring into those last chance qualifiers?
Yeah, of course. We always try to find the best way to perform, how to improve ourselves for the team too, and that's we learned a lot on the ESL mobile matches to be better on the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, at least you have to improve in a tournament setting or in a tournament format anyway, going for that golden ticket. Now, you've only got 2 more matches left, and that's against the likes of Carnage Gaming and ATN. I wouldn't say you're completely out of it yet. The only problem is you have to rely on other teams losing a lot of their matches as well as yourself obviously winning them. How do you fancy your chances against Carnage and ATN on Thursday?
You mean on the first time we met?
On the second time. So how do you feel like how good your chances are going to be defeating both Carnage Gaming and ATN on Thursday?
Sorry, yeah. I think it's going to be very hard against both of them. I think Carnage will play decisive matches like us. So everyone will put their best bases and do their best strategies. And ATN, I think they are already qualified or near to. And yeah, it's gonna be difficult as always, and that's that's 2 great teams.
I know, this is the problem, isn't it? It's like I said, you're always all smiles and laughter as well. It's always great interviewing you to get your insight, and it's a shame I've got an interview like this after those back-to-back losses. But the only leeway I can give you is there is still a small chance for you to be able to make it. It just, again, depends on how the other teams will perform as well. But anyway, it's a shame about today, but good luck with your other 2 matches and going for that golden ticket as well.
Thank you.
I see, even showing cracking a few smiles even after a couple of those tragic losses. I feel bad for him as well. He's like one of the people I just don't want to interview after something like that, because it's like kicking a puppy in some way. It's a real disheartening interview. But it is what it is. You know, you put yourself in that kind of situation, but at the same time, you put yourself in that kind of situation on purpose for a reason. Of course, you know, there's a lot at stake. That golden ticket, like you rightly mentioned, trying to obviously go through into the world finals. So we can understand the differences. So that's probably why he doesn't mind too much, but at the same time, it's just a bit of an annoyance here because I think they feel like they definitely could have performed a lot better.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think it takes anything away from them as a team as a whole, or even players as a whole. We know what MCES can come with, and they know that. They're confident in what they can do. And every team and player they're allowed some off days here and there. It happens. And I think it's just a true testament to the team and their nature to come on after the defeats today and still really just, you know, be so calm, cool, collected about it. And like they said, they're going to learn from it. They've got some big matches coming up, so that's what we're going to look forward to seeing them. And they've got some big matches, as you mentioned, coming later this week. But we also have another big match coming up, and I hope MCS is paying attention because it's going to be ATN again, who they have to face later.
Oh, true. And Carnage as well, actually, funny enough. So this is probably the one match especially, out of all of them, really, to keep an eye on here. Yeah, it's a shame for MCS, but I would say for their sake, I'm glad the blunders happen now rather than for the golden ticket, because that would have been a completely different kettle of fish on discussion. But yeah, back to the matchup here. We can talk a little bit about in terms of standings on where they're placed to give you guys at home a kind of picture on what to expect on here so far, because there is a lot to talk about now. Of course, it is the final week in terms of the final couple of play days. And before that, though, let's look at the stats so far. ATN, very strong hit rate of 60%. Average damage, I'm not going to talk too much about that because it's very, very similar across the board for all 8 of these teams. But the defense rate, though, from ATN looking a lot better here, B. So Carnage Gaming may struggle a tad.
Yeah, Carnage Gaming with a 38% defense rate it's unfortunate to see for them, but I think that's why we've kind of seen them that even keel throughout, maybe dropping down just a little bit further through. But for ATN, you know, they've had a lower defense rate. They wound up holding the one defense that mattered in their previous war. And sometimes that's all it needs to be. It just needs to be that one defense, and you have to come in strong offensively. I think it's going to be a bit of a tough match for Carnage Gaming after ATN came in with so much fire today, but they could play their cards right. Just because we saw ATN come in with a perfect war doesn't mean we'll see them continue with a perfect war.
And are we going to see any more perfect wars? Let us know, hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, and let us know what you think in this matchup, or let you know what you think in the other matchups as well, because we've still got a couple more matches after this. We do have Banzinger versus GH Rest. We haven't seen any of GH Rest, actually, come to think of it. And we do have Carnage Gaming. We'll see them again, a nice double dosage of themselves against Entropy as well. So we may see a couple of teams very close to solidifying their spot in the finals. Of course, Entropy Gaming definitely being one of them, and ATN especially here, as they're coming going at 7 and 4. But Carnage Gaming, no, they are in the same boat as MCES, where they're going 4 and 6. So this is absolutely a must-win victory here for them, because if they don't, again, just another team who could be sliding by and sliding out the top 4.
Yeah, this is kind of, I don't want to say make or break for them, but it is getting to that point. They need something big to happen, and it's not going to be an easy one, but this could be a good thing for MCES, depending, especially since they're going to have to face both teams next week. They don't care either way. One of these teams is getting a loss and giving them just a tiny bit more opportunity on Thursday.
It's taken a while to get these teams separated, and it's taken a lot of work and hassle, but it seems to be the same thing with Clash of Clans every single time, both seasons leading up to the final play day. It's obviously a lot closer this season, as even though we've had 4 or 5 teams not even able to reclaim their spot and 4 or 5 fresh new teams come out of the woodwork, definitely making it a lot more competitive this time around, which you absolutely love to see. And you can see it as well, MCS almost knocked out at this point. Time to Throw, who are the #1 seed in this competition, have pretty much been knocked out at this point. GH Rest, literally on the borderlines of being knocked out as well. It's just absolutely balmy. But Fabian is going to be the first attacker here for Carnage Gaming, coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash to see if he can do himself justice against Yo-Yo's defense and hopefully kick them off to a nice start here to this war.
Yep, and Warden just leading this path. to pick off the multi-targeting Inferno to set up the funnel for the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. A lot of patience in it, a couple of Teslas that just take it a little bit longer, but doing well so far. We just really want to be above that 2-minute mark. We don't want to set in any more past that, because then we do run this huge risk of it being a time fail. So as soon as this kicks into gear, we take down that multi, we can start thinking about carrying on. But it looks like he wants to take a few extra seconds to keep the momentum going.
Certainly is, definitely taking his time, but do you know what? That's fine. Just having a lot of discipline there to make sure he can get the best out of a decent situation here. The log launcher coming out from the 3 o'clock and heading into the Eagle compartment already. The P.E.K.K.A. is going to be following suit as well to create that nice little funnel into the center as they push on forward. But before we're doing that, no, just cleaning up the rest of it in terms of the defense there. Rage Spell coming down, perfect time for them to just enter to the center to take down that scatter shot. But still got a little bit of defense there. The Lava Hound is going to delay this push. But you can see it on the north side as well. The King probably his ability and entering into the other scatter shot compartment as well.
Yeah, we just need to see that King actually make the drive in, especially since the Royal Champion kind of cut across, but making her way back through to ensure that the scatter shot does go down, particularly as the King gets hung up on the storage here. Ooh, and she took a nasty blow, but is able to work through that ability. The regenerative health giving her just a little bit more value to cut along, but he wants this multi to go down. We have everything coming to the Town Hall. Queen still has her ability, and he's looking good at this point, though. Lethal, 53 seconds left to go, and has to turn the corner here with only the King and Queen alive. Oh, I say that as the Queen walks to the poison bomb.
Yeah, she's been literally sunbathing in it for the last 20 seconds and is going to be getting that moment. No, she won't. Oh my, yeah, that's going to... Oh, dearie me. I was going to say it probably would be a triple anyway, but because of course, like, you know, by the time she gets out and cleans out the rest of the defense in that west compartment, you know, by then she's still got to push on down the south. But yeah, what a shame. It would have been a much better percentage. We could be looking at least at the bare minimum 95-96% if she was able to stay alive. But just really unfortunate for Fabian here. This is not the start they wanted, and definitely not the start they required. As I've already mentioned, they're going 4-6 and actually need this win massively in order to keep themselves in the running here. But it looks like they will be taken down. It will be a 2-star, 94%. But do you know what? We've seen worse, haven't we?
We have. So this isn't a bad way to start for Carnage Gaming. I think the only problem is knowing that ATN came out firing in their first match, especially with the way Ast came in with his attack. I don't know if we'll get to see the same lineup and position that they put their players, but that's gonna maybe rock the fear into Carnage Gaming moving forward.
Well, they've really put the fear on themselves really at the moment, haven't they? Already 2 stars, 94%, not the start they're looking for. But like I said, it's not a huge hindrance at all going into this war. Still very early days as of yet. We can see ATN now coming out strong. We've seen them with some very, very high star games over the last few play days. So every little may help here. As Barley's going to be coming out now, just kicking things off on the 10 o'clock side with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash himself. He's actually got 4 coming up this time round. And we're seeing, I will say this though, with ATN, I think it's on the top of my head there, one of their second most used attacks is, so I shouldn't really be too surprised.
I mean, ATN's just a versatile team. We see them coming in with a lot of different strategies. You know, I always think of air with ATN just because they have some of the nicest Lalos around. But this is definitely one of their ground moves. They do like the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash quite a bit. Though I don't often get to see Vala coming in with it. You know, he's our resident drag guy, and, you know, we know him for his Zapquake Lalo, especially from Town Hall 13 days in the World Championships. But, you know, again, versatility is a huge thing that they have been working on and that they're going to need going into the World Championships. So starting off perfectly with the Warden clearing out that path, but we are running a little bit low on time. And again, that 2-minute mark is where you start worrying, sending everything in.
It might be a chance as well for ATN maybe not to be diverse for their strategies either, just to try and hide everything really, couldn't you? Like, we'd expect that, but then again, I suppose with the variety also on top of that, you can't predict what exactly they're going to come with, do you? So I suppose it has some, let's swing some roundabouts here as the 2 multis just going to work, but they got absolutely clapped in the center. Great job already from Violet, taking them out as soon as physically possible. And we do have the King and the P.E.K.K.A. also on the right side just to try and get some of the defense done as well as the structures there pushing towards the south side. But already pushing to that Town Hall super quick here. But the problem is that, okay, another free throw has come down to make sure to guarantee that Town Hall's cleaned up as soon as possible. Is dealing with some of these bombs and some of these mines as well on top of that. The RC, though, a bit late to the party here, B, but, you know, she's going to be arriving momentarily, just taking out that scalar shot straight away. And this is already looking very solid here for Vale.
Yeah, a little late to the party, but she shows up and she's able to actually reserve this ability, which is giving her the opportunity to take down the remainder of the defenses. King obviously on the opposite side to help out with the Queen, but you know, honestly, this has been an absolute smash through. You pointed out right there, just gutting through the core of the base, and the power that he had within there made it so that he wasn't quite so worried about the time. Just a beautiful connection and navigation through, and that's where we really get to see these successful starts to the super P.E.K.K.A Smash style attacks.
Yeah, that's the best phrase for it. Very nice organized chaos in the center of the two multis. I think that's the nicest way of putting it. And the RC barely even needed to use that time, just ready to forward that time file, and that's about it. And this is the ATM we expected, wasn't it? And we talked about it before, the company going 7-4, and one more win, it won't solidify their spot, but it's like an 8% chance. And then in the opposite end of the spectrum, in a parallel universe, I can't really imagine ATN even then still not qualifying for the finals at this rate, the way they're playing anyway. We've had a few slip-ups, but it's not slip-ups intended, it's slip-ups as in what they're saving for World Finals. I remember talking to Boom about it, and he says he's been preparing a lot of his bases, or trial and erroring a lot of bases, you know, 3 months in advance before even the World Finals occurs here. That just shows how much preparation they've made for it here. So of course we're not going to see the best of the best from what's going to come out of ATM, but if this is already that damn good from ATM already in terms of their attacks and some of their defenses, then whoever competes against them at World Finals, they should be worried.
Yeah, they should certainly be. But Carnage Gaming also with the opportunity as well. So they have their rightful players, and especially going up against a team like ATN, they just need to show you know, why they are there, and they've proven it, but I don't know that we've seen the full connection. And again, it makes me wonder if they're not showing their entire hand to the teams that they know they're going to be competing against here. But D2 with a beautiful charge moving along to that town hall, starting to shape up what's needed for those drag riders. Now, with the changes we've seen to drag riders, ideally we want to just funnel it out as much as possible and make the pathing as narrow as we possibly can for them. That's going to give them the best fighting opportunity, and collectively working together on more defenses without having to spread out too much. But we are going to rely on this Queen standing strong and trying to work through towards a tail end, especially with the scatter shot that would remain there, even if she just distracts it.
Yeah, she was barely outside the poison as well, so didn't really have to go out the way to try and keep her alive later on. You can see already now the Loons and the Stone Slammer just pushing on forward towards the Eagle compartment. Dragon Rider's going to be directly behind it. Warden's even in a very good place at the time, just popping his ability to keep it alive and well for as long as possible. That multi in the center is so crucial to be taken down as soon as possible. The Stone Slammer already been taken down though, but to be honest, you know, it's already taken enough damage. It's already done itself justice. King's popping his ability now to head straight into that multi, and look what's left already. He is looking absolutely solid, as now he's just going to clean up, finish up here, and be able to bag the first triple hit for Carnage Gaming.
Yeah, this is just hands down wrecked. Absolutely showing the power that still remains within drag riders, that no, just because they received that slight change in balance where they're moving just a half a tile space closer to those defenses doesn't mean that you can't get the job done and you can't do it swimmingly. That was beautiful, and that's what we need to see more of coming in from Carnage Gaming today.
That's what Time to Throw said, wasn't it, in their interview? They were like, I was like, why do you use Dragon Rider so much? Oh, because no one can stop him. Okay, that's it's simple said than done. But yeah, of course, execution does play a huge part to it. But I suppose it depends how much you do grind the Dragon Rider composition anyway, though. But yeah, looking good so far. Not the best start, like we've already said. I think it was a 94% 2-star, wasn't it? So technically 1 star, 6% behind. Not a huge amount of this early on as well. We've seen ATN make their own blunders or slip-ups along the way here. It just depends on how they want to try and guarantee themselves that victory. But I think they know in the back of their minds here that Carnage Gaming are going to bring everything to the table here, any hidden strategies or any nick and cranny, because of the fact that now, you know, this is going to be their last chance. So they need to be prepared for a lot of desperate moves coming out from some of their opponents here, as Mask and an incredible attack in itself for ATN. Definitely someone you don't want to deal with here, as he will be the second person to attack to find out exactly what he's going to be up to with the Hog Riders once again.
Coming in with those Hog Riders. Let's see what he's got in store for us. I really liked his previous attack where he brought in the log launcher and had the drag rider actually timed perfectly to come out, working along with the royal champion in the center of the base, just helping navigate the path. Now we do have the queen kind of leading the force here, needs to get through the CC. Nice quick reactions, rages down to keep the healers focused on that queen, keeping her alive, just giving her that extra bit of health needed, and poison at a perfect point, slowing down the effects of those super minions, and all handled very well, so the queen can easily take down the town hall. Now just a little bit of crossover here, which I don't think is what he wants. He wants that queen to finish clearing out that compartment as the king works along, so this might change his course slightly.
Yeah, it may do here. The queen, though, still just doing damage onto that scanner shot, whilst the... Oh, okay, this is going to be interesting. Still pushing on towards, at least the Tesla farm's been taken out anyway. That's going to be the main thing, of course. And now just pushing up now towards the south to the central side. The king just trying to break through that wall and just get through as soon as physically possible. But the healers, though, taking a little bit of the brunt of the damage here, but not really too much here. But the RC has actually come out in perfect timing as well, because with that multi just sitting there doing those damage to the healers, still going to do the queen any joy here as she's pushing on forward. But of course now the warden going with the Hog Riders here, pushing into that 2 o'clock compartment, looking very good with the rage spell as well, and she still has the healing actually, so this could be a good chance to try and help that if he can. But healing spell being used literally on the brink whilst taking out that Archer Terror and the AD as well. I would say got a fair amount of value out of that, and in all fairness, the Hog Riders didn't really take too much damage at the time, but now it's becoming scarce here. It is you could say it was evaporating to a certain degree. We still get the Inferno Tower of the west side as well. And the RC was taken out, but at this point here, what more needs to be done so far? The Hog Riders should be enough to try and take down the Inferno Tower if it can, especially with the Warden directly behind it. So it's going to be okay. It's just going to be a matter of time, but let's be real here. He's got plenty of time. 30 seconds left. Just a couple of storage at the mine, and that is going to be all done and dusted. Mask, as usual, very characteristic of him as always, gets another triple for ATN.
Yeah, this was absolutely stunning, and this is going with a path that just went a little bit off course. Likely trying to rely on the queen from the opposite side, though she did have a lot of power working along with the Hogs temporarily, but the timing of the Warden ability was superb, just allowing those headhunters to get through, quickly take down the defending queen, and just great heal spells. That final heal spell that he put down was in the perfect position, because if you noticed, he led it into the scatter shot where we had that splash damage. We had the scatter and the wizard on the back end of it. So that allowed those Hogs some safety net to focus their way along. And if there were any giant bombs there, because we had those big open compartments, it also kept them relatively safe.
Hey, all I can say, this war, there's been a lot of love for ground so far. Actually, I wouldn't even say this war. We've seen a couple of wars in particular here. And speaking of ground, 25 Hog Riders. Why shouldn't I be surprised? Already kicking things off there on the 4 o'clock side with his loons as well. With the rage spell there to trying to take everything out there in that compartment, or get as much damage done as possible. Anyway, with the queen also coming out to play on the 2 o'clock side.
Great value out of this Yeti. So we've eliminated a huge component of this, taking down the eagle. Taking down the compartment connecting towards that eagle, shaping up the funnel for these Hogs. Now, we do have the queen that we want to focus towards the town hall. We need to take that down, but going for the scatter shot first. And with 2 super wall breakers, we can actually drive her for a nice force moving along. And I can already see the narrow path that we're starting to create for these Hogs, which is nice. And when you're just using Hogs, it doesn't have to be that narrow. But it is nice when you can direct it better, especially if you only have 1 heal spell to use in the mix.
And we know with Stiglitz is a very strong attacker. Definitely have that calculated and methodical approach to a lot of his bases. And coming up from him, I'm not really too surprised in the slightest how he's approaching this town hall as well. Just being very cautious here, just pushing with the queen now, as the rage spell does drop onto her just to try and take in that town hall, which she will do momentarily. But as she's doing that, though, let's focus on the other side of the spectrum here. The Hog Riders, the RC, the Warden, all coming out here to focus on that Eagle artillery. Good use of the healing spell as well, and this is looking very good already here for Stiglitz.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you can see taking down that eagle early like this is really good for the Hogs, just not worrying about that damage firing away continuously. But we're able to actually use the Warden ability deeper inside the space as we work towards a multi, but also the scattershot compartment, and the Queen's here and available for support. So it is working and timed nicely together in the very end of this.
Yeah, the RC was hoping the RC was going to try and take some of that damage for the Hog Riders, but at this point, let's be real here, these Hog Riders got a huge amount of HP, well, most of them did anyway, until that bomb went off, and now just pushing onto the western side. Now, nothing much left there, it's going to be all said and done here. Stiglitz doing his usual thing, get another triple here at Fort Carnage Gaming, so they are still going to keep it close. They're still 1 star behind 6%, and just waiting, or literally praying at this point for ATN to make a mistake along the way.
And here goes Stiglitz. He's an absolute boss. And, you know, he's another one of those players that I love watching his attacks. Definitely coming in with style and just showing how strong Hogs really are and why we should be using them. But it all comes down with the value that you shape up with your hero push. And that's one of the things that he certainly excels at, especially with Queen charges.
Yeah, I just find it quite interesting nowadays where we saw MCS just trying to really use Hog Riders to full effect very early on in the first week. We didn't really see many other people do it either. They were going through that Super Bowler, Pecker kind of phase, weren't they? They're just trying to focus more on ground, but it was MCS in particular who was working on those Hogs. But nowadays, it's everyone and anyone and everyone basically just using this composition and really making it work here. So it's nice to see that it took a lot of trial and error. I think a lot of these players knew that this kind of comp would work eventually at some stage. It's just a matter of time and how to pursue it or to execute it. But it's nice to see a lot of these players now are actually able to get that triple from it as well, because a lot of players have said in the past that it's been very tough, very tooth and nail, just trying to get it as smooth sailing as possible with that attack in particular. But looking very solid already. You know, there's still at some point, I don't know, maybe ATN might drop a start somehow at the rate along the lines here, but I don't know. I really don't know here, because you said it before that ATN have a wide variety of strategies across the board. They, you know, use certain comps for certain bases, and even with World Finals leading up, I don't know. It's really tough to call, but ATN can let things slip if they want. They're currently going 7-4. It's not like it's them who needs to make a mistake. It's Carnage can't afford to make any more errors, or that's literally going to be it. That's going to be them potentially out of the competition.
Yeah, that's putting a lot of pressure on. It's just heaping it on Carnage right now to have to get this win, which I think it makes it harder to pull in the win, especially knowing who you're going up against when they are the #1 seed, when they are the reigning world champions, and they have actually won ESL Mobile. So it's a lot to have to contend with. They're going against one of the best teams in Clash of Clans right now, and they're holding their own. They are certainly doing some phenomenal work. They just need the defense to carry them, and I think that's been especially from what we see in the stats, it's been the biggest connection for them. But in general, for a lot of teams, it has been defense. You know, we finally have the opportunity to try and defend. We're seeing defenses going up. There's some teams need to start reevaluating their initial plans, I think, in that overall. Let's take a look, since we have Yo-Yo coming in back to his Lalo roots, and we're going to get to see a little Ice Lalo action with the heroes diving through for the value on the outskirts.
Well, we know what Yo-Yo could be like. He used to be known for being quite creative, especially with spell usage, and it's nice to see him come back on that again. He's got a fair amount to work with here. I hope his FOV is pretty low, as the Queen now just pushing into that white compartment, as well as the King already this early on. And I think that, yeah, that's the RC also down the south. So just separating all in different compartments here, really trying to get this going as fast as possible, but you have to deal with all that defense from the clan castle as well. But the Queen, no, looking very solid here already, just keeping outside that poison radius, as well as the RC now continue to do work on that south side. Remember, her ability has already been popped, so it's just going to be a matter of time and gets cleaned up in that south side.
Yeah, so we have kind of like this little open notch of a compartment leading into the multi, and I'll be interested to see how he actually handles this. We do have a little distraction. I'm actually trying to see if that is a multi with the clan name going over top of it in the core of the base. But either way, we run the risk of picking up all those traps. So the Stone Slammer set in line to actually help absorb some of it as it works through towards the core.
Let's see how he's going to pressure this on. He does have 2 haste and a rage for later. Taking quite a slow approach to this though. That multi in the centre is going to be huge though to take down. The Dragon Rider is already prioritising it already and still trying to take it down, but the multi in the centre has got a little bit more value than it was needed. The healing spell comes down on those group of loons there on the centre as well. Tornado spell comes out and revealed on the western side as well, as those loons just doing ring around the rosy before finish up the rest of the defense there in that compartment, but also trying to get a couple of loons to also take down that AD on the 7 o'clock side, which is going to be absolutely crucial here. But problem is though, all these loons have pretty much evaporated so far, and remember, we haven't got any heroes to fall back on either, apart from that Warden. That's going to be about it.
Yeah, that heal, you know, the heal was in a good spot. He was worried about the loons trying to keep moving forward, but unfortunately with the tornado trap holding everything off, he didn't get the full time and momentum for everything to actually work together, and that is going to leave Yo-Yo, I'm going to say it, high and dry in this one. That Warden's not going to be able to take down everything in time, but he also wouldn't really be able to contend with the Archer Tower and the defending Warden statue. With what health he has left, depending on that radius. He's mighty close, but you know, this is actually getting really close on percent. What was it, 94%? Yep. I think for Carnage.
Yep.
So Yo-Yo is going to just edge them over by 1 building.
That's awful. Awful for Carnage anyway. They were given a little bit of leeway, but still, I don't know, it's still not enough, is it? It's still 1%, which does mean they need to continue trailing on. But do you know what? At this point, a slip up is a slip up, isn't it? So I'm sure they'll take anything at this point. 0.3% average, but you know, if you do the maths, literally just 1% between the two. 1 building is what separates these two teams, and Carnage, I said it for a second, they have to win this. There's literally no way out of it at all. And the fact they've got to try and defeat ATN, it's a tall order in itself. But upsets can occur. We've seen it time and time again. Everyone just beating everyone. That rock, paper, scissors method across the board, and there's no reason why Carnage Gaming can't really. They've got some really well calculated players across the board. Their defense has improved a little bit over the course of time as well. The problem is it depends what ATM brings to the table.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they just need one more opening, and they found a small one, just not quite enough. It was like 1 building shy for them. But can they do it again? I think that is where they have their fingers crossed right now, but they still need a nice clean game to follow that up with. So Zebra coming in with the Yeti Blimp to take down the Scattershot compartment, get the CC lure. We want to really just obliterate everything in here. We want to start shaping up what's going to be needed for the Hogs and give the heroes even more opportunity to take on some big value that we have easy access to on the outsides. And oh my goodness, the Zap Quake in as well. This is looking like it's going to be absolutely hammered from the start.
Yeah, it's not really going to be too much of a surprise here, Zeb, but just coming out absolutely swinging here in this 4th attack from Carnage Gaming. Love how No's going to be putting a little bit of a stop to that, just delaying that Queen for a while, but you can still really at the same time just trying to do some justice here and speed up that attack slightly, taking those structures on the 8 o'clock side as well though. But the Queen now will finally be able to move after the last 10 or 15 seconds. You can see as well some time ago with some of the bits and pieces already taken out in that left hand side. The Queen's still alive and still able to push on and put a little bit of a front here, and whilst those golems as well from the 11 o'clock side, it's tanking some of that damage. But sadly for her though, the Eagle's actually going to get prioritized so straight away, so she's going to get taken down momentarily. And now the Kings also come out here to look towards that Town Hall.
I'm just looking at what's going to be left over for these Hogs to take down. We just have that 6 o'clock compartment and trying to focus on getting the core eliminated. We'll see what the Royal Champion can do in the mix here, but she should be able to provide a lot of support with the Ice Golem tanking for the King and Queen. They still have a lot of life left, though the Queen has actually burned through the ability. So it's up to the King to actually take the Town Hall down.
Still got a healing spell intact though. RC Star's ability, as well as the Warden as well, of course, pushing in. But this is going to be a huge amount of trouble here. It's just keeping an eye on it so far. But once I let you keep an eye on it so far, the Tesla farm and everything there is actually down south. And these multis are getting a huge amount of value. And if that channel stays up here, B, oh my God, this is going to be so much trouble for Zebra.
He's got nothing to take it down. That king, with the last bit of health, wasn't able to take it on. The queen dying out early really hurt this one, and he's already expended the royal champion with the hogs, just assuming that it would go down, and that is going to cost him and be the 1-star. It was hanging on like a fraction of health to go down, and if he held on to just like even 1-2 hogs, something to come in, he might have been able to correct this. But this is point of no return. Certainly, they'd have to ask for the same kind of defense coming in from ATN.
They've thrown it away here. It's a shame. They're going to need 2-2 stars from ATN, and I can't really picture that. Even though 79% it went banned, but yeah, when I was trying to keep a close eye on the town hall whilst they were dealing with the Eagle and the Tesla farm on the south side, and yeah, I just couldn't believe it. It must have just been the smallest of HP, because when I looked away, I thought it was just, making the assumption it was going to get taken down there.
No, yeah, I mean, it was just like right there, and you see the king working at it, and it seemed like he would almost just get it done, but not quite. And that's going to hurt Carnage quite a bit now.
Yeah, do you know what? I think that's cost them already pretty much. For ATN now, they just need 2 decent 2-stars really just to secure their victory, and that's going to be about it. And the worst thing is that 1-star has occurred really late into this war, and it was the last thing they wanted, especially when they were given a little bit of hope or teased, you could say, leading into the final attack between that 1% difference. But it's not 1% anymore. It could be 2-star difference here, depending on ATN, if Boom can try and execute this triple with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash once again. And I must say, there's been a lot of ground in this war, and I mean a lot.
There has, which, it's a nice thing to see. I'm actually excited to see what the stats are going to be, because we are going to see more hogs riding up to the top, and hybrid, of course, since it seems to be the most played this week. But we'll have to see what the hit rates turn out to be as well. But Boom coming in again with ground, coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, which is the most common ground strategy that we do get to see typically. And the log launcher in a really nice spot. We're coming from the outskirts. King's going to work along the side, but we need to open up this core of the base and get everything pathing in. Unfortunately, with the P.E.K.K.A.s already on their way to the wall, this could veer it slightly off course. So he needs to rely on that queen staying put.
I do agree. I do feel like the hybrid has definitely been the most used attack, but somehow it's still going to say Queen Charge Dragon Minus, isn't it? But we're going to see now the king is heading towards the south side. And the units were quite widely spread here. Not too wide, though, the fact that it could really sway the tide here, but Boom knows exactly what to do. Just needs a good 2-star here. 3-star will, of course, most probably will literally guarantee the victory here as he's pushing on forward with these P.E.K.K.A.s as well. One already getting taken down. The scouts just been cleaned up already. And you can see already the Queen just pushing straight into that Town Hall compartment just outside the poison, popping the ability as well. Trying to get this done super, super quick. And look how much time to the men. There's still a minute left. The RC has an ability, and he still has the invisibility spell, and does have a wall breaker if he does get into... He don't need it. He's fine. Boom. He's going to be getting a triple. I'm just going to say no more.
Yeah, he's got nothing to worry about here, even holding on to this invisibility spell. Royal Champ coming in just to finish a job, and she wouldn't have been needed with the amount of time left over. What he had left over, she wasn't a necessary factor to the full success of this. Beautiful work there from Boom, and it's really closing it off now for Carnage Gaming.
Yeah, that's it. They're almost done for here. They need a triple no matter what, and they need ATN to get a low 1-star, and it's just not happening, is it really? They'll need I don't know what it was from the top of my head from what we saw. It looks like 1-star 70-something%. I don't have it written down this time, typical. But yeah, at this point, it's very tough to call. But at least we know now that they get a 2-star. That's it. They're done.
Yeah, it's pretty safe, smooth sailing for ATN if they take that safe approach, so I say that, and we don't always see, but we don't always see the safe approach. If they come in with a Queen Charge, Log Launcher, Drag Rider, I'd be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I would be as well, but you know what, the only way to play safe here, especially in this game, is obviously to stick to your plan A. Don't try and dilly-dally about and switch to something else, because that's when it could cost you, really. If you've got a plan, to stick with it and just crack on from there. At least you can guarantee yourself a 2-star without crying about it at the very end, as you know, some people would. I probably would as well if I give away this kind of lead. But let's have a look now. The final attack for both these teams. Vikings going to be coming out here for Carnage Gaming to, well, we could say, I wouldn't say put the pressure on, but try and keep it as competitive as possible in case ATN do make a major slip, which, you know, again, very highly unlikely. But, you know, with this Lalo attack coming up, surely the Queen's already kicking things off now from the 8 o'clock side, looking to hopefully get himself a dribble to continue with his chances.
And Queen taking on a little bit of damage from that scatter shot. We just want to be mindful that the healers don't get in range, don't want to see them getting targeted, and I would say they're kind of close to the edge of that, to the cusp of the scattershot radius, but still able to push them along safely and get this Queen working her way towards the Eagle compartment. Let's see where he opens this up, because we actually have the Blimp as well, which my assumption in the direction of this Queen is that the Blimp would help take on the Town Hall, but it could be completely wrong because we've got a lot of super wall breakers in the mix.
Yeah, he certainly does. As now the Eagle get taken down soon enough. Just a very slow approach here from Viking, but the King creating that funnel here for the Queen to enter forward. Ray Spell comes down as well. One of the Loons just scouting around as well to take away that it can find, as well as trying to find any of those traps in the lead up to it. The King's now going to be popping his ability, taking down the Scanner, and now the Eagle will get taken down momentarily by the Queen as well.
Yeah, King is serving as a great distraction in defense, particularly for that X-bow, and giving the Queen just a little bit of reprieve as she was taking on some heat from the scatter shot and, of course, the CC troops coming out. But now we start making our approach into the core of the base, and this is exactly where we want to see the Queen going. Just eliminating all the damage in there and the potential traps that would crop out. But the Blimp has a long way to go to that Town Hall. We need to get it through that Warden ability and clipping those Loons and Headhunters in, which is just exceptional timing and just really nicely coordinated. These are the things that these players are thinking about nonstop, where they're going to get that full value.
Yeah, I was definitely keeping a close eye on that Blimp. Nice and a successful approach there into the Town Hall. Looking at what defense is left so far. The Queen's already there on the right-hand side just to push on up. And you can see the RC also there. Both have their ability intact at this point. So Viking, at least if he gets a triple here, it'll be a nice way to finish up the war. I'm just, you know, sad about the 1-star they had, considering there was at one stage a 1% difference between these two teams. Exactly the same star count as well. But sadly, that 1-star from Zebra definitely didn't do itself justice in the long run here, as ATN is going to take full advantage of that, as now it's a 1-star game. So we need a very poor performance from ATN in order for Carnage Gaming to have any hope.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate to see Carnage Gaming go down in this war this way. You know, with such a nicely knit match. Imagine if we were down to the wire, that 1-star didn't exist. They were keeping it close on the percentage, which we were talking about, 1 building difference. That would put so much more pressure on ATN right now. And I think that could have been the opening that Carnage Gaming really did need to see, is, you know, that final pressure applied to ATN, but not the case. And we'll see how risky ATN wants to take it for this last attack.
It depends as well. It's like, how would you want to lose? By 1 building or 2 stars? I'll probably lose by 2 stars. At least that way I won't, you know, wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it and like thinking about flashbacks or anything like that, about how I lost by 1 building. We've seen it happen a few times before that, haven't we? Especially, I don't think we've seen it this season. We saw it last season a couple of times, but we didn't see it this season. We've seen a lot of 99% 2 stars by 1 building, though, of course. Already, though, As is going to be the last person to seal the deal here, so to speak, just already causing havoc or ruckus, you could say, from the 4 o'clock side. Tunnel already taken down, looking very solid already. Done a fair amount of damage before he initiates this next portion of the attack here. So he's going to be pretty pleased with himself, and also the Queen now coming out to look to take out the defense there from Stiglitz. And Stiglitz rightly did an incredible insertion earlier on with his attack for that 3-star, which I'm sure he'll continue on in the future attack later on against Entropy Gaming in their final match of the day there. But so far, so good here from Ast.
Yeah, I really actually like the Stone Slammer because, you know, it provides extra tank rather than the Blimp, so a little bit safer to come in. Just like on an easy dive to the outskirts, but also gives that queen the opening in the path to work through. King from the opposite side helps to funnel her right into that multi-channel where we want to see her go. That was a really nice move on that by using the Stone Slammer just for multiple reasons and giving this queen just a little bit more opportunity to take on the scatter shot. Oh, and it's not quite enough, hanging on by a thread, but we're going to see it build all the way back up to health. As the Loons have to path around it, and the Battle Builders have the opportunity to bring it back.
Don't mess around, Ash. Just get that 2-star. Just seal it. We know he will anyway at this point. He's already done way too much damage here, as he's going to be able to secure it momentarily. There we go. It's pretty much done here. Just going to be pushing towards the multi in the center. Got a haste spell there. Still has one more haste spell in his back pocket to use as he approaches the Eagle artillery later on. But I was sure that multi, it's definitely stayed alive for a lot longer than I anticipated here, but it doesn't matter. The Loons are still progressing onto the west towards the Eagle now. The Warden is going to be directly with it as well. But there's not really too much left here. The Loons are nicely split, but it depends if they can at least try and stay alive against a single. But it looks like even if they're headed towards it, will it be able to stay alive? No, it does not. But in the end, the Warden's there anyway to take it out. It's just a bit of a pain here. The Eagle is going to be staying alive still. The Warden is still there intact. Won't be a triple, but at least that way he'll be able to try and get the best 2-star and the best percentage possible. So 20 seconds left. As is already sealed the deal, has already done it. It will be 13-12 in favor of ATN. And it really could have gone a completely different way, couldn't it be, honestly, from what we saw earlier on. That 1-star, if it did not happen, we might have seen definitely a completely different story leading up to this final attack with a little bit more pressure coming on to Aztir. But there we go. ATN win 13 stars to 12. Win it by 1 star overall. And for Carnage Gaming, sadly for them, could be looking at falling out of the ESL Mobile Challenge finals and looking at percentage as well. Only by 0.6% overall.
Yeah, this is, you said it right there. It could have been a very, very different story with that final attack that came in for Boom, just putting on even more pressure. They just knew they needed to get that 2-star for the win, which settled them in a very nice place. But with this, ATN, 2 wins today. This is going to be sailing them above everybody else on the leaderboard.
They might have already secured their spot. I normally wouldn't say it around the 8-win mark, but because of how close and effective it's been for a lot of these teams, it wouldn't surprise me. But I would say 9 wins is like the plateau you should hit. Once you've hit that, you're fine. You're pretty much all good there here on out, and they should be just worried about seeding if that's in, if they do care about seeding. But anyways, we can talk about that back on the final play date on Thursday. We've still got a couple more matches to get through. We've got Bansinger versus GHS coming up next. And then we have Carnage Gaming versus Entropy straight after. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back just after this short break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we are in our final week before playoffs and things really are heating up and starting to show a direction. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined back by Judo Sloth, who's here to see what else is going to ensue.
Yes, it is certainly progressing forward. Alternate Attacks getting their second victory of the day, meaning they are pretty much through at this stage. I think mathematically they are in the finals. Not necessarily the -- spot yet, but certainly looking that way. And to celebrate, we have an interview with team captain, or not team captain, with the MVP of the world, Vale. Glad to have you here, my friend. My first question is, since you have pretty much qualified now, do you have a sense of which other teams might be joining you in the top 4, or is it too difficult to say?
Hello. I think Entropy and Bitzinga, they're really looking good, and they have the wins to back it up. So I think they are both going through, and I mean the last spot is really open for grabs. I think a lot of teams really have still a chance. I think like Reported is probably in their best position to take it, but also like Carnage and MCS obviously still have their chance. So it will be really interesting to watch the last couple of matches to see how it pans out.
Now, as far as what we've seen through the season, there seems to have been some ups and downs for some big teams, and ATN was included in that mix. For you guys, were there any big surprises, whether it's for your team or for any of the other teams that you've seen?
I mean, I think it was a little bit surprising how competitive the whole challenger stage was. Like, no team really gave up any easy wins. It was really hard. Every match was really tough. And I mean, usually you expect like 1 or 2 clans maybe, not perform as well. But like this time it was really different, because like really every single match was a really tough fight. So that was a little bit of a surprise. And I mean, it was, in some matches really hard for us. And we choked some of them, and sometimes the opponents were just better, so we lost a couple. But we're pretty happy, I would say, that we're now like 9-4, I think. So a really good position to be in this like super competitive field of clans.
Yeah, I would agree. You guys have done great, and it is a very competitive scene that we have. Just one final question from me. You don't have to necessarily give away any secrets, but I notice you've been using the lightning spell quite a lot again, opening up attacks, which is something we've seen you use previously. Is there any specific reason for that, or is it just, mixing up your attacks as such?
I don't know. I feel like this was really a successful concept for us also in the last couple of months and even years. So we really just used to use it really often, especially me. Like I'm just using it too often, honestly. I don't think there's like a really specific thought behind it. I guess like some people in base building don't take too much care of it anymore. But I think like we're just comfortable with it. It's like not a special weakness of others. Like it's just us being in like our really comfort zone with Zeps.
Well, that's always interesting to hear, and thank you so much for a great interview and fantastic performance today. We wish you the best of luck on Thursday, and obviously moving through to the finals as well.
Thank you. Continue your great show.
Oh, thank you very much, Vale. I must say, always very honest with the answers. I honestly thought he was going to perhaps say something about the Dragon Riders, because I felt like Vale in particular used the Dragon Riders a lot prior to the update, and then following the nerf, he seems to have now gone back to kind of the lightning spells. But interesting to just stick with what works for them. Either way, it is certainly working, and they've put on some fantastic performances recently.
They have, and they made a huge comeback around where I think many people were worried or wondering if they were even going to make it into the top 4 after just 2 consecutive losses. They kicked it into high gear and have topped the leaderboards in true ATN fashion. But we kind of need to see that moving forward for some of the next teams to come. And Badzinger, they were the ones that were actually originally on top, hanging over ATN. Now they are a force to be reckoned with. I would be sad if we don't see them in the finals. I don't even know if we couldn't not see them in the finals with the way they've been going. And they're going to be facing off against Rest, GH Rest, the Italian team that has come to the mix-up here. Now, Judo, we saw them during the World Championship qualifiers. We saw them relying heavily on those drag riders, but since it seems like they're still trying to find a little bit of their groove, but they've had a lot of promise, particularly I think as of last week.
Yeah, and I think that's unfortunately all we've had from Rest, isn't it? Is promise. They look like they could be there. They look like they could beat anybody, but they just don't seem to have that consistency throughout, and that's where you see that reflected in the stats as well. What I would say is they certainly are a team that have constantly been on the up in a very slow snowballing effect, so perhaps moving into next season they will be more of a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately it's just little too late for them. And I would also agree, I think Badzinger would struggle to not qualify at this stage, particularly with their win over MCES earlier on today. It definitely moves them right up there in prime position.
It does, and it just means that, you know, it's going to be even more cutthroat as we head into the playoffs, considering what Vala said, with it being just nonstop from all of the teams, and you know, each and every one seemed to be difficult to try and go up against. So as we get to the playoffs, it's just going to be in rare form. So we'll have to see what Badzinger has to bring today. And for Rest, I would like to see a solid finish for them for the season, even if it's not something that they can connect into a trip up the ranks to make it into the playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, be sure to let us know who you think will be moving into the top 4. Hashtag ESL Mobile. You can share your thoughts with us. Certainly, Vale did name Badzinger and also Entropy, who will be playing in the next matchup. Also, they are my predictions as well, so let's see whether they will indeed follow through. But you never know, because like we have mentioned, teams have been beating everyone, GH Rest even beating some of the top teams in their victories. It seems like a lot of their victories have been bigger upsets, if you will. So maybe coming up against Badzinger, they will somehow step it up against another top team.
Yeah, they could be that team that, you know, they want to come in fresh. They want to come off the high and try and take a team off guard, you know, take them by surprise. And this could be their opportunity going up against Badzinger. But let's see, because we do have Milanello actually kicking it off and coming in with the Hydra. So sending in a Coco Loon to check for any possible traps along the way as we sail this blimp in to go straight for the town hall, and sending in those sneaky goblins to quickly secure that it goes down.
Oh, I was just holding my breath there, but then I seen the sneaky goblins coming out of the battle blimp. Milanello has a 50% hit rate for GH Rest, 5 3-stars, 5 2-stars. So definitely one of the higher rated players on his team. And the first time these teams faced off earlier on in the challenge, it was indeed Badzinger that got the victory, 14-11. So as we've mentioned, even if GH Rest can't make it to the final, they will be looking to go out strong here. An interesting placement of those two wall breakers, I have to say. Perhaps he was expecting them to take slightly different routes, but gets the wall open. Barbarian King will indeed move in, and I guess the gap in the wall above the arch tower, maybe he didn't factor in, and that's going to mean that's why the wall breakers passed the way they did.
Yeah, we might have a slight veer off course here and coming in, but it actually, yeah, it is completely open there. for that queen to actually take on some value, and won't actually have the king to really tank for her by the time she's done with this, but she'll be able to reserve that ability as she works through the back end supporting the dragons just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think he's got everything he wanted from that area. Maybe just a bit of an oversight with that wall breaker, but with the dragons diving into this area and we have the funnel set up, they should be able to push through this relatively easy, just waiting for that royal champion. And yes, she does get deployed up towards the multi-target Inferno. Decides to use the rage up there. I think it's very wise to hopefully take that down, because as long as he pushes through the single here with the Dragon and the Dragon Rider, which he should, the Royal Champion ability can ping through the defenses on the bottom of the base.
Yeah, hanging on to that as long as possible, just timing it right. But we still have the freeze and the invisibility spell that can help anything get through this, but he knows it's not a worry. Surrounded by dragons, Royal Champ, who's regenerated her health through that ability and able to seal the deal on this one. A little bit of happy swag coming in for Milanello as he drops down those final 2 spells that were completely unneeded to come in with this beautiful start for GH Rest, dropping down that 3-star.
I guess the beautiful thing for GH Rest is there is zero pressure now. They can literally just have fun, and you never know. That could be something that is a difficulty for Bad Zinger, because if you don't have much pressure on you and you can just have fun, then sometimes teams react differently to pressure. Sometimes it's positive, but sometimes it's obviously a negative. So we'll have to see how GH Rest respond here today, but couldn't have asked for a better start.
Absolutely not. This was a great way to kick off the war for them. And you're right, like they could do this and play comfortably, be relaxed, but also throw a couple of wrenches in the mix, because right now defenses do matter for the teams that are trying to keep their spot in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions, or even work their way up the ranks from 5th and 6th. So this could really mess things up. Let's see what Juan can do. Sending in the sneaky goblins for the town hall. Nice opener here. Just checked for any possible traps along the way. Quickly able to secure taking that down, and has some additional sneaky goblins now that he can bring in for cleanup.
Yeah, has the battle blimp selected? Sometimes we see the log launcher with this approach, but maybe just feeling the battle blimp can get exactly into the area he wants. Now, this is a strategy. Oh, does actually switch to the log launcher. This is a strategy we've seen Bad Zinger use quite a lot in the World Championship qualifiers when they did get the golden ticket. But I remember each time one tried it, he wasn't successful in the 3 stars. So far, it is looking good, though, with that town hall already secured. Obviously, heroes diving into this area, and they have more than enough power left over with their abilities to get through towards that central multi-target Inferno, try and eliminate as much splash as possible. Dragon Riders aiming to get a little bit more, obviously help for the bats on the back end.
Ooh, these Yetis doing some extra work there, just taking the lead and clearing out the entire center of the base. The Drag Riders won't have a lot of work to do, but we need to wait patiently before dropping these bats. We want a little bit of distraction. He does have the 2 freeze spells, but there's still a lot of splash damage on the back end. We have the scatter shot and 2 wizard towers that we need to at least start picking off.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have to use... Oh, I thought he was maybe going to drop the bats in the dead zone of the scatter shot, maybe try and push through to 1 more of those wizard towers with his Royal Champion ability, but decides to get the bats all in at the bottom of the base, and... Oh no, the red air bombs hit the bats! Oh... What I was going to say is this allows you to increase the DPS, so the bats have basically all spawned by the time they get to the splash, but down they go. That is the risk you run with the bats, and with nothing to get through this top area of the base. I guess I talked about it at the start, but Juan not going to be successful with this strategy.
No, this is kind of handing over an easy lead for Rest at this point, where Bad Zinger really can't risk having too much taken away from them in these matches. The percentage is unfortunately going to be much lower than Juan would have liked. I mean, if we were in the 90% range, I think he would have felt a bit more comfortable going into this. But again, Bad Zinger is a team that we've seen with that 60% defensive rate So surely we will see some defenses coming along for them today.
I would like to think so, and maybe one slip up is all GHRS will get, but hey, that might be all they need. We will find out. I'd always love to have seen that attack done slightly differently. I know you can't always factor in the red air bombs, but it did look like he was going to wait until the Royal Champion would be able to use the ability through to one of those wizard towers, drop inside the scatter shot, freeze the other. I wonder if that would have worked. Just sometimes I'd love to see the attack done again. You know, sometimes when you do a war attack and it doesn't quite work out, you think, please, when the war's over, just let me attack that base again and just see if it'll work.
No, I know players that actually do that. They do that mulligan style. But we do have Sammy now with a big load of confidence on his shoulders, knowing that they have this lead to the war. And it does limit the pressure on them. Not only the fact that they really don't have a lot to lose, but the fact that they are off to a great start. They've been able to hold back Badzinger with his first hit and come in strong with a 3-star. So he wants to continue that. And the Warden looking to pick up the multi-targeting Inferno. Time's ticking, but he should still be fine to get this moving along just before that 2-minute mark.
It's interesting to see Sammy using the P.E.K.K.A. Smash again and again, because I hate to say it, but he has had 2 1-stars using this strategy in the challenge. So let's find out if he will get this one. How risky will he be playing it? Has the Golem out in front, which I don't think I've seen him do with this as of yet. Just that little bit extra tanking to push on through towards the top area of the base. And with the siege barracks used down to the south, it looks like he will be jumping up into the town hall area. As you see the jump spell in place, often we see different variations of the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Sometimes the blimp for the town hall, other times driving the P.E.K.K.A. to the town hall. My only concern is this large open space in the middle. I hope the P.E.K.K.A. do actually take the jump.
Yeah, I mean, the jump connects nicely, but a little bit of meat along the sides to veer them off course. And if they don't want to work their way through, if the Queen just takes too much from inside the Town Hall compartment and the P.E.K.K.A.s want to work their way through into that scattershot compartment, that's where it leaves him in a tough position. But the Queen standing behind, healers are hanging on strong, and so is the Queen ability, but he's still got to get his way into the Town Hall compartment.
The P.E.K.K.A., as expected, they have gone off. They have not taken the jump. He's used the Royal Champion to that side. Thankfully, the Hog Riders have held out in that area to actually push the P.E.K.K.A. back into the Town Hall area. And with the Queen ability left over, he will be secured on that Town Hall. And looking pretty good for the 3-stars as well, because he's got the King ability on the outside of the base. Queen ability still left to go. The Golem tanked forever throughout that base. And Sammy is going to be able to turn this around under the pressure, making sure no mistakes, no 1-stars this time, 3-stars to keep GHRS in the lead and make sure they can exit this challenge full of confidence and taking down some top-level teams.
Oh, I think he's so lucky that those P.E.K.K.A.s didn't actually break through the wall, because had they, that would have been a much more difficult path to re-navigate from. I don't think we would have actually seen them taking the jump at that point.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so one bit. He would have had to rely on the Queen ability getting through, but he did have a lot left over, and I don't know. Sometimes it is just like the attack with 1. It's difficult to call, isn't it? If something else had gone, had happened, would it have not happened? Sometimes it is difficult to say, but 3-stars in the end, favor in his side that time. Sometimes previously it was not, but Badzinger now in a tough spot themselves. They are all but qualified. However, they do want to make sure they give themselves as much cushioning as possible. And this is not a war that I think they would be expecting to be, losing, should I say, with GHRS down to the bottom of the table. You always, that any war is difficult, but I think this is one they would have been putting down as a victory.
Yeah, I think that might be maybe a bit of their downfall if they weren't expecting this coming from GHRS and maybe underestimating them slightly. But we do have, Rakira's coming in with the Skelly Donut. So, I always caution not to use this particular type of base against MCES, and I guess you can't use it against Rakiras, coming in and eliminating both the scatter shot and the CC right there in the center of the space. Beautiful value.
Yeah, the Scully Donut is, it doesn't matter who does it, how much value they get, it always impresses me, because if you turn that clan castle invisible, it is good night. And it's something that I don't know, it's one of those things that again just gets me on the edge of my seat. But Rakiras always seems to be able to do whatever it is he wants to do. He can handle the situation. And look at the Archer Queen now onto the Town Hall, will be able to take that with the ability. And the Royal Champion hopefully able to get this multi and beyond. She has her ability left over, meaning the entire left-hand side will be wiped out.
His focus and multitask is insane. Very, very impressive. And we're not just talking about this. Like, when he lallows, this is where you see his full focus. And attention being drawn in so many different directions too, but he's really shaped up a beautiful push for this Lalo. And you can see inline Loon going straight for that cannon, taking the lead so we can get that Stone Slammer in right over the multi. This is going to help absorb any possible traps along the pathing for the Loons and force them a little bit closer together in towards that Eagle compartment.
All shaping up very nicely so far, and he still has an Ice Hound left to go. We'll be reinforcing that from the right-hand side, as you see, freezing up the Scatter Shot and enemy Royal Champion. But this Ice Hound now has full health. Just that recognition that he didn't need to send it in early, it would be tanking for nothing over in that region, is one of those little pieces that puts him aside from the rest. The Grand Warden ability now used, and this is incredible. This is crushed.
The Warden ability used and actually clipping the Stone Slammer in. That's just riding on an inch of health, not even a millimeter of health there. You can barely see what's left over, and that allows it to carry through and help with the cleanup for the Loons. Rakiras in full fashion, trying to get Badzinger back around in this, but unfortunately they're still going to be 1 star behind, though I would certainly give some style points to this.
Swagging not just the spell, but the clan castle troops as well. Let's not forget about that. Stone Slammer left until the very end, and he doesn't even need to re-request troops now. Golden.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of attack he'll have to come in with later in the day, though. I don't think it's going to be today, maybe in a different war, but he can certainly save those over. Stunning work there from Rakiras. And, you know, I feel he's one of those star players for the team. He's almost certainly one of the most reliable Lalo attackers that we have in the game. And time again, we just see the swag coming through.
Yeah, he is so talented, that is for sure. In fact, just looking at his hit rate, he is the top attacker for Badzinger and is currently 11 out of 12. That is how good he is. I mean, I would say it doesn't get much better than that, but clearly it does. Moving back towards GH Rest, though, they do still have that advantage. So let's see if they can get the hybrid to work. It did have the 88% hit rate at the start of the day. And if I'm not mistaken, it has only got 3 stars to date. I don't think I've seen a fail with the hybrid.
I don't recall either, actually. We have seen it very successful so far. So fingers crossed that it actually stays this way for GH Rest, so they can have an impressive final match for the day. Now, Queen handling that CC very nicely and quickly taking down the Town Hall. Like the patience here, he knows that he's still got plenty of time to get the hybrid moving in and going. And actually, with the Siege Barracks and King working together, it will quickly start cleaning out the outside of the space and narrowing out what the miners need to stay nice and compact inside.
He's already got the wall open by the Eagle Artillery, meaning when the Barbarian King is intended to get that to that area, it can indeed run in, but he's getting a little bit caught up on the storage here, meaning that the miners and hog riders will path across to that area, but he's still got enough force through the center of the base. I'm not sure about the next multi-target Inferno, though. Everyone veering around it. Queen goes down. not looking good at the moment, particularly with that enemy queen and so much damage on the back end of the base.
Now, in trying to save this with the heal, gets the royal champion clipped in and trying to give her a last leg to hang on to, and it's just enough to take down the defending AQ, but the Hogs need to finish off this splash, and this isn't it. Just once the scatter shot is down, still got a slew of defenses that the queen was intended to actually pick off here at the town hall compartment. Losing out this value is huge for Rest and could wind up leading to Badzinger's opening. Now, we still have a lot of miners left to go, and we do have some time on the clock here. He could get this done closer and keep the percent up, but it is going to ultimately be this potential opening for Badzinger now.
It is. Now, they are unfortunately not going to get through the back end of this base. Super close, but like you said, arguably the main thing being the Archer Queen falling in that area. Now, let's remember it was an 83% from 1 earlier on, so the percentage will still be in the favor of GH Rest. However, they obviously lose that star advantage, which is huge, meaning there's always the chance, even if there are two stars, a 2-star attack from either team, that Badzinger can easily pull that percentage back now. It's not too far away.
Yeah, I think that having that star advantage over a team like Badzinger is necessary, because this is where they will kick it up. This is where they're going to just capitalize off of it. And this is where GH Rest runs the risk of meeting that great defensive hit rate that Badzinger has been bringing week after week.
Yeah, you said what I was trying to say, but in a much better way. They definitely needed that star advantage against a team like Badzinger. You can't count on percentage, because any other slip up from them, you know that they are going to be clawing at your feet and ready to take that lead. But Badzinger, I mean, they've had some ups and downs as well. We may not see them continue through this with just 3 stars. Given their performance against MCES earlier today, though, they certainly seem like they're in a good form, and sometimes it does come down to the day. They appear to be doing well so far today, so GH Rest will need to keep things going.
Yeah, they do. They need to keep the dream alive, but so far, I feel like we have seen that more relaxed GH Rest team that is not quite as focused as the win providing the pressure that they need this win to stay in it. They seem to be having some fun as they move along, and that is what's going to potentially keep them ahead, since they still remain that percent ahead, as you mentioned. Now, Avatar doesn't want to slip up. Badzinger can't at this point. They have to go for perfection until they see a little bit of break coming in from Rest, and hoping that 88% success rate that we saw from last week with the hybrid. I think that is why we're seeing more hybrid. Everyone's like, why aren't we using that? It's got an 80% success rate.
Yeah, and I mean, it must be, well, that last attack does pull it down, but I think prior to that last attack, it would have been in the 90s given the attacks we've seen today. But Avatar, another very skilled player for Badzinger, looks like he's going to be doing quite an extensive queen charge, because he actually only has 17 Hog Riders to finish off the base. Everything else seems like it is funneling troops and support troops for the queen charge, which is really cool in my opinion. Battle Blimp, I love the placement of that in order to rage up those Yetis, but make sure that he can rage the Queen at the same time. That was really wise in order to pop the Battle Blimp so close to the wall that he could do that.
And, you know, this is giving the Queen just a little extra leg and moving along, taking off some of the pressure as she works through taking down the CC. Now, we want to try and reserve this ability. They've raged just enough to keep that Queen going and actually make her way towards the town hall. But look at this, more use of those Yetis to actually funnel this along and take on some of those defenses that would be initially flanking her.
Time is ticking down, so yep, just as I thought, Hog Riders do begin up to that top area of the base. Look at those couple of Hog Riders as well along from the Royal Champion, just trying to hopefully funnel them across towards the Expo and the scatter shot as they move through this area. The quick Grand Warden ability means the Headhunters didn't actually get everything down in terms of the Royal Champion. She does still survive. I don't know if I missed a spring trap or something there, but I'm not sure if you caught that, Lady B, he hasn't been able to funnel the Royal Champion towards the scatter shot either. I think due to the Tesla. However, they had already popped, so you have to say probably a little bit of a mistake in the deployment, but I think he should still be good here.
You just have to make this big loop around. The Royal Champion with the invisibility spell will be able to carry on to take on this centralized section that was completely bypassed. And that's really all he needed, was hanging on to that Royal Champ ability, keeping her alive and well, and, you know, by the skin of his teeth, coming in with the 3-star. But who cares how close it is? A 3-star is a 3-star. And Avatar did show, I mean, I think he always shows his exceptional pushes from the opener. Just such a nice queen charge, great outside of the box thinking. And that's giving Badzinger what they need. They just need to stay in it and go clean from here on out.
Absolutely. And I think the use of the freeze spells was really impressive for me, because what is great about the freeze spell is just how adaptable it can be. He didn't know what types of traps he would come into in terms of the queen charge. Maybe he would need more freeze, but the fact that he negotiated that area so well meant even though everything bypassed the expo and the scatter shot, he knew how pivotal it was. He just kept freezing it because he had them left over. So very nice job indeed. And like you said, putting Badzinger in that top spot and keeping my prediction on track.
I think I did pick Badzinger for this war, though I don't know if they want to hear that, because my predictions seem to have been jinxing all teams. So everyone's like, don't pick me. But I think it's your predictions that are making the difference now. So let's see what happens for them as King Pan comes through with the queen charge, log launcher, drag rider. I will still always say I think this is one of the riskier plays in the books. More times than not, we see this come in and being able to defend a 1-star depending on the position of the queen. It's not going to be a huge line drive to the town hall, even if she navigates her way around that scatter shot. It's just a matter of ensuring that we don't lose the healers and that he keeps the focus on keeping that queen going, like dropping this range.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think this is one of those strategies that, you know, there's particular strategies that lend themselves more to a 1-star than others, should we say. They're not as easy to react and fix if something goes wrong, and this is definitely one of those. So far, he has managed to keep that queen doing exactly what he would want, just making sure that that scatter shot stays on the queen and she does move on in as she is doing, setting things up down to the bottom of the base in order to dive the king and probably the royal champion into that area so he can send the log launcher through. He's holding on to that at the moment and sending the Archer Queen on the outside. I will be honest, I thought he was going to use the log launcher just for the queen and send the king and the royal champion in.
Yeah, I thought so too. So let's see how this one actually plays out, because that seemed like a nice opportunity to work things in. But the kings can actually meet up, and this could give the full push that it's going to need. Maybe King Pen just knowing that these drag riders can be very unreliable, trying to leave a small section for them, but he's going to be worried about time at this point.
That is the reason I expected him to charge the queen where he did, because whilst the queen is fine and arguably... Oh, so he swaps to the blimp. This is strange to me, because it seemed like everything was going to plan, and then he decided, let's just allow the queen to walk in this other area and I'll use the blimp instead. Uses the warning ability on the dragon riders as well prior to sending that blimp in. So let's hope no seeking air mines hit it en route. So far so good, but the health goes down. It will get pretty much towards that town hall and should be secured momentarily. But yeah, he's got ice golems in there because he did intend it to go with the queen. Oh my gosh, is he going to get it?
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Nothing has opened up the path for the queen. The drag rider's relying on it, but the royal champ is here to actually secure taking it down. Great patience on holding that invisibility spell. Even has one more left over and a freeze, so he can get through the single targeting inferno, but there's not going to be enough time to finish the job here. Even with the power that he has left over, there's no way he can actually secure this. So Badzinger is again relying on the strong defense, and it is paying off for them. The 89% 2-star is going to give Badzinger now this opening.
It certainly is, and I have to admit I am so puzzled as to why he didn't use the log launcher with the queen? I honestly do not know. If you know, let us know. Hashtag ESL Mobile. Share with us why you think some of the players do some of the things they do. I always enjoy theorizing exactly why they make the moves they make, but I've got to be honest, I think everything seemed to be going to plan, and I wonder what it was that Kingpen seen there in order to make him switch things up.
Yeah, or even like, last minute renavigation through the 6 o'clock side, straight through the center, giving the queen the path that she needed, maybe could have made a difference. But yeah, I'm scratching my head just the same on that one. But this could really cost them the war if they're unable to hold a defense. Dima, though, looking to make the 3-star happen with the Hydra. We're seeing less Hydra these days, but when we do see them, I actually like seeing it coming in with this clone spell. This can really help not only take down some of the defenses around the town hall, but shape up the path for the dragons and the drag riders so they can completely bypass. It's just an extra bump and push.
Yeah, particularly when you see those defenses, the single target Inferno around the town hall, it's very nice to use that clone. And I noticed the sweeper as well. So I think he's maybe going to use the, oh no, he's not actually. He clones the super minions in front of the town hall and then turns them invisible. What are we witnessing? He's turning the super wizards invisible again, so they'll take the town hall and completely dodge the Giga Bomb.
Oh my goodness. Now, I think I've only seen this once this year, and, I have heard that people are using the clone super minions and making them invisible to make this happen. That was some great value, and we're now relying on the support of the heroes to finish off the job here. Though the rocket loons coming in, and not quite able to sneak in and help take down that single targeting Inferno. I don't know, as stylish as this was, it is fizzling out super quick.
I've got to admit, I don't know, just to the south of the clan castle, you might see there was a sweeper pointing to the north. I thought what he was going to do was put the clone on the other side of the town hall so that as the balloons came out over the top of the town hall, the sweeper would push them up and they would be cloned past the town hall. I thought he was going to get clever with the sweeper. Completely blew my mind. But in the end, I agree. I think it didn't give him quite the value he expected. And it's going to mean that GH Rest will still have the percentage lead here leading into the final attacks. The war is in their hands. Not the best day for Dima. He did only get that 2-star earlier on today as well. But unfortunately, it wasn't as big of a deal in that first matchup. And it could come down to bite them in this one if GH Rest get that 3-star.
It really could. And, you and I both with the Badzinger prediction today, but chat also, I can see in the Twitch chat, 78% are in favor of Badzinger with the win. So, this is theoretically a huge upset with Rest coming in, holding on to this lead. The 83, maybe 89 seconds left. Can we just get to that 84%? Try and bring it up ever so slightly, but still, it was the initial 2-star that came in. I think that is jeopardizing everything for them.
It certainly is, because at this stage, their percentage will fall quite drastically below that of GH Rest, meaning they need... any defense here and a 3-star would give them it, let's be real, because that would give them the star advantage. But looking at it, they are 4 percentage points behind, which after 4 attacks is 16%. So that's a bit of a margin if it comes down to being a percentage decider in terms of the last attacks if both teams 2-star.
Yeah, they just need one solid defense. With a 60% defensive hit rate, you would think maybe it could kick in that final attack, but there's got to be so much comfort on the shoulders of GH Rest knowing that the war is really inconsequential to them. They would just be upsetting the mix in the runnings. And that's a lot of pressure off anyone's shoulders.
Yeah, and GH Rest tend to attack, I think it's Chico last. He does extensive queen charges and often, uses hogs or dragon riders for cleanup. So let's find out what he has in store, starting the queen from the opposite side of the town hall, as we often see, but sometimes charges to it. However, we do see the battle blimp selected, so maybe we will see that alongside the dragon riders for the town hall, or maybe in order to help path the queen. He's got plenty of wall breakers, but no jump spell, so I'd be surprised if he was trying to get the queen for the town hall. Battle blimp must be used alongside those dragon riders, I think.
Yeah, that's going to likely be the option to pick that off. But we do have 4. Hold on. The blimp's coming in for the scattershot compartment?
Yeah.
Oh my
seems so.
goodness. Possibly sending in the king? Surely. He's got a plan for this. But I do notice the 4 super wall breakers coming along with the queen. I just think that this king needs to be used in the most optimal way possible.
Let's find out what he has in store for that. Using the wall breakers to get the queen into the left-hand side of the base here, or that will be the intention, in towards that scatter, multi-target inferno, and the enemy archer queen. It looks like he's probably driving the dragon riders from 4 o'clock and potentially using the king and the royal champion in towards that town hall as he does so. Tries to use the sneaky goblins to funnel a little bit. Oh, he's actually got the king down at the 6 o'clock area of the base here. So this is, I think I should stop predicting the attack now because, yeah, getting it completely wrong.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on in Keiko's mind right now to get to this town hall. Surely he's not thinking of sending those drag riders in head on for it. Still have to wait and see.
If he comes to it last, it's not as big of a deal. But the fact that the royal champion would have already been used and had the ability gone, the dragon riders would have to get through the town hall poison, wouldn't they? Sometimes, even if they go down to the poison, it's okay if you've got something at the back end, but it doesn't look like he's going to have the force to do so.
He's got 50 seconds left, and the drag riders are coming head in for the town hall. The Yak taking the lead, opening up the pass for the heroes to actually work their way in. I do think this was just maybe a last worrisome approach, sending in those drag riders, just not sure that he would actually pick up the town hall. The reaction here, I am at a loss at the plan on this one.
I think he wanted the dragon riders in from that right-hand side, but knew it was a long walk for the queen, and in the end he gets it. So if he'd have sent the dragon riders in from the right, I think it might have still worked, in fact, but I guess he was just worried about the queen pathing to the town hall, and that's why he wanted to make sure of the safe 2 stars, because even though the percentage is low, he knows they have a decent lead on percentage, so he definitely did not want to jeopardize and potentially get a 1 star. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, you know, you just wonder if that second guessing of himself is really what hurt this raid. I mean, he had the queen available there. I'm just surprised that there wouldn't have been more of a plan A, plan B sort of option for it, just to know that at what point do you really need to worry. That queen looked like she was in full health by the time he started dropping the drag riders, that you knew she was on course. So I don't know. I am surprised that he second guessed it.
Like I said, he always likes to do extensive queen charges, and he always seems to use the troops for cleanup, and arguably it could have been the case there, but like you said, I think he probably just ended up second guessing the queen charge, getting so much I mean, she was deployed at the 4 o'clock area and walked all the way around to the 12 o'clock to the town hall, so incredible stuff for sure, but this is now not an easy place to be in for Wasted. If he gets the 3 star, they win. Percentage-wise, I think they can still win on percentage, but it has to be right up there into the 90s, I believe. Like 96 or so, I would guess.
Yeah, I think that's about where it would need to be. So, you know, the 3 star is really the option he wants to go for, just for more assurance, you know, keeping that an easier push. When you try and hit those high percentage 2 stars, it's a little bit harder. But coming in with the drag riders can typically be one of those types of attacks that would get the job done. Just Queen still on her path leading to the town hall. And I notice a stone slammer in here. I'm curious if he's going to bring it more towards the inline edge of the multi, though. Where is this queen going? Looks like she's maybe veering slightly off course. He does have the jump, though, to try and re-navigate her as well.
The unfortunate thing is he's actually lost 2 healers to that one archer tower up there. It is constantly just picking those healers off. It's not like he can send much in, though, with an air defense up there. So he ends up losing a bit of healing from the queen. And with the Lalo moving into the bottom, it definitely helps out. But his queen's in a tricky spot here. I'm pretty sure he wanted to jump her to that town hall compartment.
He did. Working into this wall is, it's a huge turn for this queen, but with the drag riders working along, as long as that multi goes down in the center of the base, the queen should maybe come back on track, and the jump again is going to be a big opportunity. Not like he's worrying about where he's going to place. Oh no, he's got the ability.
She's going to go south. She does. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a 1-star. Oh gosh, I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. Wasted is one of Badzinger's top hitters. He's had 8 3-stars out of his 11 attacks. And you can see the frustration kicking in with the queen going south. It is going to be the victory for GH Rest in the strangest of matchups. 12-11, the end here. And a shocking result, we have to say, for Badzinger, one of the top teams on our leaderboard.
I'm at a loss of words for this one. Just an unexpected turn of events in those last 2 final attacks. And I think Rest was probably really worried about the position they were in, not getting that win, because they wanted to go off on a high note in today's matches. And that they actually turned out to do. Their defense is coming in strong. So GG to them. But it ain't over yet. We still have another match to come, and it'll be coming right up after this break, so stay tuned.
So Stiglitz, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We've seen how you've been progressing over the last couple of weeks and been pretty impressed so far from what we've seen come out from your squad. But how do you feel like you've performed so far?
I feel like we performed so-so because I think we have 3 wins and 4 losses. So we are not satisfied with the results. And hopefully we get the win against Time to Throw on Monday first, and then we will see how we can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed, because in terms of the results, it's been very, very even. It's probably one of the closest competitions I've seen in terms of league format in a long time. Everyone's just beaten everyone so far, no matter what high or low tier the team skill is at. But just going to the next question, what are your biggest issues and mistakes which you feel like need to be rectified during the second half of the season? Because you guys are still technically in the running to potentially qualify.
I think we have to improve our offense, because we are not scoring too high scores. I think we should our goal should be to score 14 stars at least every war, and that's not the case at the moment.
Now, you guys love the Queen Charge Dragon Runners. Like, you really love them. It's been pretty much half of your attacks overall from the last 4 play days. Any particular reason for this?
I think Queen Charge Dragon Riders is still strong. And I think you can do it on every base. That's just how I think.
Last question, though. Now you've got the feeling for the league format, and you've played everyone once so far. Who do you feel like has been the toughest opponents, or who have you had the most difficult in terms of attacking in the ESL Mobile Challenge?
I think against MCS, because we know they have good bases, and we we scored 12 stars against them, and they scored 14. And I'm curious how we are gonna do against the war against them like the next week. Let's see.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Just one game left today. Carnage Gaming and Entropy Gaming. It is certainly going to be a close one. I am Judo Sloth, and welcoming back, we have Lethal.
Hello, Judo. Yeah, it's I was just talking about it during the break, but I'll tell you guys at home as well. It's been interesting that we've seen some diverse results across the board, haven't we? Like, we've seen 3 1-stars today alone, and let's be real, we've barely seen any, have we, throughout the entirety of this season? So some slip-ups along the way, and some of these teams have put it on themselves. It was just sad how Zinger went out in that last matchup. But by all means, they're still in the top 4. They're going to be okay. GH Rest you could say maybe claw their way into the top 4, but again, it's just like, it's very difficult in itself to comprehend, but we can talk a little bit about that later on. As you rightly said, Carnage Gaming will be playing against Entropy Gaming. It's the final matchup of the evening, and we saw a little bit of Carnage earlier on, losing to ATN 2 matches ago. And with Carnage Gaming itself, yeah, it's going to be tough for them, but because Entropy have been looking very, very solid across the board, and really, I think actually they defeated MCES earlier on, didn't they? As there was a couple of slip-ups along the way. But one thing we definitely need to point out is for Entropy, their defense has been improving steadily over the course of the play days.
It has, and I think they got off to a great start here. They were up to 2nd position at one point, weren't they? Just holding that spot over the first week into the 2nd, and then just started slipping a little bit. Carnage Gaming, I feel, have kind of been up and down the whole time. They've been hovering around that 4th, 6th position-ish. Hopefully they can, spin it around and get a bit of consistency moving into these last couple of play days, because they looked relatively strong against ATN, just that one big slip up, and they could just oil things up a little bit. I think they could probably, they could step it up here. But Entropy, on the same hand, I think they are one of the best teams in the league, and that's why I picked them to get this one. I'm not sure who you went with, Lethal, but yeah, I picked Entropy.
I'm not sure. My mind has basically gone into a daze now because it's been ridiculous how this day's gone. But still, though, nothing short of spectacular once again. For Entropy, though, I do feel like they do have the edge. I think I did both Entropy because if I remember rightly, me and you had very similar predictions. It was just one of the very first ones, but you got one over me on that one with Bad Singers. So technically, it means that you're going to be one ahead of me, no matter what the circumstances are here. But for Entropy, though, it wouldn't surprise me. They are definitely not playing how their seeding precedes them, does it? It doesn't reflect their seeding at all. You would think they're being a top 3 seed the way they've been challenging a lot of these top teams and really been very fearless with what they brought to the table across the board and against a lot of these bases. But you know, to be expected, really. We saw how good they were in planes 1 and 2, especially 2 in particular, where they were just getting 14, 15 stars consistently across the board. And it's nice to see them continuing with that consistency here this season throughout these weeks. And Bats, we've seen Bats start off as the first attacker quite a lot this season. And he's going to be coming up with the E-Drags here. Interesting. Oh, actually, one thing I want to add as well. We did see this base in particular, I believe, very early on today.
Oh, I'm not sure I remember it, actually. I know I didn't cast the Carnage Gaming War, but was that one that they used against alternate attacks?
I think it was one of the first 2 matches. I can't remember what. I'm not too sure if he was involved in it. Like I said, it was quite a long time ago. It does feel like a way, especially. And yeah, we'll have to see how Bats can do here, though. So he's probably seen it once before. That's if they did pay attention to Carnage Gaming earlier on. If it was Carnage Gaming with his base layout, of course. But let's see how his E-Drags do here.
The base is very tightly compact, so they have been able to get incredible chain value at the moment. Interestingly, has saved onto majority of the freeze spells, and hopefully that is going to be something that comes into play when the Royal Champion is deployed, because Lethal, the RC is only just now being used to the bottom of the base. E-Drags have just ripped apart this base, and as long as he can freeze up effectively here with the ability, he should be good to close it out, and he still has a bunch of time. The Royal Champion ripping through the defenses. Enemy Royal Champion is there, but I didn't even see the Queen. Oh my goodness, this is history. What an attack from Bats. He got the opening 3-star in their matchup earlier versus MCES, but he has really come into play here. What an incredible 3-star.
It really was, yeah. Just no mucking around here at all. Just came out absolutely swinging. Nearly a minute left on the clock. And what can we say about that? Bats just really put on a performance once again. We know it can be very hit and miss with the E-Drags, and he's definitely made it work here. So in terms of timing later on, if it ever comes to a tiebreaker, it's already looking very solid indeed. Good way from Entropy to start this war off against Carnage.
Certainly is. And just to let you know, Lethal, I did type in hashtag ESL Mobile, found our predictions straight away over there on Twitter, and you did indeed go for Entropy alongside me. So exactly what we needed in terms of our predictions, but I'm sure Carnage Gaming has something up their sleeve.
Yeah, we certainly should do, and I don't see why not either. Depends what Stiglitz and the rest of the crew will bring to the table this time around. Let's see who's going to be the first attacker here for Carnage. Okay, again, it is going to be Fabian, and do you know what? It's going to annoy me now, the fact that I can't remember who used that base earlier on. I'm definitely going to have to watch that back. It's going to annoy me otherwise. I'm going to get to sleep or just thinking about it here. But Stone of his Warden out, though. Oh, okay. Okay, we can see a little bit different this time round. I'm very curious to see how Fabian's going to try and execute this.
5 Super Bowlers.
Nice.
He always used to like using the Super Bowlers. In that first week, he had a 100% hit rate with the Super Bowlers, and he moved away from them. He started using the P.E.K.K.A. Smash non-stop. So I love the fact that in the final week, he's moved back to using them. I don't think we got to see him use 5 Super Bowlers, though. I think he always used to use 4. So maybe just feels like funneling and setting up the raid, didn't need too many troops, could maximize on power through the middle and use the log launcher in order to help him through, aiming to end up towards the town hall. And the good thing about the Super Bowlers is hopefully he can bounce across into the other compartments, maybe even hit that scatter shot on the back end if he's lucky.
Yeah, totally agree. You know, normally see 3 or 4. I've seen 6 standard bowlers, but not this many super ones. So as we're already just progressing into that northern side, Warden abilities come down as well. It's going to be a lot of chaos into the center, but of course, main prerogative is going to be to make sure to take down those multis as soon as physically possible to not cause too much of a ruckus here for Fabian's units going into the center here. So already the free spurs has come down, and we'll deal with that multi momentarily on the left-hand side. But at the same time, you can see the RC also coming out to take out that scanner shot. But not only that, though, even though it's taking a little bit of time here as the ability will be popped, at least he's just, you know, moving the DPS away from these super bowlers as well. But they're just diving on in here. Still got a little bit of HP. And there was a player, I can't remember who it was in particular. My memory's not really doing itself justice here today, but also said that they enjoy using the super bowlers still and still think they're very, very strong indeed. And definitely making work come out from here so far. The RC now and the Queen's still got her ability intact on top of that. So for Fabian and the rest of College Gaming, they're going to be pretty pleased with this war to kick things off for themselves, because you've got to remember, it's a must-win for all their wars from here on out, from the end of today on to Thursday.
Certainly is, and I just love seeing this strategy. He still maintains his 100% hit rate with these super bowlers bouncing through that town hall area with ease. 3 stars apiece for Entropy and Carnage. Brilliant action here for our final matchup of the day.
Yeah, it's nice to see you pointed that out as well, with the fact that the amount of super bowlers he's used. I mentioned it earlier, but normally see 3 or 4, might see a Pekka in the mix, or normally see 6 standard bowlers. And I think with that one, if I remember from the top of my head, that one actually didn't work out at all. It might have just been a execution thing. But to see him actually succeed once again in just making it work, or just making it a viable option, it's looking very good indeed. So at least that way, it was quite a comfortable way to execute that, and a nice way to get a triple to start things off themselves as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Carnage will be looking to bounce back from their loss earlier to alternate attacks. Like you said, they are in that tough position and they pretty much need to win them all now. So stepping up into that, you know, realm they need to be in. But we have Visas with a Blizzard Lalo. Now, this is interesting to throw up a base like this. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Carnage Gaming that threw up one of these original ring-style Town Hall 14 bases against ATN earlier on in the season, and boom, ripped it apart with the Blizzard Lalo. As expected when you have these compact bases. Look at what he's getting already, taking down the Town Hall. It looks like he might miss the scatter though, which I believe, even though the multi he probably didn't expect to get, he probably wanted one of those scatter shots. Is that going to come back to get him?
He did a fair bit of damage to the Inferno Tower on the left-hand side. I believe it's that scanner shot. But we'll see how it's going to potentially hinder him later on, but it's still got a fair amount of damage nonetheless in the center to give himself some room to create a nice path there. But speaking of paths, King's now come out to play and found that 2 o'clock side. It's already making sure to start doing work, cleaning out both structures, heading towards the defensive defensive RC now, as the ability has been popped, as he's going to push on forward. And it is weird seeing these ring style bases once again. Completely agree.
So far, so good with the King, and now the delayed deployment of the Royal Champion. Very nice timing there, by the way, to make sure that the King was in that region to tank for the Royal Champion. Means the Archer Queen will just step up, get that scatter shot, and he can bring the Lalo in from the bottom of the base. Has that warning ability over the top of the Archer Queen, and plenty of spells to help him through the back-end splash.
So he does looking good so far, trying to take down that multi, trying to get that haste spell to full use, get those loons in, but that sweeper pushed him back a bit, but could say delaying the inevitable, but at the same time did do a lot of damage and actually took down some of his loons in the process as well here. But do make note though, he still has 5 loons in his back pocket. He's still got the Queen and RC ability. It is pretty much done here. Beezus is just going to make sure to try and clean up, and for safety reasons, the RC just popping the ability now, and she's going to push on forward to take up the last of the defense here. And now to finish off with the structures as well. The King's actually still alive, actually. Oh, no, sorry, that's the Yak. Apologies. Going towards those last few mines on the outside edge. But look at the amount of loons he's got left, as well as the Warden. It was clean. Even the Queen there just literally just following suit to taking up that last storage. And that was an incredible attack from Beezus.
Absolutely amazing. There was no way that that base was going to defend, particularly after the start. I mean, the scatter shot survived, yes. But then when he came in, he just had such perfect pathing. The timing of his heroes and the deployment was spot on in order to make sure that that scatter shot went down easily. And it honestly just surprises me again that we see a base like that from Carnage. Maybe just hoping to trip the players up if they haven't attacked it for some time. But what you find is when you do use a Blizzard, you know there's no traps in the area because everything's so tightly compact. You obviously get huge value, and you just set up pathing amazing. It's the way to take down those bases, and it just surprises me that they used one.
That's actually the second time we've seen the same style of base. I don't know if it's the exact replica, but definitely looked like it from what we saw just now. So yeah, it's the fact that we haven't seen it at all to all of a sudden need twice to say. We've seen quite a few options here today. Is now the Queen now is going to be starting things off now from the 2 o'clock side once again. It's just going to turn out those structures there. We're going to see how we're going to try and approach this here. Is with Carnage Gaming, of course, they will need to get another triple. 2 Rocket Leagues will be coming out to cause a bit of a fuss here from the defense and now pushing it on towards the Queen. But this is frozen to keep it intact. The raid spell comes down as well. And isn't it making sure just for security purposes, this Vex Insurance just takes that down and will be taking down the AD as well on that north side before entering the town hall.
Yep, all is good at the moment as they move on in to that area. And yeah, going to get that town hall down. I should clarify as well, actually, when I was talking about Carnage Gaming using that similar base against alternate attacks, I was referring to Playday 2, actually, forgetting that they played them earlier on today because I didn't commentate on it. But check this out. Archer Queen goes down across to that side, and the healers now swat to the hybrid. He doesn't have a lot of force in towards that multi, and the Royal Champion still survives, just about catches the Grand Warden ability so that the Headhunter will take her down. But he is going to struggle to take that multi-target Inferno now.
Yeah, now still pushing to the south side at the same time. Completely swerved away from the multi at this stage, and it is still going to be alive, but he sent a nice good group of Hog Riders now to head towards that multi in the north just to make sure to clean that out, which they have done. But keep an eye on the south side as well. The RC, and there's still a Peck of Bear in the mix as they head towards the Eagle. But Hog Riders, of course, trying to make something work from the north and just trying to get as much damage done as possible. But the problem is, though, this force right now, the units here just deteriorating over time.
I'm so surprised he used the heal down to the south, to be honest with you. He had about 3 Hog Riders. Yes, he's got the heroes, but he had actually a good chunk of miners and hogs up towards the top of the base where he could have used the heal for greater effect, unless he knew that he just wanted the percentage, and that's why he decided to use the heal down the bottom, because let's face it, he must have knew he wasn't going to get the 3 stars at this stage. And it is the first slip up of the war, meaning that Entropy Gaming will have the advantage moving down into this. And it puts Carnage Gaming in a tough spot because Entropy Gaming did beat MCES earlier on today. And if they win this one, it means they are really looking good. After 2 victories, but Carnage Gaming 2 losses, that essentially moves them so much further away from Entropy in the leaderboard and would put them in a very tough spot in order to be able to qualify.
It's a worry, isn't it, to slip home against Entropy, because from their reputation in this season so far, getting these constant 14-star cans every single time, even against MCES, but they didn't let up at all in the slightest, even when MCES made some really big blunders, which is not really that characteristic in their nature, really, considering the performance they put in last season and coming to this one as well. But also at the same time, for Entropy, they're almost solidifying their spot. The chances are going to increase dramatically. Right now, they're currently 6-4. I don't know if that's included in their match previously also, but saying that though, coming into it, as long as they hit the 8 mark, then they should be safe.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if they get this victory, they're going to be looking very good moving to the matches on Thursday, because there are going to be teams losing around them as well. And we heard from Beezers, I mentioned this earlier on when they played, but he said in an interview earlier on, I believe it was me and you that interviewed him earlier in the season, where he said, as long as you win 1 match out of your 2 per day, because of the competition being so fierce, that's generally enough to keep you in the running. So whenever you can get 2 victories in a day, it's going to skyrocket you up the lead, really.
Yeah, do you know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. As long as you've got at least 50%, or maybe try and win at least go to one of the weeks, makes perfect sense. It is perfectly understandable why he said that, because the level of consistency you got to put on or try and perform here, it's really tough, especially in this region alone. We've seen every team, how big or small or how high or low in terms of the skill ceiling, they have been struggling left, right, and center. It's been a really peculiar, but of course an entertaining season nonetheless. As now Nobama's going to be coming up now to try and get a third triple back-to-back. Already starting with the Queen on the north, dropping the race spell down and just heading towards that Town Hall straight away. But of course, this is definitely a time for Entropy Gaming just to finish the night on a high and try and capitalize on this situation.
Yeah, Nobama hasn't played all of the matches that Entropy has played. He's only played in 4 of the different matches, but in 3 of those, he did get the 3-star. So he arguably has one of the higher percentage hit rates for his team. I think only Bats has a better hit rate with his 8 3-stars. So definitely one of their top attackers. And if he can get the 3 stars here, it almost just continues their force and victory moving in. Certainly selecting one of the best strategies, the hybrid, and so far it is looking good as he has managed to protect the Queen through the Town Hall. Yes, now uses the ability, but there's not a lot of firepower on her, and the hybrid is moving strong from this right-hand side, Lethal.
Yeah, we've seen this hybrid composition so much today. Surely after this week's stats, it will be in the top 3. But saying that, no, we probably won't see it barely at all coming onto Thursday. The Hog Riders now heading into the Eagle compartment on the south side, still continuing on to put a fair amount of pressure, but just a little bit worried about the multi and, of course, the other Inferno Tower in the center. Just got to keep our eyes on that because he hasn't got any more spells to work with, hasn't got any more healing spells, especially to keep these Hog Riders alive. So let's just see what they can do here. Already pushing in towards both of them, but hopefully they won't get deleted too quickly here. The Pekka as well on the south side, just already taking too much damage as it is. But saying that though, they're already coming on in. The Queen is still alive and well and is in range for those structures on the far west hand side. It's only really the storage they've got to deal with in the center, and that's going to be literally about it here. So Nobama just on cleanup duty here, taking up those last couple of structures on the left hand side, and then we'll be finishing up the storage with that 1 minion.
Hog Riders can get deleted all they want. He has the Archer Queen left over, and that is not to mention the miners, the minions sending in for cleanup, like you said, even the Grand Warden joining the party to finish off the building, putting them into a commanding position here. And Carnage Gaming needs a 3-star to keep up and keep their dream alive. They are behind significantly now in this war, and I say it all of the time, but as the attacks move on, it just gets harder and harder to catch up. If they slip up again here, it could be too late for them.
Yeah, it took a while to play day 7, but I think today's the day we're going to see a huge separation between the bottom 4 and the top 4. Actually, I wouldn't say bottom 4, I'd probably say the bottom 3 especially on the top of my head. And towards the end, when we see those 2 multis, I kind of forget sometimes with that hybrid attack, we forget how aggressive it is, especially if there's very little defense left. Those multis can just literally get shut down super quickly. Even with those Hog Riders not having much HP left to stand on either. Didn't really have any healing spells. I was a little bit skeptical of how he's going to try and approach that if he was able to finish the job, but he did beautifully there, as Nobama will get another triple for Entropy. But Carnage needs to continue to try and get another one if they can here, as it's going to already create a havoc in the center, already getting a fair amount of damage done.
You might ask about the skeleton spells, but we've seen this a few times in terms of using the lightning and then Tesla popping up. But he used the skeleton spell, popped all the Tesla in the region, and bang, the lightning took all of it out. Perfectly done there, meaning that now he knows for sure nothing is in that central area. His Lalo will not path over it. So a very nice job. He can now control the Lalo as he wants, and that's after his hero dive. From using the battle blunt to the Town Hall, he's now got his heroes to just move on into the base. Ice Golem out in front, and plenty of headhunters to help take down those heroes super fast.
Yeah, perfect timing with the Ice Golem as well. The King just heading on in to take out that north compartment. The Queen's still heading towards into the center there, and still take a little bit of time, still able to stay alive here, try and get as much healing as possible out of that Unicorn as much as physically possible there. But also the RC is coming to play to take down the other multi there just for later on. And I love that straight away. As soon as the multi is taken down, the loser coming out straight away. RC has already used her ability, but she's already got a lot of value from what I saw there already.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Really nice job. Particularly that expo was huge, meaning that now the balloons literally don't have to path over that area. Look at the Ice Hound from the bottom as well, just to make sure that he can get a bit of freezing value alongside the air defense there. Should be able to encapsulate the single target Inferno and the Wizard Tower. Everything's frozen as the balloons move through. Look at that. This base is crushed. What a fantastic attack. Really like how he sectioned off the base and makes it look so easy. I want to say that maybe I could have even finished off this Lalo attack. I'm not the best Lalo attacker, but he did that good of a job. I think anyone could have got that. Wow, incredible.
It certainly was, yeah. At least he's keeping this as competitive as possible. This is going to be Carnage Gaming's last chance, and this is definitely the momentum that we're looking for to try and shift it onto Entropy, but just worried though, because Entropy just don't really care, do they? They're just fearless. They're just literally just throwing triples out left, right, and centre like it's their day job, and it will be their day job pretty much if they win that nice big chunk of change later on in the season, especially in the finals if they make it that far. But it's looking pretty good from where I'm standing, and it's at least the Carnage Gaming that keep it as competitive as possible, like I already mentioned, keeping it close. But I'm just worried because the thing is, though, when you make any kind of slip up against Entropy, they are one of the very few teams who will capitalize and take advantage of it.
Yes, and you did mention earlier on in the stream that when the leaderboard comes down to it, if there are ties, sometimes we go to that head-to-head. Well, if there are ties, we do go to the head-to-head, and often the teams will beat each other. It was Carnage that got the victory when the teams first played each other, and they did get the victory convincingly as well, actually. 13 stars to 11, and they were miles ahead on percentage. So Entropy Gaming clearly wanting to get their own back here, and not only that, pretty much secure themselves a spot or give themselves a very good position, because as when we interviewed Vale, we've now got alternate attacks, Badzinger in a good position even though they lost the last war, and Entropy Gaming. Those were the teams he mentioned. It seems like that's how the leaderboard's shaping up, and it will be a race for the 4th place finish.
Certainly is. That's actually exactly what happened with Penta, MCS, and I want to say another team, maybe Elevate, or actually no, it wasn't Elevate. It was another team in particular. So yeah, it was like a free-way, but then again, as the matches continued on throughout the day, it was just very tough to call until the final moments, really. But we had a good picture of how things were going to turn out, and we'll probably have a good picture of how things are going to turn out going into the last play day as well. As already Town Hall taken down on the south side, already a good start here, and we know what this competition's all about. Fast approach, just go straight in and try and do the best you can. And now the Queen already taking down the AD to help this attack further, just to create as much of a leeway as possible. And I must say, already looking very solid already. A rage spell and a free spell still in the back pocket to use for later on.
It is certainly looking good as the Dragons and Balloons beeline straight towards that multi-target Inferno in the center. Lots of damage there, but the Warden ability is intact, meaning he's been able to use it right through that center. This looks incredibly good, particularly if he can push through towards that scatter shot. Royal Champion only just deployed. She should be able to clean up. And you have me scratching my head now about that previous season, Lethal. I actually think Tribe got through, didn't they? I want to say it was Reported Gaming, the other team in the mix, but maybe people in chat can indeed let us know. They always seem pretty good at remembering that stuff as well. But getting back to this attack, it looks incredible for that Royal Champion to finish off. Entropy Gaming not slowing down here. Maybe even got their sights on that, dare I say it, the PW? Let's just say that.
Yeah? Was PW mean password? No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Right, okay,
Let's say that.
It's fine. It was going to be the perfect war potentially from the likes of Entropy. Maybe. Like I said, I'm not a superstitious person, so it's fine. So final attack should be fine. The only time I'm a little bit worried about that attack is when some of the units are way too widespread, but it wasn't really like that at all. They had the north and the south covered. It was only the Warden, and I think only one drag kind of moved away from the rest of those two packs, and that was literally about it. So nice collision, nice way to pinch that final part of the eastern compartment as well. And it looks easy, doesn't it, when some people make a slow, I wouldn't say a slow start, but just picking apart some of the strategies or some of the defenses at the very beginning and then launching an attack like that. Some of these players do make it look easier than it looks.
They certainly do, and you could see straight away, as soon as the Balloons and the Dragons started moving on in towards that center of the base, you just knew it was crushed. There was no way that the base had enough to defend. particularly whenever you can rip apart the core and have the Royal Champion left alive, you are good. But man of the hour, Hugo Stiglitz, wanting to keep things alive for Carnage Gaming, going with the Lava Loon this time.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for Carnage at this point, because they are putting on an incredible performance themselves. They just can't stop the destruction from Entropy Gaming, just absolutely giving it across the board here. But let's see how they approach this left compartment here, just really just keeping a close eye on here in case anything does fall apart from Stiglitz. But we know Stiglitz is very, very good with his execution. Definitely one of the top attackers here because of surgically removing a lot of his bases here. And yeah, he takes down the Thanos successfully there already.
Very nicely done. Now using the lightning spells across to that side, along with the Earthquake to take down the Scatter Shot. Just get the Queen to a slither of health so that you can knock her down in one shot. And alongside, the Grand Warden should be able to set things up pretty nicely to just path in towards the Eagle Artillery, using that Golem out in front, and he also has the Log Launcher selected, so he's trying to push all of his heroes. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping a
Queen comes
close eye
down to
on
the
the
south.
Queen. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I was doing the exact
Is he
same
just diving
thing.
the RC in towards the Eagle? Not sure that he intended this to happen because he's got the Log Launcher selected as well. Golem has basically done nothing up top, so he's going to have to improvise, maybe switch out that Log Launcher.
Yeah, he's only got a minute 20 left remaining, so he needs to get his skates on as soon as possible, really. Don't get me wrong, he has taken out about 40% of this base, but things have still got those 3 Inferno Towers just literally dead into the center on the west compartment as well. But let's see how he's going to try and approach this soon enough. Okay, the RC's coming out here from the 8 o'clock side, so he's going to be literally diving on straight in to try and put a stop to this defense, or at least try and delay this defense as much as possible. But still go for those 18 loons and the lava hand for when he does attack this. But 50 seconds left there, really leaving it late.
I mean, he had to adapt because of what happened, and you've got to say he was very unfortunate not to get that single target Inferno. It has the tiniest bit of health, and he has played this really well, to be honest with you, given the fact that his heroes completely walked on him and he had to send the Log Launcher in unscathed, basically swagged a Golem. He's done pretty good here. Arguably could get the base down in terms of DPS, but it is going to be the time that comes back to haunt you, and that is always the tough thing when it comes down to having to adapt and changing. You need the value, particularly with a Lalo, but you need to try and assure you get the troops in quick enough. Can you believe it's actually going to be right up into the high 90s, given everything that happened? Very nice attack from Hugo Stiglitz. A little bit unlucky, to be honest.
Yeah, it would have been successful if he had a little bit more time. I can understand where you're coming from with the patience as well, because he was leaving it very, very late, wasn't he? But I think in the back of his mind, in terms of his thought process, he felt like he had to. He had no choice. Because if he went any sooner, then yeah, that his attack would have collapsed probably a lot sooner down the line, which does mean no, but they could be 2 stars ahead. But if they get the perfect war, it doesn't matter at that point, does it? It's going into this final attack from Entropy. But, you know, for any teams who also qualify for the finals, you know, they should keep tabs on Entropy Gaming. It's not really about their defense, but how good their attacks have been across the board. And it is scary. It really is scary stuff. Like, you know, we saw elements of that back in Plains 2, and now leading up to this moment, they're just getting better and better. We haven't really seen too many dents in the armor for the likes of for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen them as Nolex back in the Plains, and they were incredibly strong there, but
good pick
they
up.
are today tearing it up, aren't they? Because beating MCES, here they go, Addy, ready to, yeah, pull in that 3-star, and let's not even go there. I know you're not a superstitious person, but let's just let him do his thing. Queen Charge Dragon Riders does have the jump spell, so he's wanting to get significant value here with the Archer Queen, potentially walking her into the Scatter Shot compartment and jumping her back into the Town Hall compartment is something that we are seeing quite a bit. Has another wall break, presumably for the King. Let's see what he's doing. Queen ability is used quite early, though.
Well, even if you are a superstitious person, every time I said I don't believe in that stuff, he should just get the perfect war. They've done it twice in a row. So third time right, it should be fine. Addy now, because it's going to push in straight with the Queen already. This is going to be coming out of those Dragon Riders momentarily. The RC also just working its way into the south compartment as well. Queen dropping the rage spell, having to deal with this Expo and the rest of the defense coming out from Fabian. Still though, actually it was Fabian with the Super Bowlers earlier on, wasn't it? So yeah, it was nice to see him doing an incredible attack earlier on. Hopefully his defense will continue to follow suit, but at this point, no, I don't think it really matters. As long as Entropy gets 2 stars, or to be fair, even with this fight, just a star,
what is he doing? No! Oh, sorry, Lethal. He sent the king in for the town hall, and he completely turned around and went the wrong way. I think he got locked onto an archer from the clan castle and was just walking the wrong direction. But thankfully, Queen must have knocked that down. King then decided to stay on the town hall, which is exactly what he needed to do. The Queen has taken the jump, so should be able to get access up towards that multi if she can hurry up and get through these skellies, because it will definitely help as the Dragon Riders approach. And he still has the Grand Warden ability, which he's only just used. It's getting close now, but with 1 minute left, I think he's got enough time. At least he should do. He should have enough power as well, unless something drastic goes wrong here.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same thing at the moment. 75% done, a minute left remaining. Dragon Run is now focusing on that scanner shot. Good use of the free spell. He's still got 1 more left, and he's got an invisibility spell, really. So at this point, I'll be gobsmacked if he doesn't get this perfect war. As Addy now just on clean-up duty. As I rightly said here, Judo, I don't believe in that stuff. When I say it, normally it happens, and here it comes. It is going to be a perfect war here for Entropies. Addy's going to close this out on a massive, massive win for themselves, and ever so closer to securing their spot for the final. And I must say, for a team who has the bottom seed, definitely not reflecting that at all in the slightest. Incredible stuff here from Addy.
Just having a bit of fun at the end. Turning the building invisible. Anybody that asks that, yes, we do get that question from time to time, but yes, if you turn a building invisible at the end of the attack, your troops will ignore it. But obviously enough time for those 3 stars and the perfect war, which you did not jinx. And Lethal, can you please tell me that I'm going to get 7 out of 7 on the predictions on Thursday? Please, if you're not a superstitious person, is it going to happen?
Yeah, but miracles, you know, miracles don't happen. And I don't think we could have like 10 seasons in a row and we probably still wouldn't get 1 right. Because if the Clash of Clans competitive scene is this strong in this region alone, it's just not possible. Unless you somehow just chose the opposite of what you was thinking every time. Maybe. Because we've had some pretty damn bad performances in the past, haven't we? But we've had some all right ones along the way. But maybe with the finals when we make our predictions, it's only 4 matches. So at least we've increased our chances, or doubled our chances really, to try and get in that perfecta. But you know what? Entropy Gaming, they've been so impressive this season. And if they do make it to the finals, which I'm sure they will, definitely thoroughly deserved, well deserved. Massively here. But Viking is going to be the final attacker here of the day for Carnage Gaming. Feel bad for them, you know, just a tad bit. Still put on a great performance here, but these things happen. Just whipping out the Dragon Riders very shortly, with the Queen starting things off on the western side.
Yep, that is his plan of action. And like you said, cannot change anything here. Entropy Gaming unstoppable today. And just a tough one for Carnage Gaming, getting both of those losses. Check this battle blimp out. Trying to fly in, can get death damage over the... Oh, actually is flying into the multi region. I thought he was maybe getting the eagle there. But nice to take down the multi and make sure that nothing is going to take fire onto the healers as the Queen paths through. The jump spell could actually give him access to the town hall area if he wants it, actually. But let's find out where he goes. Might decide to jump in towards the multi-target Inferno instead. Dragon Riders will be able to fly straight into that eagle though, so depends on where he wants to send his king. Maybe he'll send that for the town hall.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because Nobama's done a good job just keeping his Queen at bay. She's been sitting around the same area for a good 30-40 seconds, just massively delaying her as he's pushing towards that south compartment, but also looking towards the eagle, which looks like where the Dragon Runners are also approaching with the Warden as well. And looking at his spells, he still has a jump, he still has a rage, a freeze, and an invisibility spell later on to use as he sees fit. And you're talking about the king as well. It looks like he's going to be starting from the north side here, which is going to be interesting in itself. The Dragon Runner is still doing a lot of work here towards that western compartment. Already finished it off, heading to the center. They're a little bit spread out here, but let's see how they crack on.
Yeah, does decide to use the jump as I initially thought all of the way to the town hall, but he lost that ability and the queen, she's gone. Oh my goodness. Too much to focus on. When he had to send the king in at the north initially, he lost the ability and then missing out on the invisibility spell. So he's got to count on the Dragon Riders getting this town hall and making sure he does not end up with that 1-star. Town hall is going down on health. It does go down. And I mean, look at this. He is so close. He might still get it, but if he hadn't have had those 2 little mishaps, it would have no doubt been the 3-star. You can see that the plan has definitely worked. A little bit on the execution. Could still get this because he's got a lot of minions going to that clan castle. Let's hope there's no red air bombs, but the Dragon Riders did path through, so there shouldn't be. Oh no, those 2 storages though. It is going to be time that gets the better of him.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate here. It's going to be a real shame here for Viking. It could be 98 or 99. Looks like the last mine is not going to do it as the king was lifting up his hand to try and slash down that last mine, but it's not going to happen. But let's be real here, though. The war's already said and done a couple of attacks ago. Entropy Gaming with the perfect war to finish things off in play day number 7, winning by 3 stars and 3.5%. Can't complain here, eh, Judo?
I think that last attack summed Carnage Gaming's day, didn't it? Just didn't really go their way at all. They just didn't seem to have that extra bit of firepower. You know, moving into the last week, we always say that now is the time that you really need to step up. Entropy Gaming, on the other hand, have done that, taking down the might of MCES and now securing that victory, I would say easily here over Carnage Gaming. 3 stars is a huge deficit. Do a really good job to them. And just making sure that when we get to have a look at that leaderboard, it's my favorite part of the day, Lethal. Just seeing where we've ended up. They will be sitting nicely up there with Alternate and Bad Zinger.
I know, you're just like me, a bit of a stats man, aren't you? You like to see exactly how things have turned out for the entire course of the day. And I think there's going to be a huge difference this time around. Like we said before, 8 play days. It took until the 7th play day, which is today, to really try and separate the group and try and find out exactly what on earth is going on. But I think today has been the day to confirm a few things. Maybe to confirm a few teams where they may not have to make it. If they can, it's either very slim, or some teams who almost guarantee their spot at this point. Just one more win or one more war to try and solidify their spot is going to help them and give them some leeway on top of it here. So it's been a lot of upsets. It's been a bit of a shame here, but we will talk about the match overview in just a second, as we can have a look now to see exactly how things have turned out. If you're just joining us here, you can see already Time to Throw already putting a stop to Robotic Gaming's streak from last week. Bad Zinger taking down MCES, potentially stopping MCES from actually qualifying, and ATN did the exact same thing earlier on. But props to Entropy though, going 2-0, and it's nice to see ATN go 2-0 as well today.
Yeah, I think the big one that stands out to me really is GH Rest and Bad Zinger, because we've mentioned those top 3 teams. Bad Zinger right up there, but to lose to bottom of the table GH Rest really does change things, because when you look at it, ATN winning both their matches, Entropy winning both their matches, you know, if Bad Zinger had have won both of their matches, that's pretty much the entire day. We've seen those top 3, and like you said, really could have shaped the table in a way that we've never even seen. Still has done, arguably, but definitely if that matchup had have gone the other way, we'd have really seen those top teams just accelerate outside of the range of the other teams. But yeah, I guess someone has to mess up my prediction somewhere.
Well, speaking of predictions, let's have a little bit of a gander and see what's going on. So it looks like you're going to have 5, to be fair, 5 out of 7, considering the matchup we had. Ain't too bad, ain't too shabby.
Yeah, Entropy Gaming getting those 2 victories, knocking all of us down in that 4th matchup. Everybody picked MCES, despite the fact that MCES were down at the bottom of the table, or near the bottom of the table, and Entropy were at the top. I think we all just expected that since MCES had such an incredible turnaround in the last week, that they would continue that momentum, but obviously we did not see that. A lot of similar picks today, just those odd matches moving us either side of the scores, I guess.
Yeah, MCES done us dirty on a number of occasions, sadly. It is just one of those things, but never mind. I still think 5 is very good, considering how predictable a lot of these lineups can be, and especially where you've got a couple of teams trying to hide a lot of their strategies for World Finals, and some teams who are so desperate are just going to reveal everything on the table, aren't they? So you really couldn't tell who's going to come out on top and who wasn't. But we've seen a little bit more normality as the days progress, especially this week. But before we look at the standings, I must say that we've seen, you know, a little bit more variety today, having a week compared to what we've seen before, especially with a lot more ground, like actually a heavy amount of ground in comparison to what we've seen before. We've seen a couple of odd bases as well, like you mentioned with the kind of the cube style as well, to try and throw some people off. We've seen that 2 or 3 times today, where in the past we've not seen it at all.
Yeah, maybe just getting a bit of a feeler as to what exactly it is that, you know, would work or what wouldn't work. So, I mean, that's going to shape things up as we move through into the final play day on Thursday, Lethal.
That's right, and your favourite, my favourite time as well. Let's have a look at the standings and see exactly how things have turned out here. So, looks like ATN 9-4, and I think it's safe to say for them, they're pretty much guaranteed their spot going into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. It's just going to be depending on where they want to be seeded and how they're going to approach it. Entropy Gaming are also just... Wow. They're so close, but 8-4, that's a real statement here. Bottom seed coming into it now in second place. It may even take the top seed, depending on the circumstances so far. But all I can say is, for Carnage Gaming, they are definitely out at this point. But for MCS, GHRS, and Time to Throw, we may have to leave it to the first day. But I think I'm just trying to scrape at the bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah, I mean, Time to Throw are 5-8, which means, you know, that means they don't have as many matches. They must only play once on Thursday, right? Because then the other teams have got less matches around them. So I think Time to Throw, I would even say, couldn't catch up at this stage. But yeah, I'm surprised to see GHRS still in that mix, to be honest with you. MCES, I would arguably have expected, but at the start of the day, I thought GHRS were written off, to be honest with you. To see them get that victory over Time to Throw just shows how important it was, actually.
I've just worked out as well, between 3rd and 6th, you can still have a 3, potentially 4-way tie. Batting will have to lose both their matches. MCS and GHRS still has a chance, but they need to win both of theirs as well. Yeah. But I think it's going to come to star count. So I think between Banzinger, Repotted, GHRS, and MCES, them 4 can still all qualify. The problem is, it's for GHRS, their star count is just not going to cut it. It's more going to go down to heads up and all that bits and pieces. But again, MCS and GHRS need to rely on those 2 teams in order to mess up along the way. What they can do is only 2 matches there for them, so you're going to have to wait until Thursday. But we're going to talk about your final thoughts and feelings here, Judo, so we're just going to crack on and end the show. So, of course, thank you, Judo, for being alongside me, as well as Lady B. But not only that, thanks to production and you guys at home for watching. And we'll see you again, same time, same place on Thursday.
I got my friend with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call. I take my friend with me. Know about it if you tell. Know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me a real one when it's time to go. Step in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.